Crappy in a circle on top of the chat, like the text chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And me in a little square. What the hell's going on? Like, hey, look, I found you. Look, I'm a people.
There you go.
Okay, here's what I'm contending with. My usual stand that I, do the casts from is occupied.
I saw that picture.
She doesn't look very happy with me.
You know what? They get over it, though. This is something I've had to talk with Kelly about over and over. It's like, they'll be fine. Just move them.
Yeah, just shove it along.
They'll be grumpy for a bit, and then it's dinner time, and they'll be fine.
Here, come here. Hold this for me. There you go. Just hold it right there. And watch your leg.
Oh, yeah. Not a problem. Welcome to CatCast.
Cat legs. You're not doing a very good job. Come here.
Welcome to CatCast with the best view possible. The cat. The cat. The cat?
I'll just put
Sure.
it behind her. I don't like that this way. I'm going to do that.
Crap.
This way. Oh, look at that. Things have flipped. Wait,
Crap.
now I'm sideways. How does that happen?
I think your phone is confused.
It's slightly confused. What the heck?
Is your lock on?
No! What's going on? I'm just flipping it around and things are happening. And Alright, let's do this.
Hello.
Oh, hold on. I gotta change
Better now.
some settings. Save.
Cat butt.
Why is Crappy all stretchy?
I'm all,
He's all stretchy.
Oh, there he is. We don't respect your aspect ratio. Take that, aspect ratio.
Your ass backwards aspect ratio.
I wonder.
You have a very you have a higher view than usual.
Me?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, no, I mean like it's coming down on you, not like.
Yeah, I'm using the built-in cam on the Cinema display. Office Rev 2.0 is not 100% complete.
You're a mid-update.
A mid-update.
The hot tub is not fully installed yet.
No. The infinity pool and the Juliet balcony are not not done being erected.
There we go. So you guys should
along with lighting. I wonder. So if I do.
Look, we can share it. Come here.
So there's your feedback.
That's not what I want.
Mike, I sent you access. I thought I did that last night. I'm sorry.
No worries. I looked at least briefly much of this. Just.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to touch base on that Grateful Dead thing?
Yes.
I'm curious. Excuse me, your thoughts.
I will be prepared to do that. And you can do that whenever. So.
I'm sorry?
You can do that whenever.
Okay. Okay.
I officially have a stack on the left side of the pedestal, and the cat is sitting on the right side. So, we're sharing. Cat tail. Cat butt! Cat butt!
Oh, man.
Cat butt! Cat butt!
I don't have you up, so if there's anybody in the chat, they're like, what is happening?
Oh, she totally just...
Cat
butt! You're not sharing! You're not sharing well anymore.
Cat butt.
It's my new podcast. Cat butt.
Okay.
Come here. We have to share.
One more shot, and I think we're good to go. If I haven't missed anything.
See
I
if we
need to
can
update
share.
the dock.
You got updated duck?
A dock. No, the dock.
Okay. That's all set. We should be streaming. Let's see if I got a chat room out there.
Hi, chat room. You want to see some cat butt? Wahoo!
Hello.
Welcome, chat room, to the AwesomeCast Cat Butt Extravaganza!
Ganza.
Son of a...
What?
Nah,
Okay.
I was trying to close a different window, and
It's falling apart
Oh,
for
man.
Chilla over there. You know, coffee's weird, isn't it?
Coffee is weird.
Coffee is weird. We're consuming
Weird.
something that's black. I'm ready for this.
Cat hostess.
I got word we might have a good get for Indy Mayhem show tonight. Yeah. Apparently somebody lost an indie wrestler, and I think they found him.
Oh,
Lost.
The Del Rio thing, Katie?
yeah. I was gonna say, oh, they found Del Rio. Do we have Del Rio?
No, we have the guy that was, we have well, actually we have booked already the girlfriend of the guy that was supposed to face him in that match, and so they're like, hey, you want to do something with him too? And I don't know, Eamon's working it out. So
Woohoo, Eamon.
we also like ended up with the guy that was there when Jeff Jarrett flipped out on an indie guy, an indie promoter, like I don't know, a few months ago, last year I guess. Okay.
Cat butt extravaganza.
How are you guys doing out there? Anybody need some more time?
I need 1 more minute. I need 60 more seconds.
59, 58. Oh, good. If I have 60 seconds, I might do something then. And I'm mobile. Tour of Mom and Dad's house.
Katie, remember, be careful with that because I know Hangout's been like kind of crashing out and overheating when I use it. and
I have nothing plugged in. I do not have my phone plugged in. It's fully charged, and I have nothing else running. So
Okay.
we'll see if that works.
and plus, there's been a major update since. Oh, this is crazy. I have a Google Drive. I have Google Doc up on like the iPad and my computer to the right. So I'm watching the movements of both corners of my eye as Chilla is typing.
What's that?
What?
You're typing, and I have you on two screens, like on both sides of me, and they're both going, and it was just like freaking me out.
It's like you're surrounded by me.
It's like I'm surrounded by you texting, typing stuff. I don't know. I don't officially have an awesome thing just yet, so I will go last. You see, we have a Patreon supporter.
Yay!
I think I find it questionable slightly, but we'll play the game.
You're streaming. Shh. Why won't I flip again? Flip.
Oh, she's stuck.
Flip.
I just leave it like that.
Maybe I should just rotate you on this side.
Wait. Does that work? Yay! I did it. I have no idea.
What's your shirt? What's your shirt?
Oh.
I spotted Mario. There you go.
I'm doing my part too. I know the guys will probably be doing theirs later. But
I'm dressed for my thing tonight.
yes.
There you
Got
go.
the hippie clothes on.
There you go. We're all representing. I got some headlocked comic book there, which my new friend at the coffee shop. We were talking San Diego Comic Con today. All right. I think I'm good to go if you guys are. Sheila, you're playing with effects.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get myself a little brighter.
Turn the effect off. Let me see what you look like on my end. Okay.
Hold on.
Is there
Let
like
me
a
switch it back to original.
yeah. It looks fine. I mean, in comparison.
I think I'm a little dark, but
No, it's fine. It's fine. Everybody's looking real good. Everybody, bring in the sexy this week. Good job. Good job, everybody.
Chilla's using digital things. I'm stacking books and have my checkbook like holding this phone up on a cat pedestal.
Well, one of the things I do is I make the video real small, and then I make the Google Doc extremely large and put it in its own window outside of the rest of the tabs as a light source. So I have this white screen open to give me front lighting.
Nice.
Just playing with the idea. Since there was 4 of us, I wanted to do a 4-up of everybody, but I'm afraid I'm going to crash everything.
I wanted to be able to like poke at people.
Hold on. Okay, real quick. I got a little bit extra time, so let's see what we can do with this. So I got a pre-made 3 that I can throw up here, and then but everybody's different sizes.
I'm officially at the point with my laptop that I can it no longer supports Google Drive at all. With the last update.
Wait, what kind of laptop is it?
It's my whatever. It's my ancient MacBook. I think it has to be at least like a 10.7, and I don't think I'm a 10.7. I think I'm 10.6.
Oof.
I just can't upgrade it anymore. There's nothing I can do with it. So I'm actually, thankfully, my mom has her Envy here. Yay!
There you go.
Back up. I'm like, I don't know how to use this laptop. It's different than mine.
All right, I just did this kind of quickie style, so this is what I got. Oh, I'm sorry. There, now you can see it. How's that?
I like it.
I love it.
Do we have to sing the Brady Bunch?
I say it's not perfect. It's gonna drive me nuts, but I just did a quickie. But okay, all right, we'll play with that. And record. 257. Did anybody else get a kick out of 256 last week as a number? Oh, I almost forgot something too.
How many kilobits per second?
For me, I'm thinking the color palette for a Super Nintendo.
Beep, boop.
I almost forgot. I'm going to start this episode with a joke.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm just going to play it for you so you can hear it, and I'm going to just edit it in later.
Oh, I got late behind you. Oh, you're going to film me, don't you?
Yes, please, if I can.
Hold on.
Okay, did you hear about that new band? Their name is 1023 Megabytes. They haven't got a gig yet.
I'm putting that right before the music. All right, right?
Okay. That's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the AwesomeCast 257. I'm Mike Sorgan, Pittsburgh, PA at Sorgatron on the Twitters. Hey, big thanks to Rob Powers of the Net Result, the IT company that helps us out at Sinclair every Monday. Ran into him, and he shared with me a little bit of IT humor, and I just thought I'd pass that along. This is the venue for that kind of thing, and I really hope that DJ Lunchbox doesn't listen because he hates those kinds of jokes. But anyways, we got a wide assortment. Everybody is digital this week. That means I can do a shot like this if you're on video. So we're very Brady Bunch today. Everybody joining us online in various. It's a story of a cast named Awesome. There you go. Awesome. So first with us from Studio B, currently still under renovations. They didn't complete. The hot tub is not installed yet. It's John Chichilla from a whole borough away in Dormont, PA, at Chilla on the Twitters. How you doing this week?
Pretty good. How are you doing? And my infinity pool. The infinity pool and the Juliet balcony. Not installed yet either.
There you go. That's the wish list right there. Also with us, also in Studio C, what are you, up in Newcastle, right?
Yes, I'm up all the way up north.
Yes.
Oh shoot! The cat found the toy that makes the cricket noise. That mystery noise. Yes, you know where the. I should not be on a tech show. Why do you even allow me to come on this show?
Once again, for those, you're back to one of your amazing setup here. You have an iPhone propped up.
It's propped on my cat's pedestal that she uses to look out the window on 4 books in a notebook, and I have my checkbook in front, like holding it up. Yeah, you should not allow me to be on a show about technology. Amazing.
Hey, it makes it work, right? And also back with us, our friend in the paper media. He's your Uncle Crappy. He's a beer guy. He's the beer guy. He is Mike Pound.
This week I am a hippie music guy.
There you go. There you go.
It's gonna when these two things to cross, I'm pretty happy. So this
fantastic. Fantastic. And when we're speaking of hippie music guy, we're going to talk about that a little bit too. And hopefully, you've been filming a lot. I haven't caught up with anything, but is the beer guy on Post Gazette out?
It's called Beer Me.
Beer Me. I'm sorry.
You can find it at. We're just going to go ahead and say we're going to find it at post-gazette.com/beerme. I've been going for not quite. I don't know how many episodes I've done. Working on setting up another one at one of our breweries in Millville. That would be the next show that comes out next week. But it's been very, very cool. It's gotten a very nice reception, and I'm happy to continue to be able to talk about beer on video. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. It's the dream gig, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I'll try to pull up some video of that for before we get out of here. So anyways, this is the AwesomeCast. We like to talk tech, geeky, and have a lot of fun here at AwesomeCast.net. We also have another show, which I think we're going to actually have another episode pop up of the Awesome Chat over there. We got something very, very fun and video game based this week, but you can check out all the past episodes of this and that there. You can also find links to subscribe to us on iTunes, YouTube, Stitcher, Spreaker, iHeartRadio for this and the other show. Please rate us, especially on iTunes. It helps a lot for other people to find the show, and even if you're not clicking on the Amazon links or drop it in the Patreon, just doing that to help people discover us is a huge, huge help. Even if you don't regularly have us on iTunes, if you have it on your computer, I think most of you probably do out there, please just drop in. Just click some star rating, write a review, whatever the case may be. We don't have any right now, and I think that's really been detrimental to us kind of getting out there a bit more. But I know you guys are listening. You keep telling me on the Twitters and the emails. I thank you. It's been coming up in conversation. It's been fantastic. Also, you can check out, you can actually contact us on social media at AwesomeCast, Facebook, Google+. We have a Facebook group you can drop in and comment on. AwesomeCast at sorgatronmedia.com if you want to drop an email as well. And you can join us live every Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern at AwesomeCast. I'm sorry, live.awesomecast.net. And like I mentioned real quick, the Patreon. It's a way that you guys, if you're not checking out some of the stuff that we have linked over there, if you're not able to get in town and check out some Slice on Broadway and supporting them who support us, you can go to the patreon.com/awesomecast, and we have our first patron. So big thanks, big $5 from per episode for Thistle Seed Business Development up in Cranberry Township, PA. Awesome. Going to give you a plug for that, a high plug for $5 worth of a plug right there. So thank you very much for supporting the show. I hope you guys are enjoying it up there, and I hope you continue to. So let's get into the awesome things of the week. Let's first roll over to Chilla. What you got,
I
buddy?
Get to go first?
Yeah, sure. Because you're the next one on the switcher.
So mine is actually, it's called savefrom.net.
Okay.
And what savefrom.net does is it lets you take pretty much any link that contains a video, and it lets you download it locally right on your machine. From anywhere from YouTube.com, Dailymotion, Vimeo, pretty much anything you want to take video off, rip it off of a website, they allow you to do that. I personally like this. Facebook, it'll allow you to rip Facebook video, Twitch, whatnot. I like this because, and I think we've talked about this before on the show, I'm not necessarily saying I want to steal a bunch of video. What I do want to do is be able to take video with me on my train ride to work, watch it, and then delete it. I hit probably two to three major stints where I don't have connectivity, and I am trying to watch more video than I am audio when I can. And this allows me to do just that. Obviously, it can be used for nefarious purposes too. If you want to download massive amounts of video off of YouTube and then take it and do whatever you want with it. What I'm saying is this to me allows an offline experience when you may not be able to be online. The cool thing that I really liked about savefrom.net is they also have a section for webmasters where they've created a button that you can customize and set color on. You can set the font on it, and then it generates a bunch of JavaScript for your button, and then you put that on your video, and it allows anyone to then download it. So if you wanted people to be able to take your video and download it, and you wanted to promote that offline experience, this allows you to do that. So I thought this was a pretty cool little website, little utility, another tool for the toolkit, and I actually use this quite often now.
That's going to be a tool for my toolkit, because seriously, in my line of business, if we want video that someone else has shot, we have to figure out how to get it.
Right.
And now, man, if we get permission, we have this and we go, and that's pretty cool.
Right. I have actually
been helpful.
I've been using a plugin for Firefox. It's just like a Flash video download or something. But I like that you have that ability. Like, I like this idea that I don't have to set up a whole other thing for people to download the shows. I can just use the YouTube I'm already using for this. Although I do wonder, does that count? Do I get a view at least? Right. But still, I kind of just want people to experience it. Right. First and foremost, if I'm getting stats or not. But yeah, I'm earmarking this to maybe integrate into the site. Maybe we'll do.
The reason I like it as well versus having a plugin for your browser. Obviously, then it's browser. This is browser agnostic. It works pretty much on anything.
Right.
And I don't have to load someone's plugin to my browser that's sitting there doing something that I may not know it's doing, or that it's running all the time or whatnot. So I've used programs like Ari, I don't know how you pronounce it. That's actually an app on your machine. Same thing. I'm not sure I want someone's application sitting there running all the time just so I can download a video occasionally. To me, this is a better, safer way to do it.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm earmarking it for all kinds of stuff. Because, yeah, same thing, Mike. I'm grabbing footage. Sometimes it's easier for me to just like use that plugin to grab footage off of YouTube of something I did to use somewhere else. Like I found myself on the Sawtooth Willie. He's been calling back the video, so I'm putting a little corner, hey, check out this episode kind of thing. And I just completely steal it off of myself instead of like going and finding the assets. Right? It works fine, right? So. And even Unsung, when we did that kind of thing, we would always have to pull a B-roll off of all the nonprofits to put into the show. So very, very handy. Or if you have a video site that doesn't have Chromecast support, is what I've been using it for recently.
Right.
And I use the video stream extension to bring that in. Awesome. So that's is it en.savefrom.net, or I guess it's just the English version?
It's just the English version. When I went there, you can just type in savefrom.net and it takes you to your localized language.
Awesome. Go check it out. Thanks, Chilla. Dutters, you're the next one on the switcher in the lineup.
Hi,
hey.
I'm Dutters. I have Jewelbots. It's at currently Kickstarter. They're $79,000, which is pretty fantastic.
Nice.
What they are friendship bracelets that teach girls to code. They're these little doodad bracelets, and it's a little flower design, it looks like, on it. And whenever you get close to another, a friend that has one, you can program it to light up, and you can send messages back and forth. It'll vibrate. It's essentially a secret code you could set up between friends. But what I really think is cool, because you know everything about drones, you can go in and code this however you want. And to get notifications for certain things, weather updates, notify your parents, and fly a drone. If you look on the website, it is fly a drone.
Nice.
So I could use this guy to, I think it's all Bluetooth. Looks like how it's sending things. It's got a little USB, and but it's a fun way for, they're touting it as a way for girls to code. And they're also from the group that did, where did it go? Oh no. Something hack with your daughters. Where'd it go? I just lost it on the page. Take Your Daughter to Hack, a day-long bi-coastal event that lets parents and daughters and sons create wearable projects using different open source coding. So they also are sponsors of that. Such as a neat way to, expose kids to coding, and fun. Like I said, if you can fly a drone with one of these bracelets, I'm totally in. I want one.
This really does. This does kind of also lend to what we discussed before about kind of creating wearables that are kind of more that fit in like as jewelry. Like we talked about the Leaf a few weeks ago, that was really kind of targeted at women, very specifically. So what do you think about? I don't know if you saw our Leaf discussion from a couple weeks ago in this. What do you think about like that kind of move to kind of fit in a little more and be a more okay visual for especially women to wear.
I like it. I think it's. I mean, it's. I would not. And people, I don't like when people are like, oh, I don't want things too girly because that means that I'm you can't. You kind of walk this fine line of being a girl and being too girly. Like, people look down on being too girly, which I think is absolutely ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's entitled to be who they want, and people really like the customized jewelry. They like to blend in, especially the wearables. What a lot of people don't like Fitbits because it's like you have a chunky bracelet on your wrist, and some people don't mind. I mean, I wore one for a while, but I think just the way it's becoming more customized, and you're seeing more wearables working into the wardrobes now and being much better looking. I think it's a great new target market, and you know what? If it's what people want, sell it.
Awesome. Mm-hmm. And finally, wait, go check that out. Yeah, look that up on Kickstarter. How much do they have left?
Though I think they were, where'd it go?
They're over. They had 30,000.
Yeah.
They were in the 70,000s, and they have 23 days to go.
Yep. So they're going to hit about 80,000 here in any day now.
Good. I mean, it shows there's a hell of a market for these kinds of things. And
I love the whole exposing kids to coding so young. I'm so jealous. It's not fair. Why didn't we have this kind of stuff?
Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, I remember all we had was like a C+ class as an option, right? And it just wasn't attractive. Like, even if you were really into, like, kind of into coding, right? Mm-hmm. So. Great. Uncle Crappy, I found your website, by the way.
Okay.
So we can show that off here a little bit. So there's a little bit of beer me. Here's a little bit of him hanging out. Look at that great picture of him with the beer over there. Look at that. Look at that stair shot.
I should probably redo that because that was shot in the middle of winter, and the sweater and all of those things.
Yeah, you got full on beard. You got very beard going on right there. So
full. That's another cue. Another cue that it's wintertime. You got the full beard.
Awesome. So what is your awesome thing of the week?
Because I am the printer little guy, my awesome thing of the week is a book.
Oh.
And we're going to talk about this stuff at some point during the show. The context is the Grateful Dead held their final shows, what were advertised to be their final shows, not last weekend, but the weekend before, 4th of July weekend. And Mike actually came across a Wired story about some of the tech innovations that had sprung from the Grateful Dead's past, from the hippie bands that I listened to a little bit. And this, I'll explain this further when we get to that point of the show, but that book is an excellent roundup if you are into rock and roll, if you are into tech, those, or some convergence of that, you will enjoy this. It's also an excellent history of the band too, but it takes you through all the innovations in great detail that sprung from the band's 50-year history. So it's a cool thing. I would recommend it highly, and we're going to talk more about it at some point today.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll get to that right after the break. But first, we do have an app of the week from Dutters.
Hi. Okay, so we're always talking about Uber and what it does for grown-ups. But now there is Hop, Skip, Drive, which is just in LA right now. But it is an Uber for kids. Essentially, they screen these adults who drive these kids. Like, if you can't take your kids to a certain practice or pick them up, you can use this app and find yourself a ride for your kid. And they've raised $3.9 million in seed funding for this. And it allows you to monitor where your child's at. Like, you can track them on your phone with the GPS.
Mm-hmm.
And you also, I think there was a talk of a camera, so you could actually see them in the car.
Yeah.
But it goes anything from parents for like a $20 ride or a $12 ride.
So it's like a babysitter kind of setup, but for soccer mom drivers, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's I mean, if you look at it, if your kid is done with practice at 5:30 and you leave work at 5 o'clock downtown, I mean, there's not much you can do a lot of times, especially with the traffic in our city. And I'm sure LA, it's a million times worse out that way.
Mm-hmm.
And but just, maybe it's worth it for you to spend $12 to make sure your kid gets back and forth to practice, because you don't have to leave work an hour early or something. It's a great idea, and they go through some rigorous background checks, fingerprinted. There's the whole nine to making sure that these people are okay. But I actually think it's a pretty cool service, because it's from the sound of my friends with kids there, who's playing basketball, who's into soccer, who's band practice, and trying to get everywhere, 15 different places. You almost need another set of hands and another car to keep your sanity.
Well, it's interesting because it says 5+ years of child care experience. I wonder does that just mean you need your own kid that's 5 or above, or do you need some kind of extra?
So like professional childcare,
right?
Probably, I would imagine. They would do some sort of interviews with families maybe you've worked with as a nanny or babysitting, I'm guessing, or maybe if you worked with a public facility. But they,
I like the idea. And do they do I'm trying to scroll. It'd be interesting. Do they do round trip? Because what happens if you get one of these things to get your kid there and then they can't get home?
Yeah, it looks like you can schedule it as round trips.
Oh, that's
right,
cool.
Right. Like the one thing I'm reading here is talking about, kids got ballet this Wednesday at 4. Kids got karate at Tuesday at 3. Use your dashboard to set up your kids' rides. So, I think you connect the dots on that well in advance. And they're saying, you have to have everything scheduled 24 hours. It's not Uber where you're just like, I'm down on the north side drinking, I need an Uber, and you hit the button, right?
What if I am down on the south side drinking and I'm like, someone has to get the kids?
There you go. Then you're just like, well, you're already at that point. You're not, as a parent, you're probably not already vetting everything, so you just ordered an Uber driver for them anyways. So, yeah.
I need you to go get my kids.
You already paid for it, so why not, right? So, all right. Awesome. Go check that out, hopskipdrive.com. What you say they're just in LA, or
they're right in LA right now, but with that $3.9 million, I expect them to start really spreading out pretty darn quickly.
Oh, I'm sure they'll be in San Francisco next, and you know how it goes. Seattle, for instance. No, that's awesome. That's awesome. So completely Uberizes that whole deal. All right, we do have from the chat room, Alex Carr is speaking of California, he's out there. Actually near-ish LA, if I'm not mistaken. But he's saying his awesome thing of the week is whatever he's going to buy on Amazon Prime today for Prime Day. And I know we're going to talk about that here in a moment, of course. And I think that's all I have at the moment. So, hey, we want to talk some Grateful Dead with Uncle Crappy. But first, let's talk about, first you got to kick back. You got to have some pizza. Enjoy your podcast with us. Yeah. Right. You know, Crappy, right? Yeah, you have a beer.
Absolutely.
You have a beer. You're cracking something open there, right? What do you got? What are you drinking tonight for the beer fanatics out there?
This is my second one. This is from Ithaca Beer Company in upstate New York. It's called Cruiser. It is a Berliner Weiss. It's a little tart. It is perfect for a summertime consumption, or even when I'm upstairs in our drafty old house and it's a little stuffy up here. So that works pretty well.
Awesome. But with that beer, you can, because I think there's still BYOB, our friends down there over at Slice on Broadway. You can check them out, sliceonbroadway.com. They actually have some on hand as well, at least in the Beachview location here, right along the tracks in the South Hills of Pittsburgh. They got some great stuff down there, some great high-quality pizza. They got 2 locations, like I said, right here in Beachview, as well as in downtown Main Street in Carnegie, PA. If you can find your way around the construction to get to that, you'll be rewarded by great pizza. So thank you to them and supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with some perfect pepperoni pizza. And please follow them, PGH_Slice on the Twitter, as well as Slice on Broadway on the Instagram and Facebook. And thank them for supporting the AwesomeCast for well over a year. Thank you. So, and also with that, let's take a quick look at last week around these here parts in Sorgatron Media. All right. You okay over there?
Yes, I'm dancing. I'm dancing through the Sorg stuff.
All right. All right, check out all those shows. Great stuff last week. Great interviews if you're into pro wrestling. WrestlingMayhemShow.com, InsertCoin2Begin.com for the video games. Good stuff all across the network, and more coming up this week as well. So let's first... Again, we wanted Mike on here because I saw this article. I honestly skimmed it It seemed pretty cool, but I knew you were the man for this one. So there was a Wired article that came across my email. Call them hippies, but the Grateful Dead were pioneers, or tech pioneers, actually. So, they go back a bit. A little bit.
They go back a bit. This was the reason they played the shows in Chicago 4th of July weekend was this would be their 50th anniversary. Mm-hmm. So, and several members of the band, including Jerry Garcia, who died in 1995, actually had been playing together longer than that. So, but as a band, that 1965 is when they started. So they had a lot of time together. They had this spirit of experimentation that's obviously reflected in the music, but it was reflected in the business and kind of technical side of everything they did as well. Starting with like sound system, going into letting audiences tape their shows. The idea of a social network kind of built up around this band very, very early on. And not all this stuff is sort of covered a little bit in this Wired story. I don't know if there's anything that you want me just to go, because I can do that.
Please go for it. You're the fan. I want to interpret this. I'm really fascinated by.
Okay.
I'm the kind of guy that I loved Catching Hall Fire, for instance, for like the old school, like what was technology, like what was the cutting edge there in the mid '80s, right, or early '80s, I guess. So like for these guys, what was cutting edge? You mentioned a couple of them, but what really stuck out
when they started performing in 1960s, nobody paid attention to sound at all. There was a house PA system, and you plugged into that, and you might have some monitors on stage and small things, so you can sort of hear what you're doing. But that was not a priority.
Oh, so so pretty much like an indie wrestling show.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I don't know if indie wrestling shows had wealthy patrons who earn their money selling LSD all up and down the West Coast.
I don't know about in Pittsburgh, but I'm sure somewhere there is.
That was the case for the Grateful Dead. There's a guy named Stanley Owsley, nicknamed as Bear. He befriended the band. He had a lot of money because he started making LSD when it was still legal, actually. And he was always bothered by the sound quality. So there were several kind of things where they were making their own gear and expanding a little bit. Until 1972 and 73, they came up with this thing called the Wall of Sound. And I don't know if you have a picture of this anywhere, Mike. If you Google the Wall of Sound, you'll come up with one pretty quick. It was this massive thing. This is it required a 40-foot semi-trailer. It required a full a day to set up. And eventually they stopped using it because it was so expensive to haul around. But the sound was so clean and so loud that it's really never been duplicated. One of the things that they had to do, and this is pointed out in the Wired story, because they placed all the speakers behind the musicians. There were no monitors in front, so each musician kind of had their own stack of speakers. And to one of the things that they had to do so they wouldn't get feedback from vocals is they developed these kind of two-pronged microphones that were noise canceling. And that technology, eventually was sold to NASA.
Wow.
There are these jumps like this. I mentioned the social network, the Well in the Bay Area, that sprung up largely, and it was it's a message board, and this was late 60s, early 70s. That sprung up. So people could say, "Hey, I have tapes of this show. Here's the set list from the show they just played," and this kind of obsessive discussions sprung up, and that was it's a really early form of a social network and social media. The idea of show recordings, fans were able to do that, and we've traded tapes now. A BitTorrent developed in part because we wanted an easier way to trade recordings of these shows, and now the bands are kind of involved with this as well. When I have this, I will show you this. This is a ticket from an evening in Mo a couple years ago. The band is called Mo. They're a hippie band from upstate New York. You buy that ticket, you also buy one of these if you want. And what this does is about 10 minutes after the show is over, you walk up to the merch booth and you grab this. It's a thumb drive, and the show that you just heard, along with some pictures and whatever other stuff the band wants to put on there, is on this drive. And boom, you take this home, and you're listening to it at the same time. This is a ticket stub from Fish. This ticket stub, you have the code on the barcode here. For the price you pay for the show, you're able, and I bring a laptop with me when we go see them, because that night, by the time when we're back in the hotel room, if we're traveling, we are able to download a copy of that show.
Wow. Linkin Park, I've heard Linkin Park did that too.
Yeah. Oh, and this is stuff. It's not all it's straight line developed because of what the Grateful Dead did, but there's this influence. There's a thing if you search hashtag Couch Tour, you will find people discussing on Twitter, if Fish is out or Widespread Panic is out. They were just here in Pittsburgh a few weeks ago. A number of bands like that. People stream them. They have these are all taper-friendly bands, but people will set up mics, pretty elaborate setups, and you can sit in your house and listen to audio feeds, and sometimes, in some occasions, listen to video feeds or watch video feeds that people are just doing from out in the audience.
So is this? I mean, obviously, we've had discussions, and I think you've been on here talking about as well with Periscope and Meerkat, what that's done for the news industry, or going to do, or will do. Who knows at what point we are with that kind of evolution? Do you see that certainly being kind of adopted into what you're already seeing there?
There were people who periscoped, and I found streams like that during the 4th of July weekend for the Dead shows in Chicago.
Yeah.
It's for those purposes, it's still a little rough.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. You can sneak in the kind of a makeshift tripod. The video quality is going to be a little bit better. But some people do. Some people pull off really, really nice looking video streams. Audio is obviously more common, and in some cases the audio can be pretty good. And then the Grateful Dead shows from Chicago were all streamed by the band, so I can watch that. But the band does not have. They will have official releases that come out in a few weeks. But I already have audience copies that fans recorded legally, with the band's blessing, of all 3 Chicago shows plus the 2 they did out in California the weekend before. And I was able. Those were all available within a couple days of that run being over. So that's all. It's BitTorrent. Boom! I have them. They're on my iPod, and I've been listening to them obsessively since.
Awesome. It's a great article. It's really good to kind of look at it. I mean, you got to kind of look at the history of this, how things developed, how did we get to this point. And I think Grateful Dead I'm not a musical fan of Grateful Dead myself, but definitely appreciate the contributions that they've done. And I love watching you going nuts for them too.
I could talk about this.
Oh, yeah, every time I see the tweets from the Fish concert, I'm like, oh, there he goes, there he goes.
Only one Fish show this summer. So if you follow me, what is it? The first Friday in August. You can mute me for that night or follow along, whichever your preference is. But,
hey,
but it's coming. It's coming.
I was the same this weekend when I was all wrestling all weekend long. I don't do it. I try not to on my mainstream, but it was just me. So this is what I'm doing.
Pretty good.
So it's nice not being on the other side of the camera for once for those things. So.
I would one more plug about this book.
Sure.
And if you're a Deadhead, it is a very, very cool thing because it is a very thorough history of the band, and it goes all the way through from 65 to 95.
Nice.
But if you do have an interest in technology, particularly as it pertains to music, the instruments, sound technology, and you even get into some of this digital stuff in 1995. It is definitely worth a read. So so be sure to check that out.
Go check it out. We'll throw a link up on the AwesomeCast.net. You guys check it out.
Perfect.
We got affiliate links so you can support the show while you're at it. So Alrighty. What else we got here? Let's go to Dutters. You got a couple of things. What was this crossed off?
I have no idea.
What's happening here? Well, hey, let's go local for this. Tell me about an app live in the App Store developed by a CMU grab.
I don't know how we missed this. Not that how we missed it. It was it won the TechCrunch Disrupt New York 2015 hackathon.
Nice.
Won the grand prize. So it's a big deal. What it is, it's kind of like Periscope, but you have a certain connection with friends that you have a close circle with, like you would have your best friend, maybe your family, whatever. And if you were in a situation where you need to send them your location and a video of what was going on, it will. If you watch the video on the app, it shows them, it comes up as a call from witness, and then it says that to check your text messages, and then you can actually get into it. But I think they were working on whether or not it was going to be a black screen. I was reading the TechCrunch article quickly, and it was talking about whether they could get a black screen so they couldn't see the person who, the person obviously attacking you wouldn't see a display. Mm-hmm. So it would be like a secret thing, but I could see how they would be a little nervous about that. But they're kind of working around that because it was going to go to a black screen when recording began, which was designed to hide the fact that you were actively recording. So that's what they wanted to do, but they were having a little trouble in the App Store as far as just some regulations, obviously. Right. But they're trying different user interfaces to see if there's somewhere between like a fully black screen. But essentially, it does just it sends a message out to those close to you and a video. It's a Periscope type feed that lets them see what's going on. Not only was it mentioned for, if you were in maybe a shady neighborhood, or even it kind of was a big deal because of all the police things that were going on. So this is kind of a real big thing. But the gentleman is Marinos Bernasitas. I'm going to totally butcher that name. I apologize. But it's in the App Store now, and it looks a fantastic app, I think, as far as safety goes.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes back to, why can't I remember their name? The guy, Life Shell, thank you. We're trying to do a similar, like theirs was more like a reactive, social, hey, panic button, come help me kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But this is, again, using video, and I think in a very, very smart way, kind of another angle on a similar situation, right? Mm-hmm. So... this is, I think it's a really cool app, and like I said, you can customize it to who actually gets the notifications, which is nice, and it's not, sending it out to, but it's actually a legitimate app trying to protect people and make them feel safer. Mm-hmm. And like I said, it's a CMU grad. What the heck? Sneaky. Yeah, but to be fair, there's so much coming out of there. There's a lot you can miss going on there.
Yeah, it's not our fault. It's them. Stop being so talented.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
There's that sort of reminds me. There's a thing that I read about this. I think just like in the last few days, a similar app. It is built by American Civil Liberties Union in California, and I'm trying to find this. I think it's called Mobile Justice, something like that. I have no idea about status if it's available right now. The idea is this is a little more politically charged than what Kate's talking about. You are filming. This is built to film police interactions. So if you think something is going on that shouldn't be going on, you can film it, and then with one click, you can send it. It will go straight. It will be uploaded to an ACLU server, the American Civil Liberties Union. So they have it, and that's done instantly. So if there is a police officer who maybe says, I need to take your phone, or I need to delete what you just filmed, it's that the video's already gone. So obviously this is kind of coming at a similar situation from a different angle, but that reminded me of what this ACLU thing does. Let's see if I can find you.
It is called Mobile Justice.
Okay.
And it also gives you the, at least in the state of California, the law enforcement, what rights you have in regards to filming something. And that's
important. That's stuff that's good to know.
And I do like how it says, don't do anything the officer might perceive as a physical threat or reaching for a weapon. It's like, common sense things too that sometimes.
Yes, and that was in the stuff that I read about this. That was featured prominently. They want to know about this stuff, but they want members of the public who are using this app to use some common sense and be a little bit careful too.
I've sent a link out on Twitter, Facebook, Google Plus, everything for the ACLU mobile justice for anybody that wants to check that out. Hey, while I'm at it, I threw this in right under her CMU story if you want to check this out. One I didn't get too deep into, but speaking of CMU, Glotto, GLOTTO, is making CMU a living lab for the Internet of Things. So they're doing a $500,000 Google-funded project led by a team of CMU tech experts. This is according to nextpittsburgh.com. By the way, if you're in the Pittsburgh area and not following nextpittsburgh.com, shame on you. There's such good stuff. They were at the social media day, and they're just like, and I didn't realize like how much of a mission they had, but it's just like we're doing social good stories. So it's like, okay, I just like a bunch of stuff I liked because it is just about like getting out, exploring Pittsburgh, how great Pittsburgh is, and all the great technology stuff happening here, which is a big story about this place. So you see a lot of stories like this. So another thing, going on here, we shared this on the social media today. If you want to get more into it, but pretty cool that they're doing a lot of Internet of Things stuff in there. Chilla, this is probably more up your alley for diving into a little bit. So from there, let's wind it back to some television, guys. So big story that came out this week. Comcast has launched its own streaming service, which is intriguing. So you don't need a cable service. This is only available in certain markets because they're dealing with the local television channels. But basically, for $15, you can get all your local channels, so all of your NBC, ABC, whatever the case may be, and HBO. So basically, for the price of HBO Now, you can just get digital streams and on demand and actually a cloud DVR, I guess, along with it. No ESPN, no other cable channels, really just local channels and HBO. For some, that might be enough, right?
And I wonder where this is available. Like, I know people that this would work perfectly for, except for because they are in a remote location,
right?
And they can't get cable to their house, but for that reason, they can't get broadband speed internet to their house either. So streaming isn't necessarily even an option for them. To me, this sounds like Arrow all over again.
Yes, exactly.
But
exactly.
by a bigger company that.
But it's more. I think it's more of a Sling TV sort of thing, and also this only works in. It's going to be only in areas that have Comcast. They're calling it an IP over a TV IP-based managed network. Basically, what that means is it's coming over, yes, the internet, but I think there's no difference between how this works and how
your cable box probably works.
Yeah, like your cable box works, like the streaming on that, right? Because this doesn't work outside your home. This doesn't work on any other internet. Everything's in-house, so basically you're getting a stripped-down cable package that doesn't actually require cable as it is. So,
but you're saying it doesn't work out of my home, like I can't use it on a tablet or mobile device?
Well, you can use it on a tablet or mobile device on your home network. I'm pretty sure you're required to have a you'll need Comcast internet service to subscribe. So just like now, where you have to sign in, you can get all that in-home DVR stuff on like say DirecTV does this too. But usually it just works on the same Wi-Fi as your box, or it's on that. It knows it's your home internet service through Comcast. That's how this is going to work as well. So it's not like Hulu where I can walk around watching it wherever.
Yeah, I'm not. So the $15 is in addition to the non-bundled Comcast internet bill that's now probably going to go up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I can see. I don't know. This seems very gimmicky to where Comcast can say, "Look, we can let you cut the cord too."
It feels like they're just throwing bundles of technology against the wall to see what sticks.
Yes, you can cut the cord as long as you run Ethernet from our Ethernet cord.
Right. You're not really cutting the cord; you still have their cord,
and
right?
You still pay us a bill.
Yeah, and this is they also say this kind of replaces, because they currently have, you can actually get, I think, internet through them, and they'll throw in HBO Go, just with internet. So
which goes to show you how much money they're making off of internet. If they can afford to give you something that
they're desperate at this point.
HBO's paying or charging them, I don't know. I'm going to make a guess at $8 a month or $7 a month for.
But also, how complicated is it to be a Comcast subscriber at this point when you're looking at all these services? Because,
And that's the tough part is
Yeah.
that all the decisions and all the you can and all the nickel and diming. You can add this for just $3 more a month. For $5 more a month, you can do this, and for 10, you can bundle these two things.
10 if you want all that in HD, right?
Yeah.
So
I think it's too overwhelming for the average consumer to the point where you have two types of consumers. You have, okay, fine, just give me everything. I'm not dealing with it. Or, you know what, don't give me anything because I can't afford it.
Right, exactly. And they're trying to hit everybody in that sweet spot. As long as they can get something from you. And it doesn't even include ESPN or anything, too. And the one Core Killers, I think, was talking about how even ESPN, since nobody really cares too much about having ESPN because they can all pay for WWE Network, MLB TV, etc., they're upping the prices of ESPN to make up so they don't lose money. So, way to go, Disney. Yeah. Hey, we talked about Xbox Music last week. I see they're getting free streaming for tracks stored in OneDrive. So that's kind of the answer to the iTunes Match and the Google Drive upload scheme, isn't it?
Yeah. I always wonder about these where free streaming for tracks stored. Like, I'd be more interested in the tracks stored in OneDrive don't count against your OneDrive space.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope that if I stored a file on Dropbox, I would be allowed to stream it for free. You know what I mean?
But the whole point is Dropbox isn't a music application. The whole point is it's your music application, Xbox Music, which is going to be what we say it was Groove or something last week, that recognizes it. It makes sense. It's just like I throw all my footage into Google Drive and all pops up in my Google Photos and makes the most interesting stories with all my raw footage.
But you're storing photos in an online file storage section. To me, you're storing music,
right,
to an online file storage area. Could you imagine that if they said? Could you imagine if Microsoft, and this is why I don't understand why this is news. If Microsoft said, you're not allowed to stream the music you store in your OneDrive. How silly would that be? Then why would you put any music in there?
But again, it's not that you can't stream it, because if you open up like the OneDrive app, I'm sure you could like play the file over there, but they're saying this shows up over here as well. Like, it's a distinction of we're pointing this information you have here in your drive to this other application that otherwise has no hooks whatsoever, right?
But it's all Microsoft on the back end. That's true. It'd be more interesting if you said Xbox just gave you access to Google Drive and Dropbox and Box and every other thing, and allows you to stream music from those sections as well as OneDrive and your Xbox Music Pass.
Mm-hmm.
To me, this is silly, and maybe I'm either not reading deep enough into it or I'm just playing it off. I just don't understand why this.
I think it was just a feature ad in general.
Yeah.
But listen, Chilla, I'm going to step you up to the story that's getting you excited. But first, I want to talk about another Amazon story. Okay.
Okay.
And this goes, and this is your territory too. So apparently, according to imore.com, it looks like the Amazon Echo will now support Wink-controlled smart home hardware. Have you turned your house into a voice-activated everything yet?
I played around with this using a bunch of different plugins and craziness.
Mm-hmm.
I actually put a Bluetooth 4 adapter on a PC that I centered in the house so you could get connectivity to that Bluetooth, and I had a nice headset. But you run into that problem, right? You have to have a headset everywhere. Echo definitely solves that problem. I would personally want echoes in at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rooms.
Wow!
To make sure that if I'm going to tell something to do something, that I expect
you want Star Trek.
A little wander around with you. That's not enough.
And that's not. I don't. Yeah, no. And that's what I mean. Story, we've talked about this before too, right? Is how do you even wire and run in-room microphones to every room, and then split it back into a PC, and then have the audio split back out. I mean, so the Echo solves all of those problems.
Yeah.
So the great thing about the Echo 2 is they continue to expand their reach. For now, the Wink Hub. They had Belkin and Wemo and Philips with Hue. I think they're definitely going to push Apple with a run for their money. I'll be interested to see how this race works out, and will people start to have? Will you have an Amazon Echo in this room and a Apple TV in another room that grabs your home automation, and then you're going to have Siri and
at
Google
what point? At what point?
Speak with.
At what point do you just say, "Hey Siri, make sure to tell my Amazon Echo to do this"?
Well, but I don't think that's my point, right? Is that you're not? That's not how it's going to work. You're going to say, "Hey Siri, I'll be home in 5 minutes. Set up the house for my arrival."
Yes.
And Siri's going to set up the house for your arrival. And then you're going to get home.
Which includes
no.
What you're going to do is you're going to create a Rube Goldberg machine that turns into like some voice recorder that's going to say, "Hey Alexa," I'm just going to blow up everybody. Hey Xbox.
No, because Siri's going to have the ties in to the Wemo and the Hue and the Lutron.
So you're basically
the trick is that when you get home and your phone's in your pocket, Siri's no longer listening.
Right.
Because she's not plugged into anything, and you don't want to have to reach into your pocket to hold down the button and pull out your phone. So Alexa's going to be sitting on the kitchen counter, and you're going to say, "Alexa, remind me to get milk, and it's time for bed." And then Alexa's going to set your reminder for milk the next time you're at the store, and it's going to flip-flop all your lights and light a path to your bedroom, which then and it knows what lights are already on and off, right? Because the back end is what controls and sends the signal of what's currently on or off. Then when you get in bed and you dock your phone next to your bed, you're going to say, "You know what, Siri?" And say, "Siri,
we've
I'm
already
in bed.
said
It's
said
time
everything.
to shut it down," and everything's going to shut off. And then she's going to play you a lullaby. But I mean, I think you're going to see what you're going to start to see is there's going to be no one front runner and no winner in this race. Everybody is going to end up working. I honestly think everybody's going to end up working together. I mean, if you want Alexa to read one of your books to you, that can happen. If you want Siri to turn on something or turn off something or remind you of something as well, I think these are all going to work in tandem, and it's going to be based on what you're physically doing, where you're physically at, and what devices you have around you and what's physically plugged in at any given time.
So you create this, we've been talking about this kind of personal cloud that happens with wearable devices and Fitbits and such. You're going to create this other audible cloud around you as well. It's I always think about when you have Wi-Fi, or I have multiple Wi-Fis in this house, like this, I visualize this bubble of connectivity that I have around and outside my house. So you're going to have this bubble of audible connectivity that you're going to have in these hot spots in your house, at least until you get that pervasive Star Trek experience that I know you're looking for. I'm wondering if a sliding door was included in the office upgrade over there. Maybe a captain's chair. But anyways, that is the next step for this. And
I think the key to this whole thing too is a secure connection back to your house.
Isn't it so amazing? We're on Back to the Future 2 year here in 2015. I think the date is officially coming up in October, if I'm not mistaken.
It was November.
No, is it November? But you think about
that's November
that.
5th, 1955. What's the 2015 date? I think
it's the same thing. But it's we really did get to that point, didn't we? There is the voice activated thing. There's just no fax machines. This is your fax machine. This iPhone is your fax machine at that point. That was the only thing they didn't get right out of that thing.
October 21st.
They got 3D happened. The Cubs was wrong. The Jaws is playing at the theater down the road, so that was accurate. So is the anniversary.
But the point I was making about the secured connection back to your house, when you think about this, right, the Amazon Echo sitting on your countertop that's speaking to the Wink device, it's probably not communicating directly to that device.
Mm-hmm.
Alexa's understanding something on the Amazon backend on some cloud-hosted server. It's then sending a signal maybe to Belkin or to Philips to then interpret that signal to then send it down to that device. It's not like the Echo reaches over and taps the button on the Wemo to make it turn on or off. So you're going to have internet connectivity, and where I think this really comes into play is when you're not home.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the big things that if you read deep into the understanding of why Apple is making people that have some of these devices already replace them,
Mm-hmm.
is because they had to be end-to-end encrypted. And a lot of the companies that put out early devices, the devices weren't end-to-end encrypted, so you could sniff out the information and start flipping people's lights on and off, as well as figure out user IDs, passwords, and everything else that then could potentially lead to other devices that were encrypted. So that's where I think this is going, but I think everyone's going to have to play together.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone's shown that, it's Amazon and Apple, because it's all about them tying into everybody else's devices.
Alex in the chat is saying he doesn't want a smart home. He wants a wise home. All right, let's talk about the Amazon story you've all been waiting for. I saw a commercial last night during Monday Night Raw for this. I don't know. Are there usual Amazon commercials out there, or is
There
this?
There was the one with the
A few.
drones and the people dancing.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
okay.
And definitely more prominent during holiday season.
And I know,
but this time of year, no.
right. And I know, Katie, you said you've been getting physical mail lately. We were talking about the other day from Amazon. So
Yes, I get physical mail from Amazon because I don't take advantage of their streaming services. Apparently, they think they know about me.
They assume you don't have internet. Is that what this?
It's amazing. I was like, I got a letter from Amazon, and it's like, hey, did you know the same thing they've been sending me in emails for months and months on end that I just go.
well, that hasn't
Yes.
worked. We really need you to watch Alpha House and what's the other show they have on? I want to say Betas, but that was already canceled. Man on High Castle. That's what you got to do. Watch some Man on High Castle, and they'll stop killing trees for you. But anyways,
Watch our original programming, or else.
please. Damn, this is a sidebar on that, but I was watching the preview for Man on High Castle and realizing how much I just like the stuff that's coming off of like the online services at this point, right? Like between Netflix, Amazon, and even like Hulu originals, like you really could be satisfied in your TV watching, like just for exclusive content, pretty well. So throw in an HBO and there's nothing else you need, in most cases. So, anyways. Tomorrow's Prime Day. You might be listening to this on Prime Day. You might have already spent way over your budget on Prime Day. So, as I'm sure many of us here will. And there's been some competitors stepping up. And I know, discussing with you guys online and off, this is going to be Christmas or Black Friday in July from now on. They just lit the torch on this thing. I know, Shilla, I know you were been very, very excited about this going into it. What have you seen, and have you heard any rumors? Has there been a leak of what we're going to see tomorrow?
I haven't seen a leak of what we're going to see. It'll be I can't even imagine how this is going to play out. And to your point, like the different competitors, I think this is again the competitors falling short and doing the Me Too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, already you have a lot of different companies. Will now match internet prices. I heard on one podcast, I think it might have been Mac Break Weekly. It was somebody who was talking about how the price differential from Staples to Staples Online is so far off that you can price match with their online store. And I'm like, really? I have to go into a store and look up what they're selling their own stuff for because it's that far off online?
Also, they will take Amazon orders too, prices too.
Okay.
So,
But I mean, when you look at these things again, like I said, this to me is another Me Too. Do something original. Give me something different. But I'm interested to see how. I mean, Amazon's drummed up a lot of interest on this. It's gonna. What exactly are they going to do? I have no clue.
Are we all Prime members?
Mm-hmm.
I am.
yeah.
I'm curious if we know, because
You mean there's people out there that aren't Prime members?
Well, yeah, but clearly part of this push is to get people to sign up to do this,
Right.
Because they started talking about this. I saw stuff a couple weeks ago, and the idea is you still have time to be a Prime member for this day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and the kicker was too. I think Sorg, maybe you mentioned it.
Mm-hmm.
You can sign up for the free trial.
Mm-hmm.
You still have time to sign up for Prime for free and use this, and then cancel it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not that I ever would.
Yeah.
I love you, Prime.
I'm a total sucker.
Well, what I had showed you guys last week that Target had done a Black Friday sale.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, is this a thing now? Is this something we do in July now?
Mm-hmm.
Or is just every day is going to become Black Friday?
But do you think now it's like in November and December, with Black Friday and Christmas time, it's like for gifts for everyone else, and now you're like, oh, wait a minute, I have disposable income for me right now.
Well,
There's
let's be honest. I think there's a lot of people taking advantage of Black Friday sales for themselves.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Like, let's be honest. There is the gift.
Mm-hmm.
It's under the veil of gift giving, but oh man, that Xbox is $100 off. I'm going to pick that thing up. You know what I mean? Like I think. And now you have no excuse, and you will just purchase for yourself. And I mean, this is the physical. I've been suffering through this recently with Steam sales, over the years and years, right? Because they'll just, they're digital, so they can just bottom out all their prices, and it doesn't matter. I have 150 games on my Steam collection that I've barely touched, and most of them I paid probably on average $5 for. And we're talking like full on like the Batman games and Tomb Raider and all that kind of stuff, right? So I mean, I think this is just them stepping up to this. You got to think that end of the year push for Black Friday and everything is what percentage of most retail? And if Amazon, that already is cutting it to the bone as far as profits go, if they can get another spike right in the middle of the year, that'd be tremendous. And maybe it helps other companies too if they get to do this too. But I don't know. It depends on how they do it. That process is going to be interesting because this is a loss leader process, right? That gets you in there.
Well, you have to think when you're there. This is like a little test for Amazon and these other retailers, because you have to, when you're in retail, you have to weigh, okay, people have X amount of dollars for Christmas time. They have no money after the first of the year because they've spent X amount on Christmas time. And then it's like, at what point are they spending money on vacations? What point are they making all these major purchases? Right. And you're just guessing at what time people have the most disposable income. And that's when we'll get a consistent mid-Black Friday, whatever that is.
I would think that people have the most disposable income after income tax return.
Yeah.
But you have
that's usually when companies usually release their any kind of bonuses, as well as obviously the income tax return. I would think that early springtime would be a better time than now. I think I like the earlier idea of it's polar opposite from Christmas. And
the Christmas in July thing is not unheard of, though. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but it's something that we're already sort of trained to at least notice. And if Amazon can take advantage of that, can take advantage of our conditioning, that makes the timing for this work out okay.
Holy crap! I'm sorry. Go ahead, Katie, and I got something here.
Oh, okay. And the other thing is if you do it in spring, you're already competing with the post Super Bowl sales, the NCAA, all these like mega sales that everybody's having. There's no July 4th sale. There's no major retail sale holiday in summer months. Mm-hmm. Besides for furniture, and sometimes you'll see it in electronics, but it's only at the beginning of the year. There are all these massive sales.
All right,
to get people in.
Remember there used to be like that tax-free day on computer hardware?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
But I mean, this is all. But this is also all about their anniversary, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
we're not guaranteed there's gonna
Ostensibly, yes.
be, yeah. they're claiming that there may be only one of these.
Right, right. But everybody's reacting. But I wonder if still, now that they've seen that in July, does that mean it'll be back? So we had a link in the chat room shared with us by Alex out there in Cali. He's already setting up to buy all the things out there. But this is in Time Money. So we're looking at Kindle's $30 off, Fire HD 7 $60 off, which means it's going to be like an $80 tablet. Yikes. 32-inch LED TV, $75. 40-inch 1080p LED TV is $115. Not bad. Ooh, Transformers Rescue Bots Optimus Prime figure, $9.99. What's up? Let's see. Lightning deals on DVDs up to 75% off. 50% off any Harry Potter books. 30% off jewelry and such. And they keep bringing up baby wipes. 60% Amazon Elements baby wipes with a code. I wonder what the presentation is going to be like for this. It's just going to be a giant page of look at all this stuff. You know.
Where are you seeing the TV thing? I need a TV.
You need a TV. It's
No, I need a TV. You don't need a TV.
Well, I need another TV.
I could use a TV. But anyways, yeah, how's that
We all
VCR
need
working
TVs.
out over there, Dutters?
Bell VCR? I
Yes.
haven't hooked it up yet.
There's
I'm pathetic.
that link's in there for you guys.
Maybe
in the notes.
Amazon will have like an iPhone recording video stand.
There you
Yeah, I
go.
know.
There you go.
Maybe something like that.
Awesome. So we'll report it back next week with all the things that we bought that we probably shouldn't have. I'm sure. So
Well, I mean, there's things I've held off on buying,
mhm.
knowing this day is coming.
It's been on your calendar. You have that days X'd off with the circle on the 15th. I know it.
You watch. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and forget all about it.
Some
Be
of
like,
this.
I
Wait,
missed
you're
it.
you're going to bed? What's wrong with you?
What is it? Because
Yeah, there's a
their deal of the day starts at 9 p.m. So does that mean
9
that it starts at 9
p.m.
o'clock today?
What? I'm seeing the stuff starts at like midnight Pacific time.
That's crap.
Right, but usually if you look at their deal, their
So we get to sleep
typical
before.
deal of the day,
Mm-hmm.
those usually start at 9 p.m.
Oh, okay. Interesting. We'll see how this goes. We'll see. We'll have to have a live tweet of what's going on. OMG, look at this. Anyways, so Dutters, let's get the social media rundown.
I have nothing. There's nothing.
Oh,
going on.
this is just stuff that bled over. Okay.
Well, no, the only thing that's exciting going on is now presidential candidates are all like, let's go do Snapchats, which is going to work out really well.
Oh no. That's
one of the things that I do in my day job is post with political stuff.
Mhm.
And I have a feeling I've gotten a lot of mileage out of presidential candidates and social media so far, and I think that's only going to get even better as we continue into 2016.
I just give up. Just don't.
Don't
You're just
give
a
up.
bear.
No, don't give up.
I know,
Especially you, Mr. Trump. Please don't give up.
Oh, I see. So you're doing the Jon Stewart style hand wringing when it comes
There's a little
to
bit of that, yes.
yeah. You're like, oh, this is juicy. We can sink our teeth in this thing. Yeah. You know what? He needs to show up at WrestleMania again next year and have another hair versus hair match, right?
So much awesome.
I mean, he's only probably the first official presidential candidate that's been at a WrestleMania, because until Jesse Ventura gets there. So, anyways, but I don't know about the stuff he's doing lately. It's getting weird. It's getting a little
Now I'm
weird.
just Googling Ron Paul and WrestleMania.
So hey, a lot of people were checking out our story. I noticed on the YouTubes. I know you sent you guys some of the numbers today about the proxy ham. Wait,
Did you see my update to that?
the one in here? Yeah. Well, I heard about it too. So it's gone. It got disappeared by the government. It sounds like.
Well, and that's what you can't I can't figure out, and no one's really coming forward with a lot of information as to to your point where it disappeared off to.
Yeah.
They're saying that it wouldn't. It would not have interfered with FCC regulation, and it would not have interfered with patent law.
Mm-hmm.
One person came up with a far-fetched theory that they got a national security letter, and then someone else fired back and said, no, that's probably not what happened.
The talk got canceled at DEF CON, and is it all traces online have disappeared from this?
That's what it sounds like. And I mean, early on, I mean, there was an AMA Ask Me Anything on Reddit about it.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about he was going to release, and this isn't like something that's tough to build, right? It sounded like he had some code that he wrote, and you fire up a Raspberry Pi and you get a couple antennas and you're good to go. That being said, I'm wondering, did someone buy this? I'm wondering if someone went in, but I can't imagine, because since it was going to be at DEF CON,
that possibility makes a lot more sense than anything that might be sort of conspiracy theory-ish.
Because when you think about the technology that went into this, and then you think about like the bands that we talked about earlier for girls, you could technically take that band and now make it go 2 miles.
Nice.
And you could canvas the entire country relatively easy in internet or in a network.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there were a lot of talk of nefarious and then bad type of things that you could do with this, but the good or the connectivity that could come as a result of this is ridiculous. So I could see someone buying this. I just don't know if his plan was to release the plans on how to build it for free and sell the device for $200. It didn't seem like he was in it for the money. So why all of a sudden did he sell it to someone?
Listen,
I don't
they
know.
took the plans, they took this box, they stuck it in a black van. It is gone. It is why
Right.
it's gone. So it'll be interesting. I don't know if we hear a peep, probably not, considering it is an interesting thing that happened. But also interesting. Hey, I think it's time to install Flash. It sounds like there was but which remind me, I'm logging into the studio computer upstairs, and I'm uninstalling Flash from the last Mac that should have it. I think I never installed it on my laptop. I installed it at my one day job yesterday, and it's done. It's done.
Yeah, I have it like on one browser on one machine.
Mm-hmm.
If I really need to use it.
So basically,
the
there was
meltdown was pretty much today, right? Because I noticed at work today. It's just sort of.
So I think what occurred was someone found 2 zero-day exploits that were published.
Yeah.
So everyone was like, let's kill it. Since then, obviously, Adobe has patched those. I heard that originally Firefox released an update that blocked Flash by default. Supposedly now that they have updated the player, they will let it play on demand. Facebook security yesterday reached out to Adobe and said you need to give an end of life date.
Yeah.
For Flash.
Don't mind me. I'm just quietly showing the Occupy Flash website as you're talking. Manifesto, the Flash player is dead. Let's all uninstall it, and I'm taking care of that on the last of the computers.
And I mean, the kicker was like Android was big on, look, we have Flash and nobody else does, and then they quickly realized, hey, it's sucking all the battery life out of our devices. Let's no longer support it.
I have Flash on this computer. I need to take care of that.
I think the companies that have the largest issue with this are your companies that wrote tutorials and online training and built it and never planned on updating it to something like HTML5.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are a lot of the companies that are holding on to Flash, because it was the tweening and the stuff of how it worked. And
Right.
Adobe
I was just
behind it.
teaching Flash animation like not a year and a half ago. And it was mostly in the Flash program and just a little snippet of starting with HTML5 animation, right?
Right.
And I'm not even sure if those tools are really mature just yet. Last I knew,
You've Tumult. Tumult makes a really nice HTML5 editor that does kind of like the tweening and stuff like that.
okay.
There's a couple that are out there that have really started to embrace or to build a UI that somewhat looks like. Tumult makes Hype 3. They make Hype. That embraces that theory and that look of a lot of the older school Flash. And if you remember Director, I was a huge fan of Director, which kind
I
of
wouldn't
led
call
into
myself
Flash.
a fan. I was just subjected to 3/4 of it. So, yeah, it's ingrained, unfortunately. So, yeah. Tumult.com, yeah, check that out. All right, on that note, we need to get out here. Make sure you guys uninstall your Flash. So much going on around here. Please check out the Sorgatron.com creators newsletter. We got some social media talks happening there on the blog, on that newsletter. And, of course, basic Sorganomics, a lot of conversation, including how is social media used at the WWE Live event this weekend. I was pretty impressed by that, how they got the crowd into that. And so much more. PodCamp Pittsburgh is coming up August 15th at the Point Park University. Check out podcamppittsburgh.com. The schedule is forming as we speak, and I see you, Crappy. I'm getting to you. And also chachiplays.com. We got some great videos. If you go check out the Twitter, the Facebook, we got some great videos coming out that we did with the Jagoff, our friend John Chamberlain, to promote that. Please support that. It's for a great cause. Father Ryan's Art Center, as well as Toonseum arts programs for the underprivileged youth and Utes. Underprivileged Utes. And,
the two Utes.
Yes. So please go check all that out. Uncle Crappy, thank you for joining us again. Beer me over at the Post Gazette website.
Yeah, please go check that out. You can find me in beer-centric bars, including maybe tomorrow night at the Carson Street Deli, the thing with the Library Brewing in Erie. But please check out the show. I occasionally write stuff at UncleCrappy.com, occasionally meaning like once a month. Mm-hmm. So you can find me there too.
At least you're consistent. And to the corner to block is Katie Dutters on K-Dutters on the Twitter.
X. Look, I made the whole screen. Burp.
Blink. Wait, you got to do that in this shot here. There you go.
Oh, wait, tell me. Ready?
There you go.
Good.
We all can.
Anything going on for people to check out that you're into?
I don't even know. Just follow me on the Twitters. Things will be happening.
There you go.
I'll direct you from there.
John Chichilla at Chilla on the Twitters.
You can find me at John Chichilla on the Facebooks and at the LinkedIn's too. I swear I'm going to log into LinkedIn. And I think I have 187 pending friend requests or LinkedIn requests.
What are we looking at over there, Dutters? Were we supposed to show that? What's happening?
A cat.
And we got a cat cam going on.
Cat.
Thank you,
She moved
everybody.
into my bag.
Cat butt? Any cat butt?
Oh.
No, God.
Cat butt.
Sorgatron at
She's
Sorgatron.
giving me the worst look.
Sorgatron on the Twitters, awesomecast.net. Please subscribe, follow, and please become our Patreon. Patreon on patreon.com, awesomecast. We'll be doing the state of the AwesomeCast once a month, as well as some other kind of inside info and special stuff we're going to figure out and get some stuff out there. Now we got somebody Patreoning. We'll have some content for you here coming up very, very soon. So thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you to our awesome chat room, rocking us and giving some info all night long. These have been my awesome guests and co-hosts.
Wahoo!
You've been our awesome audience. Have an awesome week. There you go. I like that. I want to do this more often with this when I have digital, at least.
Peace.
This is good.
So there's a whole Comic-Con section on Amazon.
Really?
Of Comic-Con exclusive type stuff
Oh, good Lord.
that you can have Prime shipped. It's 60 pages.
Oh, but it's exclusive, so it's like going to be ridiculous. Free.
No, like a lot of them are on sale.
Man. My paycheck doesn't hit my bank account until like tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering.
I mean, who doesn't need Marvel Avengers Hulk Gamma Grip Fists?
This is dangerous. I can't. It's gonna make me spend all my gathering money tomorrow, and no.
Oh, man.
Oh, we have people chatting with us on the YouTube.
On the YouTubes.
On the YouTubes. It's on that YouTube. Oh.
Sorg, what was the question you were asking about? You were looking for something
What?
for...
I had a lot of questions on Twitter today. There's a lot of things going on.
Something. It was in a DM. I can't remember what it was now. You were looking to...
Oh, no, I'm just looking for topics.
To kickstart something?
I was just looking for submitted topics because I'm just having trouble coming up with stuff to talk about this week on the show for the daily show. So that's all.
I thought that there's a link I put in the show notes for today. That's the chat, hack chat.
Okay.
It's like an instant create your own.
Yeah, I saw that. I just with the time I didn't know how deep I wanted to get into that.
Oh yeah, I thought that was a pretty cool thing. I don't know if I see anything, I'll pass it your way.
Please, anything worthwhile. I just kind of hit a wall this week.
Not a problem.
And it feels like I'm just coming up with different versions of things I've already talked about.
I will be back in Studio A next week.
Excellent.
I will be in Studio Q. I don't know. Studio Bunker.
Awesome. I gotta get Cindy back on. She's way overdue. But she's been busy lately, so. Okay, awesome casters. I'll be right back with the video game feed. If I can find my mouse and unsee. There we go.
I will catch.
Did you see?
All right, guys. Sorry.
Later.
Go ahead.
Did you see my picture I posted of Sorg on Instagram?
No.
What?
Sorg is joined by the hot dog.
Oh yeah.
What?
I want the hot dog guy. I'm so jealous.
I got 2 hot dog guys.
I know.
$50. $50.
Whoa, Chachi has a hat.
Whoa, fancy Chachi.
Chachi's got a fancy, classy hat.
Yeah.
Who's the closest one?
Or as I like to call it, a pappy hat.
Hitting all the buttons on the screen. I'm just pressing my luck now with this phone. All right, guys. I will see you later. Have fun.
Later.
Bye.
I was hoping you'd go. I was hoping you'd go. No whammies, no whammies. Stop. And then you left. As I said, stop. We don't have Riz tonight, right?
I don't believe so. I think he's still on the beach showing his muscles off.
He at the beach. Beach cha 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 cha.
Chachi cam. Wait, maybe.
Chachi.
Wait, there's something wrong with this shot.
How was everyone tonight?
All right, dude.
I am walking on sunshine.
Whoa.
Walking on sunshine.
Whoa.
Doesn't it feel good?
It does.
I'm walking on clouds that are gray.
Oh. Oh.
I forgot. I didn't tell you guys my cousin passed away.
Oh.
I have viewing tomorrow.
Sorry,
yeah.
dude.
He's 40-some years old. Motorcycle accident. It's sad.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, I would just like to say that this is not connected to the last thing that we talked about. I would just like to point out that Denny's has a fantastic 4 menu.
Yes, they do. The Thing Burger.
Yes.
Sorg.
Yeah. Well, I was at Denny's like twice this weekend.
I hope they don't have invisible stuff, because that would be shitty.
Yeah.
Here's your invisible meal. There's nothing on the plate. It's invisible.
Well, I
That'd
have
be-
coupons.
That'll be $10.
We gotta figure out there's a Denny's on the way from East Brady this
Alright, well, I
weekend.
have coupons.
All right.
I'm going to put them in my bag. Don't let me forget they're there.
Is Mr. Hooven actually going to take pictures of us in our various clothings?
I don't know. That was just an idea. I didn't talk to him about
I
it.
think he should. Because I
should.
want to do senior picture
I'm
night.
sure. I think he'd be cool with the idea. I don't know.
At the White Oak? Come on now.
At the White Oak? It's not the White Oak.
Oh, at White Oak.
It's not that fancy. Come on.
The White Oak.
The White Oak. Ooh. Mm-hmm.
I'm excited for 2 shows in August.
Coming both of them, huh?
I think so.
Awesome.
I gotta get my brakes fixed, but I think I'm going to.
I forget who I heard. Either American Revolution Wrestling, Matt Justice's fed their chotch, or Go Fight. Or I mentioned that last night, Global Force. But I think it actually might be Matt Justice's fed is coming out your way. So.
Yeah, you said about maybe Global Force. There's one in August, I think, or July. They're coming. Tommy Dreamer's going to be there. Jake the Snake Roberts.
Global Force or something else?
No, something else.
Probably Big Time Wrestling.
I don't think it's Big Time Wrestling. I'll have to double check, but I have to see when they're coming. But they're coming to the War Memorial. And amongst all the War Memorial's renovations for Hockeyville.
What state is MT? Montana?
Montana, I think.
Wow, that's what they got for Big Time right now. They're doing like 3 shows in Montana.
They travel all around, huh?
Yeah, they just booked all these big talents. They got Bret Hart and Brian Knobbs for the weekend. Looks like
Brian Knobbs.
Scotty Too Hottie.
Hey Hogan, let's watch WrestleMania 3 again.
What?
Hey Hogan, let's watch WrestleMania 3 again.
Is that a Knobbs thing?
Oh, that's Knobbs, yeah.
Okay. Did we do a title for last show? Shit.
The blonde one.
I have no idea what the title for. All right, we need to get rid of that. That's for the last one. That's for the last one. Boss Battle 51.
151.
151, yeah.
Yeah, guys, I don't know if this show is going to last.
Why?
I mean,
151 episodes?
Yeah, 151 episodes. I'm not sure we're gonna sustain.
We're doing okay. I didn't copy and paste this week, Sorg. I wrote my own shit.
Yeah. From the heart.
But I did copy some games that were listed and stuff like that.
Well, that's
so
fine. It's a list. What?
Yeah.
Sork.
Yes.
Did you see the Google Doc of questions?
I saw that it was there. Hold on a second. I'm getting a call. Hello.
Oh, how are my questions?
They're good. I don't care.
Hello?
No, I'm kidding. They're good questions, Bobby.
Okay, good. I didn't get to talk to my friend Josh.
Yeah.
I threw them all in the document for Sork tomorrow.
There are a lot of good ones we got from Joel.
Okay, just make sure they're Googleable.
Ow. Googleable. Googleable. That's when you search for things on Google that you don't believe.
I don't want a smart home. I want a wise home. I like that. I really like that. Okay. All right. Awesome. Right, thanks. Love you. Bye. I love you too, Bobby.
Thanks.
Hi, Bobby.
Hi.
I miss you.
Hi, I miss you,
Bobby.
Why
Bobby,
why all the affection?
Bobby, I miss you. Not Chachi. I see Chachi all the time.
I miss you too.
Oh, Chachi, this is a new look. Are you an artist now, or is this what the? Oh, I get it, because you've been going to the gym. Now you're dressing like Rocky.
No, this is the closest hat that I had.
The closest hat. I dress by proximity.
The closest hat I have is over there, and it's a bucket hat, so I will not be putting that on today.
Chachi, reassess your positioning, or I don't know if you're just in a relaxed position pre-show here.
I am.
Okay. Just take a note before we get going.
How's my positioning?
Bobby, you're good. Yeah, that's good there. Am I good? I'm good. I wish I could reposition so I could show off my t-shirts more.
I got my good time shirt on. What?
I got this. Rocking this. I was really snazzy going to 100 wood today with Mr. Hooven. This ICP hat. I'm just like, I don't fucking care today. No, if I really didn't care, I'd be like in shorts and like no socks like I am now. So and flip flops.
That was easy.
Flip-flops. Nobody needs to see these toes. Anyways, let's get going. Bobby, you are recording, and now.
3, 2. In my mind, I am a game developer, but in my heart, I am a gamer. This week on Boss Battle. Welcome everyone to Boss Battle number 151, a show in which the writers of InsertCoinToBegin.com get together and talk about video games. I'm your host, Bobby F. J. Town, but before we get to the infotainment and good time making of this podcast, let's see what everybody achieved this week. Chachi, how about you? What did you achieve?
I played some Lops, some Advanced Warfare, NHL 14, Fight Night 4, just the stuff that I had.
Cool.
Nothing major.
Sorg, what did you achieve?
I achieved buying video games this weekend. We went to the Apple Store last night, and we stopped by GameStop. And listen, I've been trying in my life to be more forgiving, and we know they've had problems with GameStop in the past. And it helps that they had games that were like $5. So they had a 5 for $20 deal on this one bin, and I found all the good ones. So I now own a copy of Halo 4, Devil May Cry 4, Ninja Gaiden Yazuba, whatever, Ninja Gaiden Z, which is it's the one I actually sat down and played a little bit of. Very, very fun, kind of an arcadey, hack and slashy kind of game. And Gears of War 3, which you reminded me afterwards that I should not have purchased.
Yeah, it's the free game. Starting tomorrow.
I should have known better.
It's fine.
I was worried about Halo 4 because I kind of figured they would have dropped Halo 4 like in the next few months or something, because 3 is already out there, and when Assassin's Creed 4 is already out there, so I don't know.
Which I told you I was going to sell you my copy of Halo 4, but that's fine.
I was tired of waiting. I was tired of waiting for you. I'm going to play some of that sweet multiplayer action. I have Halo Reach still to play. Is that before Halo 4? I can't remember. But I was already earmarking that to play here soon, so it was before 4. Should I play? It's a prequel. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, it's fine. It's a good game.
Okay. So one day I'll borrow my brother's ODST, maybe. But yeah, other than that, it was so busy. Like I said, I did a lot of traveling over the last week, and really didn't get to a lot of video games. I'm sorry I didn't get to the Blops with you there, Chachi. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I knew you weren't available.
Yeah. I haven't even played Immortals or anything. Like it's just been blank. I'm just trying to find that time before I go on vacation, doing all the works. So, anyways, Bobby?
I played for real video games this week, guys. Played some Mortal Kombat, played some GTA 5, played some Far Cry 4, which I got in the Microsoft Summer Sale. Really good game so far. I haven't really gotten that far into it. I tried one of the multiplayer maps, and not multiplayer maps, single player maps, as if the first thing I did in the game, and I failed miserably. My brother was over watching me, and he's like, "You're not supposed to die that much, are you?" I was like, "It's new." Also played Simpsons Tapped Out, stuff like that. The cat game, of course, all the standards, Crossy Road, you know. But all right, anything else?
Nope, I think that's it. I don't see anything in the chat room yet.
All right. Chachi, you want to send us around the net?
It is now time for video game theme things from around the internet.
Net.
First up, Kotaku found a custom N64 table.
Oh.
It is a custom-built table made out of wood that has a N64 unit built into it.
That's awesome.
And on the end of the table is the ports where you plug the controllers in.
Wow.
It comes with a nice little hanging system for additional controllers and a video game rack per se. So you can go over to InsertCoinToBegin.com, check out the link, and it's all listed, or it's all detailed there. I think
brings new meaning to. No, go ahead. Brings new meaning to tabletop games.
Yeah. It's a one-of-a-kind, not for sale, so you can drool over it, but don't think you're going to get it.
As with most nerd things.
What's that?
As with most nerd things.
Yeah. Next up, a museum in Japan, Mirakan, Japan, has a Pokemon exhibit where people can go and actually take part as a research assistant and classify and research the different Pokemons.
Oh, question.
Yeah.
Can you take a fossil and turn it into a Pokemon?
No.
Not accurate.
Well, the machine doesn't exist in real life, Bobby. Only in Pokemon.
Yet.
So you can go over and check out all the stuff that they're showing, since we here in the States most likely aren't going to make it in time.
Mm-hmm.
It also, the exhibit also has a history of the game series, as well as a completed study of why the series has done so well for as long as it has. So again, it's linked. You can go over and check it out. Last but not least, you guys are big wrestling fans.
Mm-hmm.
So you're aware of the fact that Brock Lesnar completely destroyed a car with what appears to be 2 axes.
Yes, that he did.
Live on Raw. Well, Sleepy Bear Gaming Studio took the footage of Brock Lesnar destroying a car on Raw and overlaid the Street Fighter 2 bonus stage graphics.
I love that they used the Joey Mercury picture of his nose after the ladder incident.
Yeah. So go over. It's only a minute long, but it's definitely worth checking out whether you're a wrestling fan or not, because it's fitting. So you can go over to Chachi's. Go over to insertcointobegin.com.
Too early.
I almost broke into a plug for Chachi Plays, I'm thinking.
Go to Chachi Plays, hit that donate button.
Yeah, go over to insertcointobegin.com and check out this week's post.
I can't wait.
That's all
Then go to Chachi Plays and hit that donate button.
Then go to chachiplays.com and hit that donate button.
Well, ask Chris
that's all I have for you this week on wow, you know what? Screw it. Back to you, Bobby.
I was gonna say I want to ask Chris if you're just like breaking out and Chachi Plays plugs like in the middle of the night, you know.
Sleep chaching.
And she just like reaches over like, I know, I'll donate in the morning.
That would be hilarious. I'll pass.
All right, guys. So it's time for some things we should be made aware of. Today it was announced that Batman is returning. Batman Returns. Michael Keaton's version of the iconic 1989 Batman and Batmobile are coming back to Arkham Knight. Via DLC, Rocksteady and Warner Brothers announced that today.
Mm-hmm.
It will be available to you if you purchase the season pass for the game, which is kind of cool, I guess. The DLC will also have 2 tracks that are inspired by the film's sequel, Batman Begins. Hopefully, they include the little rubber duckies and penguins and stuff like that. And clowns.
But Bobby, that's Batman Returns.
Batman. I typed Batman Begins. I'm an idiot.
It's all right.
Batman Returns. That's what I mean.
Nice.
And I even said Batman Returns at the beginning of the thing. Oh well.
You did. You're all right.
Also,
all right.
Also included in the DLC will be secondary character skins, including 1990s Catwoman, 1 year later Robin, Arkham Origins Batman, iconic gray and black Batman, 1970s Batman, and the original Arkham Nightwing. The content should be available by August. Okay, my question to you guys is this enough to get you to buy the season pass?
Later when it's on
Later
when it's on a Steam sale.
Nope.
Oh, not PC. No, don't do that.
What? Well,
listen.
By the time I get it on a Steam sale and I get it for the price that I paid for the other Arkham games, they'll fix all the.
It's never gonna be fixed, Sorg.
They'll fix the patches by then, I'm sure.
It's never gonna be fixed.
It's gonna be. Oh, come on. Of course.
Batman's gonna look like he's always in the Scarecrow's world.
Which might be kind of cool. You don't know.
Yeah.
You know,
it should be.
All right.
But
I'm sorry. Those are cool. No, seriously. As a longtime Batman reader, and a 15-year-old me has a very strong affinity for purple costume Catwoman. So, yeah.
I wonder if they could work Prince into the game.
Oh, that'd be great if they had the 89, the Prince soundtrack to this thing. You just like pass a car and you hear the Prince song playing. I was like, ah.
Or like Grand Theft Auto, the Batmobile has radio stations that plays the Prince theme nonstop.
Oh, I'm gonna find this.
Also, the 60s Batman theme too. All right, an odd partnership emerged today from the depths of gaming and entertainment.
Oh.
Comcast has announced that it is partnering with EA, of all companies, I don't know why, to bring gaming to your cable box.
Oh.
If you are a Comcast customer, you can sign up for the beta. The beta sign-ups are starting today. It doesn't require you to have an additional controller, which is kind of cool. Instead, it uses your smartphone or tablet to control the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the supported titles are, they include Monopoly, FIFA Soccer 13, not 15, 13, Real Racing 2, Plants vs. Zombies, NBA Jam, Zuma's Revenge, World of Goo, Peggle Knights, Little Inferno, Feeding Frenzy 2, and Mule. That's M.U.L.E. This will only be available to customers that already have an X1 set-top box.
Okay.
So, is this Comcast trying to nudge its way into gaming, or just something extra to offer their customers to get more attention?
You know, we talked about their streaming service that they just started, where it was like $15 for HBO plus local channels. So they're really edging into whatever they can to see what works, I think. Chachi, you're the one with the X1, et cetera, something over there, and you're raising your hand very politely.
One, can I point out that...
Wait, I also want to point out that you changed your hat.
Yeah, I found a different one. I found one that I preferred more than the past.
Chachi's actually playing hat tricks.
Yeah, anyhow, I would like to point out that the companies that have won multiple Golden Poo Awards are teaming up together.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Raising that level of crap.
The pooiest...
Let me just point out that they're taking a steaming pile of crap to a whole new level. But to be fair, I do patronize. I am a patron. I am a customer of both of these companies, and I will forever be a customer for at least one of them.
Because there's no choice.
I don't know why Comcast is getting such a bad rap. I don't know.
I have Comcast. I don't mind them.
My service works great. I don't have a problem with Comcast. And you know what? If I didn't already own several of the games on that list, I would be more excited about this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I own Plants vs. Zombies. It's on my Xbox. I own NBA Jam. It's on my Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need it on my cable.
How about FIFA 13?
No,
I still don't believe soccer's a real sport.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. There we go.
So I don't care that FIFA 13 is on there. To be fair, I would play it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a video game sport. I don't have to actually recognize the fact that it exists. But no, I mean, why not break into the market that everyone else seems to be doing nowadays?
Yeah. It's something cheap.
There's no such thing as a one-function device anymore.
Yeah, they're trying to get into that market where everybody else is now, where it's like an entertainment console instead of a cable box or a video game console.
Right.
I think it's good for entertainment in general.
You know what? I remember even like DirecTV boxes 10 years ago having little games on them. So anything that gives you that opportunity, I just press a button and now I have video games and you entertain the kids. You know, I mean that's what this is for. And I kind of question about these, like what level of games they are. They look like they're pretty much just glorified Android games. So it's not like you're getting the Xbox One version of FIFA. You know, so for that, I think it's fine. It's just another option, and I think we're just going to be inundated with all these options. And I don't know if any of them will survive, not survive, whatever the case may be. But good, there's so many choices to play games out here these days, and this really kind of jumps onto the same thing the Amazon Fire TVs and everything else is doing. So I think it's fine for what it is, and somebody will jump onto it.
To be completely honest. Mm-hmm. If it is a thing that I am able to do, I guarantee you there's going to come a day where I'm too lazy to pick up an Xbox controller, or, I'm laying on the couch and I'm just going to be like, oh, you know what? I should probably check this out.
That day has come for me because I have it connected.
So, I mean, I'm just going to be like, you know what? I'm not really doing anything. There's nothing on the 200 channels I have. Let's just pick up this remote and play some video games on my
This is like my current state of affairs. I would rather yell at my TV until I'm blue in my face to turn the channel instead of picking up my remote or my Xbox controller. Even though my Xbox doesn't listen to me all the time. I'm constantly like,
you should ground it.
Yeah, I know.
It's just like having a child.
Yeah. Xbox, Xbox, go home. You're
Damn it, Xbox, go to your room. Wait.
All right. Moving on here, the pettiness of Konami versus Kojima has taken a new turn.
Jeez.
Now they've removed his name from the company and the company logo from the box art of Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. According to a post on NeoGAF yesterday, a picture of the box art was changed from a previous version that was released. The differences between the box art, the Kojima Productions logo, and a Hideo Kojima game are now missing from the packaging. Recently, it was thought that cooler heads were prevailing in this battle, as Konami was mentioning Kojima as being involved in the game and even attaching his name to some other products. But now they've changed. Now that has changed, and since his name and logo were removed. However, earlier in the week, the Japanese voice actor for Solid Snake confirmed that Kojima Productions was closing its doors. So either way, Kojima stated that he will be involved with the game until its release on September 1st. Do you guys think that Hideo Kojima, I want to call him Hideo Tommy, Hideo Kojima's name deserves to be on the game since he worked on it, or do you think Konami has the right to taking his name off of the game since they no longer want to be affiliated with him? What do you guys think? Do you think he deserves to be on there?
If he developed the game, yeah. If it's in the contract that should be on the box, yeah. But if they, and I can't remember how deep the issues are. Like, did he do something that looks bad on Konami, or are they just kind of being petty about something?
I think they're just being petty.
Okay. So, I mean, who knows?
I think they want to separate from him for some reason.
Right. And I'm wondering what's coming from that. No, they got to do whatever the heck they want. You know, kind of stinks, but I don't know. It seems so small to me. It's Konami. Come on.
Josh?
I don't have a dog in this fight. Mm-hmm. I don't care.
I'm still gonna buy the game.
I've never really sat down to play Metal Gear Solid. I'm sure it's a great game. It just doesn't appeal to me.
You gotta play 3.
The campiness of the game just turns me off.
You gotta play 3.
I don't need to play any of them.
You gotta
and the fact that these two people, or the company and this guy, are having this petty bickering match back and forth. It's like 2 high school teen girls fighting in the hallway in between classes. No one cares. Shut up, do your job. Or don't do your job. Quit.
Or Sorg, they could get pizza.
They can
friends.
They can just walk out and get some pizza at sliceonbroadway.com. Our friends down here in the South Hills of Pittsburgh and Beachview and Carnegie, PA, down on Main Street. They're supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with fine pepperoni pizza perfectly over the last year. Go check them out, sliceonbroadway.com. PH_slice on the Twitters, as well as Slice on Broadway on Instagram, on Facebook. Get hungry. Let them know you learned about them on the boss battle. And there's Bobby's face. And now let's take a look back at Sorgatron Media in the past week. Hold on. Man, we had a good time last week across all the shows. Check out everything. Of course, this show at insertcointobegin.com, and everything else is linked at sorgatronmedia.com. Bobby, back to the news that's fit to podcast about.
All right, well, I got some sad news for everybody this week. Not only did Nintendo, but the gaming world lost an icon of the gaming industry this week. Satoru Iwata, the president of Nintendo Japan, passed away at the age of 55 due to a bile duct tumor. It was very unexpected. Iwata was one of the original employees when Nintendo began its time as a gaming company. He helped develop games such as Kirby's Dream Land, Smash Bros., Earthbound, and Balloon Fight. He also coded the battle program in Pokemon within 1 week, so that just tells you how good of a programmer he was. He was the face of the company for many years, making appearances along his friend Miyamoto, including at this year's E3, where they even had puppets made of all three, Iwata, Miyamoto, and Reggie. The news was very hard for a lot of gamers who grew up with Nintendo's characters and games that he created. We at Insert Coin would like to send our deepest sympathies to Mr. Iwata's family and friends and everyone at Nintendo. Our final round question deals with this week. What were some of your favorite games or characters that Mr. Iwata created, and where does Nintendo go from here?
that was funny because it's not a name other than Miyamoto. I don't think I'm familiar with I'm not familiar with game developers a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm learning a lot about it through this. Like some of the stories I've been hearing have been really fantastic. Like that, he was president. First of all, I think this is good to point out. And I think Riz pointed a lot of these out in his article over at InsertCoinToBegin.com. But I've also been hearing other stories about him. He's the first one. He's only the fourth president at Nintendo since like 1880 something when they started as a card playing game company. He also was the CEO after being an actual game programmer developer for many years. He did, as you mentioned, was involved with many of things. After he became a CEO, he actually helped to debug Smash Brothers. I don't know which version they're alluding to. I don't know if it's the N64 version or one of the later ones with GameCube. But like he still was involved in that, and I think
he was very hands-on with the company.
Right, and I think more important is that his mission of coming out and saying everybody should be able to play games, which led to the Wii and the touchscreen situations with their portable games, which is just very accessible, right? And they really kind of pioneered that kind of stuff to the point where, well, now we have phones that do it too, and they're figuring out the next step. But if it wasn't for that dedication to that and not being a Me Too company to try to hang with PlayStation, Xbox, I don't think we would have the Nintendo that we complain about today, even to that great extent, because they still make great games. You cannot say they don't make great games, and they did it with this guy at the head.
As much as we complained about the Wii and Wii U, almost everybody has a Wii. Like,
right.
Even like elderly people were buying Wii's for retirement homes, and it was a way for therapy. They just wanted. His vision was he wanted everyone to play games.
You know what? We were down at one of the pay-per-view parties at our friends the Carlins, and Matt's grandfather came in and said that he's going to whip his butt at Wii bowling. And he was fairly elderly. That's fantastic. That's so amazing. And to think about that, and no, we're not getting the Zelda that we want right now, but the stuff we've gotten over the years is just tremendous, and that it's kind of done that sort of thing. So,
Chachi?
I mean, what can you say that hasn't been said already?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's had a hand in every iconic Nintendo game that you can think of since 2002.
Mm-hmm.
Like you already said, Balloon Fight, Earthbound, Kirby. He assisted in founding Creatures Inc., which he ended up helping on 5 different Pokemon games. He helped on Mario, Zelda. I mean, modern day Nintendo is where it is positively, in thanks to him.
Yep.
I mean, he was one of the first. He was one of the first people to decide not to broadcast at E3. I mean. So he had an overall reach into Nintendo that was beyond anything, except for maybe the people before him. The people after him have their work cut out for them.
Right.
I mean, if you think that Reggie is going to step up,
well, Reggie's already president of Nintendo of America.
Right.
There's been rumors that Miyamoto might take over as president. He's kind of co-president right now with
that's kind of
guy.
kiboshed. He's not interested. He's actually taking.
Oh, he said he's not interested.
The feeling is he's not interested. He's actually already taken steps back as far as he's not heading productions on Mario and Zelda franchises. He's kind of overseeing the Star Fox one. So I mean, he is like I think in his 70s, early 70s.
Yeah.
So I can't see him doing that. And I think he's a guy. And the other conversation that happened from this. I think Daily Tech News Show was big on this part. To take a game developer and make them a CEO and make them a business person is kind of an amazing feat.
Right.
That he pulled off well, I think.
One of the articles I read was they were comparing him to Steve Jobs as far as like his innovations and stuff like that for Nintendo, and how he died young. You know, it was a really neat article to see what he had really done for the gaming industry.
Right.
One of my favorite. I tweeted this, or I posted this on the Facebook page. One of his quotes he said was, on my business card, and one of the quotes I said at the beginning of the show, on my business card, I am a corporate president. In my mind, I am a game developer, but in my heart, I am a gamer. And I think that's such a great quote coming from like an executive who still had the love of like to play video games and you know, and he knows what the consumer wants, you know. So
I kind of for comparison purposes, we lost somebody in the wrestling world in Dusty Rhodes, and a lot of the conversations were about he was a guy that loved the business that he was involved in, and I see a lot kind of emulated here with him, that he was a guy that loved the business, and I think that nothing but positive things being said about him coming out of this, of course, and it was surprising, and I hope Nintendo, there's some concerns since they're kind of going through a bit of a shift right now for the next step between the mobile and the NX system strategies coming up, whatever that's going to turn out to be. So there's a little worry about that. There's been no word about who's going to replace them just yet, as we know at press time here, and I don't know. I'm sure it'll be fine as far as that goes. Nintendo will live on. I mean, certainly. And I'm sure they got somebody. There's a contingency plan in there somewhere. So, right.
All right, that's going to do it for us this week. You can follow us on Twitter at InsertCoinTV. You can visit us at InsertCoinToBegin.com. New articles going up daily. And you can join us live each and every Tuesday night at 8 o'clock on live.sorgatronmedia.com. Sorg, you want to plug anything?
I want to plug all the things. You can go check out the Power Hour with myself and LB, the DJ and the Sorg. I'm sorry, LB and the Sorg morning afternoon Power Hour. That's listed over at sorgatronmedia.com, sorgatron.com. Please subscribe to all the things. And video game wise, of course, Chachi plays. Chachi, you got to hang out with Yed Jagoff last week or the week before.
I did. We filmed a lot of fun stuff. That you'll see popping up on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram before you know it.
If you see those, please share them. Please tell your friends. Please donate. Please come hang out with one of the tournaments. We're going to have a lot of fun here coming up to Toonseum in just about a month, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah,
looking forward to that.
Just under a month.
Just under a month. Go check it out. Help us out for the kids.
All right. And I want to plug Riz Plays Games for Riz since he's not here this week. And me, you can follow me at BobbyFJTown. That's going to do it. Game over. Game over, yeah.
Delayed this week.
Yeah,
What's up, Bobby? You feeling okay?
Yeah. I got tongue-tied a couple places.
That's fine. Oh, dude. Have you heard me during the Indy show?
Yeah. It wasn't bad, though. It's a good show.
No, it was great. It was good. Solid stuff. Good conversation.
We were somber.
Yes,
so I think it was a good tribute to him.
Yes, we brought the somber, Bobby.
See.
So.
Is Missy doing notes or?
Yeah, she's doing notes.
Okay.
Mike is indefinitely not doing notes.
Yeah, because I didn't mention.
Yeah.
Did you fire him?
No. He fired
left.
He fired himself. No, he actually he went on vacation, and right before he went on vacation, he lost his job. So. Yeah, so I was like, yeah, buddy, please figure that out. I don't want to, and go find yourself a new job, and we'll be here. So Missy's doing it for the time being until I figure somebody else that can do it. So if anybody out there wants to do notes for these shows, I really appreciate it. You don't have to do all of them, but yeah.
Hot dog in a cup.
The waving, I'm actually kind of digging in since I have a little bit of time and doing some of the stuff now, but I think the waving Awada is going to be our graphic for this week. Title.
Thank you, Mr. Awada.
Yeah, I think that's good. That's good. Missy, if you got that out there. I lost my Photoshop.
All right, I'm out of here, guys.
Later, Shachi.
Later, dude.
Good night.
We got Mr. Sharman joining us. What did I say last night? Mike is going to be here.
Hot dog in a cup.
Bobby, were you here last week?
Nope.
In that case,
Hot dog.
Missy likes I Am a Gamer, but
Oh, that's good too. I like that too.
yeah. But in my heart, I am a gamer.
Yeah, we didn't say goodbye,
But,
Mr. Water.
but in my
Thank you,
heart,
Mr.
I
Water.
Am a Gamer, I think, is good.
That's good. I like that.
And we'll have the picture of him waving, so. Sure, I got this
Hot
one.
dog in a cup.
Hot dog in the cup. What was the title? The other one was about I want a wise home.
Hot dog in a cup.
What do I do for a picture for that?
Put the smart house from The Simpsons.
There you go. Oh, there is a. Hey, can you invite? Do you have Shireman on your thing?
I think so.
First name Jim. And
Yeah, Shireman.
I think Mike. I'm gonna have Mike because I think
I got Shireman.
we had Eamon last week. No Will.
Yeah, no Will tonight.
All right.
Sad.
I'm gonna stand up while I do this part. So I'm gonna talk a little louder. Oh,
Jim Shireman.
stream. We'll be right back.
It was sad.
I listened to it a little bit.
You got the sad part.
No, Bobby, did you see Shireman's contribution to video gaming?
No, I didn't.
Do you want to pitch it to Bobby there, Jim?
What is it?
Oh, I think I could come on and do 30 minutes about Avengers Alliance every week.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't played it in a while, but I'm thinking about it with this Ant-Man game, the Spec Ops. Maybe we could have an Avengers special.
It would be amazing.
Hey man, the way the guys are spinning off the wrestling stuff, Bobby, if you want to do some things, you have access.
Yeah.
Go do some things.
Listen, I'm level 300. I'm elite.
I mean,
I'm
look
still
at
like level 1 something.
look at how you saw this. I sent you guys out the stats today. You saw how like the little bits that you guys are doing,
Yeah.
like get the hits, and that's what's bringing people to the site on YouTube at least. Why not?
Yeah.
Most of those are hangouts.
I might do a hot dog podcast with a hot dog character.
That you can do on your own time.
That's your
Not on company time.
You can do that on Bobatron Media.
He can't sit though. That's the only thing. His hot dog parts don't allow him to sit. He can do push-ups though.
That ain't bad.
Yeah.
Good for him. Good for him.
Let's see what he looks like without his hot dog suit on.
Oh, Mike is still watching Tough Enough.
Yeah.
That's why he's not on yet.
Yeah, we ended early tonight.
Holy crap, we ended early. We can do some gold in the meantime. Hey, what's up? Must be something important if you came down here.
Naked hot dog man.
Hi.
Ah.
I want you on the mic so everybody can hear you. Hi.
Oh,
Hi, what's up?
Hi.
Is the mic on or off?
I turn all the mics on so people can hear you. Should I turn them off?
I was gonna have a conversation.
Oh, I want to have a conversation. Bobby, Sherman, have fun.
Okay. Do I have time to run and get a drink?
sure you do.
Okay. I'm gonna run and get a drink. I'll be back. We'll be right back. Don't start without me.
What do we do? I'm out here. Son of a bitch.
Come on. I have returned.
Didn't miss anything at all, Bob.
My cat's on my bed now. So how have you been?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Not bad.
Hey, 30 minutes on Avengers Lands. Just internet gold.
We get Will involved.
Mike
Because he did that.
Mike plays a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Listen, it's a good turn-based game that I can put in a browser, and while I'm working, I can flip back to it and play a round or two, and then go back to work and then come back to it during the day. What can I tell you?
My only problem is my computer's a piece of crap.
Yeah, it's
It takes up so much of your memory.
It's getting worse too.
Yeah.
But it's honestly, I mean, I know it takes a lot of shit for being a Facebook game.
Mm-hmm.
It has nuanced.
Well, I should talk because I'm playing the Simpsons tapped out game too.
Oh my god, there you go. See, every time I try to start that, and I've tried to start 3 or 4 times, I just can't. I don't know. There's something about it. I just can't. I don't know what it is, but so I play games like that. I just I don't know, for some reason. I like The Simpsons. I think it'd be a perfect fit for me, but what can I tell you? Can't get it going. So
What to set it up? I just lost one of my podcasts recently.
oh,
Our Big Brother podcast is not happening anymore. Well, we're gonna do specials every once in a while.
Bum, 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 bum. Mr. Sharman. Mr. Sharman, who are you tonight?
The genius.
Yeah, let's go with that. I'm trying to light myself well here too.
It's hard for me to. I just want
It's raining outside.
Twitter Wrestle Genius.
It's headed your way, Bobby. Run, Bobby.
I'm scared.
I'm gonna make a they call him Jim joke when I'm introducing you, just to settle my own brain into this.
No problem.
They call him, and you got a point like what's her name does,
Like who?
like the girl from Lucha Underground,
Oh,
Maria Santos.
Bobby. Also, let's do a gold here. What you were gonna pitch me a show or something, right? Your hot dog show. Why don't you pitch me your hot dog show?
Oh, the hot dog show.
All right.
Oh, this is not going to live up to last week, man.
No, it's obviously not, but we can workshop this. Let's workshop this. All right.
All right.
Going. All right. So, like I said, we're coming up with some new ideas for Sorgatron Media. Bobby, I think you had something that you wanted to pitch. What was that?
Show about hot dogs.
Not
about hot dogs.
Show about hot dogs?
Hosted by a hot dog.
Now, where are we getting this hot dog? Where are you finding a talented hot dog?
I've started my own talent agency, Hot Dog Incorporated. I found my ideal client. His name is Doggy Joe.
What the heck?
He's a hot dog American. See? Oh
Wait.
no, he fell out of his hot dog suit. He's naked. But yeah, he wants to host his own podcast about food.
Okay.
Actually, it's just me. I want to host a show about food. No, I don't. I do not.
Okay. Well, I mean, we were working on some new podcast ideas.
But we still haven't started Laundry Time yet.
We haven't. But that's still that's still in the planning stages. We call it pre-production around here.
Mm-hmm.
So we're working on that. Well,
we're still fluffing the towels.
We're still fluffing the towels. We're certainly still fluffing the towels. So, what do you think? I mean, we were kind of floating some ideas for this. How about like Bobby F. J. Town's Bobby in Your Town?
Like Rick Seaback.
Yeah, Rick Seaback responded to us, actually.
Yeah, he did.
Like,
He did.
I'm not even kidding. This isn't a joke. He actually responded to us.
That was a life moment for me.
That was a life moment because we confused and slightly frightened Rick Seaback on Twitter, apparently. So I still didn't get that treatment on my desk.
The conversation also was about hot dogs.
Yes, it was about hot dogs, and of course we had to mention Rick Seaback when that happened. But we had some other ideas. I've just been spouting ideas. I got you guys here. Jim, Bobby. I just want to hear, kind of your thoughts as I'm going through this. And this is stuff I've been tweeting through the week. So first of all, we do have hashtag Deep Thoughts with Dutters that she submitted here. I think it involved being on a toilet, though.
Deep thoughts. That's where they occur, though.
Edgy, with the toilet and all.
Mm-hmm.
What else you got?
Okay, let's see. We had EventCast. That's the show where we solve problems like ice cream and long distance pizza delivery. That's something that we've been playing with on the AwesomeCast.
Ice cream's not a problem. I don't know who said that. Ice cream is not a problem.
Okay.
Never a problem.
Okay. Let's see. We had another one that somebody put out there.
Unless it has freezer burn.
I don't know. There was a podcast idea. I can't remember how this came about, but it was something around the concept of Wet Hot American Summer.
Okay.
I don't know why. Why? All right. Let's see what else we got here. It's not actually coming up with all my ideas because we had a lot of them. About a week ago, we had a lot of these come up. Damn it. Thank you, Twitter, for not showing me all the things.
Still got me and Will's idea.
What? Which idea?
Me and Will's idea of an improv podcast.
Yeah, I mean the improv.
That's a legit one.
Improvcast. Let's make that happen. There was one of our Patreons actually connected with us and said because we talked about this idea on Gold last week, right? And they said I would patron that. So
he just wants to hear my Southern Belle voice again.
Oh, there it is, Southern, getting Southern with Bobby F. Janetown. I was going with Bobby.
I'm just a simple vegetarian that works at Arby's, y'all.
Oh, jeez. All right, so I was going with Bobby F. south of the Mason-Dixon town, but I guess that is a mouthful. As is an Arby's sandwich, especially to a vegetarian.
Bobby F. 30 South? I don't know.
Bobby F. 30 South.
I live in Hotlanta, y'all. Take your shirt, raise it over your head like a helicopter.
The cover art is just Bobby draped in a Confederate flag.
Oh, no.
Touchy. Anyways, go ahead.
I said too soon.
Too soon? I don't know. It depends on whose cookout you go to on the 4th of July.
Not soon enough.
Because I got to listen to a transvestite complaining about the Confederate flag being disallowed. That was weird.
What fever dream did you have?
That's just a holiday at my sister's.
Okay. All right.
That is legit. That happened.
Cool beans.
It also could be a podcast. There you go.
Scary one. Yeah.
Geez, what else? Well, we already have Tough Enough Cast. We already have those other things. Geez, I wish I had my list. Twitter is not good for going back. So.
No. Hey, Time Hop. That's what Time Hop's for.
What's that?
That's what Time Hop's for. I got it on my phone right now.
Yeah, but I can't go back to like last Monday on Twitter, it seems. It's a shame.
Like last year I had a tweet called Food, Metallica's Fuel, give me burger, give me fries, give me nachos on the side. Rejected Weird Al songs. It was a tweet at midnight.
That I like. That I really, really like. So, all right. Well, we'll roll some new ideas. I don't know, Shireman, do you have anything that's been itching your brain over there?
Other than, like I said, giving me 30 minutes to talk about Avengers Alliance every week, that's all I got in my life.
Mm-hmm.
That and pizza.
Pizza cat.
Oh, I found my list. I used a different hashtag apparently. It was Bobby Up in Your Town with Bobby FJ Town was the title we came up with. Instacastagram, the podcast about Instagram. There you go.
We can show everybody's Instagram pictures to the non-visual listeners.
That's right. It's an audio podcast about Instagram.
Wait,
So.
we describe people's Instagram photos for people with audio.
Oh, if you're really good, if you're a good linguist in that vein. Eamon says, commentates over non-wrestling life events because he is a commentator in real life for Inspire Pro Wrestling.
I thought it would be like the speak and spell.
I mean, I heard Joe Dombrowski commentate his battle with the toilet one time, and it kind of goes off from that. On the road with Wheels, Hot Wheels becomes the ultimate mobile podcasting studio, finding stories of the real America. We almost had that podcast happen on the trip to Cleveland, to be honest. Awesome history of tech. That's the part where actually this is the real idea we came up with before, on the show last week. Sorg and Chilla reminisce about old tech they grew up with some framed on their wall because he has a motherboard framed on his wall. It's pretty cool. Basic Dutternomics.
I like that.
A little bit. She gives her
Also
daily.
from the toilet.
She gives her daily. Yeah, it can also be on the toilet. That's true. Gives her daily thoughts on social media, Hello Kitty, and bacon.
All right.
So that's what we got.
I was going to do a podcast where you just reviewed movie trailers, like not the actual.
Oh, that'd be a good idea, actually.
But I mean, just go through trailers and just.
I feel like that's been done. I feel like I've seen that. I love the idea, but
that's probably why it seems like such a good idea.
Hosted by a hot dog. What?
Somebody who has like 1 million views a week.
There you go. Well, the problem is because whenever you're looking for that trailer and it's just released and hasn't populated, you'll find all the reactions to the trailer before you find the Suicide Squad trailer, right? So you're really kind of playing YouTube to an extent, but then you have to be the guy or the show that pops up before that and be that good to begin with. So
none of them hosted by a stop motion hot dog, though.
None of them. No, and I think that's where we corner the market.
Mm-hmm.
Is the stop motion hot dog host? I mean, they had a puppet on that YouTube show WWE had.
Oh, you said the magic word.
Oh, what?
You said the magic word.
All right. What was that? What was that?
Stop motion?
Nope.
No. What? What's happening?
Oh. Did somebody say puppet?
There you go. There you go. He could host. Puppet F J Town can review the movie trailers. That's perfect.
Guess I have a fish puppet, by the way. This is Puppet FJ Town.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, everybody. Did Eamon make his bed today?
You can barely see your lips moving.
I know. I'm a great ventriloquist.
Yeah. I don't know what's up with Mad Mike.
This is why I'm single.
Did you invite Mike?
Oh, no. I thought you said you would invite
Oh, no.
him.
Go ahead and invite him, please.
Don't have to.
Bobby. Be nice.
I know. I'm kidding. You better not spoil it tough enough, or I will beat him senseless with this.
Oh,
finger.
Topics for today. Divas.
No spoiling tough enough, Mike.
Let's talk divas.
No, sorry, Tough Enough just ended. I just came upstairs.
No, that's what I figured. We actually were done way early and did. Actually, we're in the middle of gold. So if you have any podcast ideas for the expansion of Sorgatron Media, now is your time to air them.
Hosted by Stop Animation Hot Dogs.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Ideas for Sorgatron Media podcast.
I mean, you only run like 4 or 5 hangout based.
Well, I mean, I would say the Mad Mike show because clearly there's not enough of.
Why don't you just have your own show? Why don't you start your own show? I mean, there's nothing stopping you. It's the internet.
No, I know this is true. I don't do good talking by myself.
Okay, I don't know. You did pretty well on that one.
I think it's weird to talk by myself.
Well, okay.
I feel like I'm just talking to myself.
I like being able to bounce off people.
But what if you do something? Go ahead.
When we used to do Sportsocracy, I ran a couple shows by myself, just like daily kind of things, and I thought they were horrible. I couldn't, because I felt like I was sitting there talking to myself with headphones on. It feels
like you're droning on, right? Now,
Mhm.
were you trying to do like your show was a little longer, wasn't it? Like it wasn't like an hour or something?
Yeah, it was an hour between 60 and 90 minutes, but I tried to do like a daily sort of like, it was almost like doing the sports report. And I felt like it was horrible, and it just never went anywhere. I just did not enjoy myself at all.
That's why I started my thing as like kind of a challenge to see if I could do it, and I didn't tell anybody at first, for the most part. So until it developed into what it became, and I think having that like 5-10 minutes. So Mike, maybe Mike, you should experiment a little bit. Maybe you should just like hop on the Google Hangout, have your own account there, and just like do a few, like maybe do 5 minutes.
Your computer kind of muted.
Yeah.
Have your dick out there.
What
Maybe
happened?
you should hop on there, hang your dick out. It's fine.
Throw your dick out there.
Just hang your dick out. It's fine. Just throw it out there. Just leave it out there for 5 minutes. See if anyone views it. It's fine.
Laptop, go home.
Just don't close the laptop on your dick. Do not close the laptop on your dick. That's not a good idea.
First rule of podcasting: don't close the laptop.
Second rule of podcasting: do not talk about podcasting.
That's it. I'm going to do a podcast about podcasting, Bobby.
Oh no! I
Hosted
already.
by a hot dog.
I was going to say that's so skipping.
That's actually what I do. And I have 2 podcasts.
Oh no! I fell over.
I have 2 podcasts in my listen list about podcasting. So.
Oh, by the way, tomorrow on the Tough Enough wrap up,
Yeah.
Jen Carlins and I are going to cut promos on each other.
Oh jeez. I haven't listened to any of those, to be honest. I'm so behind on just everything.
Honestly, sorry. As
damn
long as you
Virgil.
watch Tough Talk, you can ignore the show. I'm not
So your
joking.
show is for everybody that doesn't have WWE Network and it doesn't have Tough Talk,
Oh well,
right?
borrow it.
What?
Get it for free for 1 month and just watch Tough Talk.
You're not really putting over your show here.
Well, I mean, obviously watch our show, but you need to know what the show is about at least. So watch Tough Talk, and then you watch Jen and I talk about it.
Oh, I need to do titles here. All right, Gold. Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you for supporting as you do, and please tell your friends what they're missing on here. Okay. Topic 1. I had something written for the Divas. We got a lot of email submissions and such.
Oh, divas. I'm so happy.
And Bobby, I will not spoil anything on Tough Enough.
Okay. You better not.
It really has. There's not really anything worth discussing on this show, right?
Actually, on this show, no. There was one cool thing at the end of Tough Enough, but that's pretty much it.
Okay.
The rest of it was just kind of bullshit.
All right.
Besides, the challenge has already been spoiled online because it was filmed earlier in the week.
Right.
Because it was an improv show in Orlando.
And they periscope everything, so
Yeah.
it's really.
Avengers Alliance podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Subheadline. I need a subheadline for WWE Battleground predictions. And
Love
stuff.
is a battleground.
I'm going with it.
Okay.
I'm going with it.
That's why I named the Facebook event where I'm having my buddies come over.
I think
That was
certain.
my joke from last night.
I think.
Yeah, I know. It was Bobby's joke from last night.
Because I said Pat Benatar too.
Yes.
And I like having the fun stuff in there because that's a little Easter egg for the people that just watched the video, as few as they may be. So, or at least like people that pop in with the clips when I put them up. All right, let's do wrestling as soon as Sherman comes back. He is
Let's do wrestling.
Let's do wrestle.
Hey, let's do wrestling.
We do wrestling this week on podcast.
Kill.
I started up Cressy Road and there was some sound. Cressy
Bring it
Road.
Light it
You
up,
have some more water.
up, light it up, light it up.
I thought you were starting into there used to be a great tower.
I think I said the wrong number.
Let the dog in my house.
Oh, what are you? We got a dog. What is this?
It is dog. Dog is hosting podcast. Dog is
right.
driving car.
Podcast.
Damn it, Bobby, I was just about to say it.
Cast.
All right.
That's one of my favorite things.
Let's
Favorite
roll.
driving car.
Hey guys, it's the Wrestling Mayhem Show, episode 478. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron in the Mayhem Studios in Pittsburgh, PA, ready to rock this ish here tonight. With me from Poughkeepsie, New York. He's a former employee of WWE corporate in Stanford. Mad Mike.
I am a former employee of WWE corporate.
That's your
Sorg.
qualification. I mean, last week we had people that were commentators. We had people that work in the newspaper business. We have people that who was the other one? We have people that like are doing other things, have blogs and such. You worked there at the home base.
Future endeavor.
We don't say that. We don't say that enough. Just like we don't name drop Zach Gowen enough on this show.
And Eric Young.
But anyways, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right, Sorg. I just got finished live tweeting Tough Enough. If you want to follow along with my live tweets while this show is going on, if you're live in the chat, just follow the hashtag MM for Mad Mike.
Rocket. Also joining us from Johnstown, PA, about 2 hours out there somewhere, is Bobby F. J-Town.
Hi, everyone. I'm just testing my new boots.
Awesome. And also with us, he's in mysterious mystery parts unknown. He is some call him Jim, but tonight we're calling him the Wrestle Genius at Wrestle Genius on the Twitters. How you doing, sir?
Who?
What?
Sir, you were supposed to do that like Melissa Santos.
Melissa Santos? I don't know. I'm still catching up on my Lucha Underground. I still have research for that interview in 2
They
weeks.
call him Jim.
Jim.
You have to point.
The following podcast is
Look how adorable.
Awesome. Well, this is your Wrestling Mayhem Show. Like I said, we talk some professional wrestling, typically of the WWE nature, but whatever else comes our way. But it's not just this. We have so many shows at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. You can also find links to subscribe to us on iTunes, YouTube, Stitcher, Spreaker, Daily Motion, all over the place. Look for some Wrestling Mayhem Show action. Yes, count those up, Mike. And please also support the show. Lots of links over there for, we'll mention the T-shirts and everything else, but especially our Patreon supporters. Get to those in a moment. T-shirts. Bobby's got one. He's rocking it right now. Oh yeah. And of course,
senior photos this weekend.
Senior photos. Right, Mayhem
senior this weekend.
Mayhem school photos coming soon. I think is something we're gonna work on. Donna's picture kind of looks like she's kind of got that like movement thing going on. I don't know. Anyways,
laser background.
The laser background. Do you
Can I?
Full on 80s, early 90s laser background?
Yep.
There you go. We should just do senior pictures where it's just like, but it's like on the edge of a wrestling ring, right?
by a brook.
We were having a conversation about we need better pictures of us wearing our own merchandise to help sell the shirts. Like us being us average Joe wrestling fans, just kind of attempting to look sexy or something.
Risen eye in a prom photo pose.
There you go, Mike.
Sorg, some of us don't have to attempt to look sexy.
Well,
all
there
right?
you go. But anyways, you can drop us a line 412-206-WMS0, or you can drop an email to goodtimes@WrestlingMayhemShow.com. We got a lot of fan mail tonight. Thank you guys for stepping up. We got a question I'm sure that will destroy the length of this podcast in the second half, and people contributing to their conversations are big topics of the week. And like I said, I already mentioned the Patreon, but big ups to our Patreon supporters. You can join us at patreon.com/WrestlingMayhemShow. It's linked over at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. You can support the show. If you're unable to buy a shirt, you want to directly contribute, you will get something. If you do $1 per episode, you will get something. One could be the Wrestling Mayhem Show Gold, where we do some very special thought experiments. Sometimes special interviews, sometimes some comedy. Really kind of you get a look into our brains when we're not talking about professional wrestling or the other things we do in Sorgatron Media, because we talk about everything. But anyways, this week, of course, thanks to our Patreon supporters, Antonio Garza at TheWrestlingRevolution.com. Please check out that site. Some great news, some DVD reviews, indie wrestling reviews, all kinds of fun stuff. And, of course, the other guy, he happens to do virtual potholes, white.net.com. It's out there somewhere. I can't remember last time he was on. I know he got a new one. But his name for tonight is Bo Diggity. Woo! So thank you very much, long time supporters of the show, and you can too. Please review. Please, if you haven't had a chance, get on iTunes. You don't know how much it means to help get the word out on this show. And I've run into some people. And thank you, everybody that's said great things about the show to me this week. I know I ran into a fan at Raw, guys. You can check out that story
Or
on.
did you let him chop you?
I didn't let him shot me. It was. I think if I let him shot me, would have gone thrown out. So in the position that we were in down there on the floor. So, but anyways, so thank you very much for saying hi. Let us know you enjoy the show. You don't know how much that means. And like I said, we had a conversation about that on the LB and the Sorg morning afternoon power hour that you can find at sorgatronmedia.com. So let's get into the show. First up, let's talk about ladies. I'm glad that we got no ladies whatsoever to represent this week as we talk about the divas. Thank you very much.
We'll do our best.
But of course,
Can I get the wig again?
You get the wig? Do you have it handy?
Maybe.
Okay. But if you can't, okay, it's all right. But of course, we had an uprising of NXT last night. We had Becky Lynch, Charlotte, and of course Sasha Banks all stepping up. It feels like we're turning into like we're going to have a 3-on-3-on-3 Survivor Series match of some sort at the Battleground. I don't know if they've announced anything just yet, but this actually was germinating a little bit from Mark Madden. I got a text from Dutters that said, "Hey, Mark Madden's saying we should watch Raw. That's a step in the right direction." And now Mark Madden, strangely, was just hanging outside the main gate at Console Energy Center Saturday night after the WWE live show.
Always does.
Have you witnessed this before?
He just is always there. I've never witnessed it, but I've heard things.
I mean, I've done some work with Mark Madden, and he's a cool guy, but it's just surreal to just like walk on. But Mark Madden's just freaking hanging there, you know? This is Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, you will randomly run into Virgil and Mark Madden. That's how it hangs around here, okay? Mm-hmm. But anyways, so based on that, I was like, okay, I want to pay some extra attention to Raw. And that's what we got. We got a good introduction from that. We have an email, actually, from... Wait. I got it noted here somewhere. I lost my notes. My notes just went weird. But we do have an email here. Garza? No. Ciro, yeah, got Garza emailed in. And part of that is talking about the Divas. So I wanted to touch on that before we get deep into the conversation. He says it's been a while since his email, but this time he does have something he wants to mention. Let's start off with the good stuff. That triple threat match was amazing, kind of backwards booking, having Cena have to go against the Tar Heel, but still great. John was also great on commentary during the whole thing. Now, the big part of his email I want to get to. Now, not everything was good. So he does not have a positive side on this. Leave it to WWE to fuck up the debut of the NXT girls. Fucking Stephanie McMahon, she had no business being there. Not only has she been gone for weeks, and she just came back to belittle the champ and try to steal a spotlight. Why can't we just have Paige just introduce them as her last resort or something? No. Fucking Stephanie McMahon needs to give us her hypocrite give divas a chance BS. There was no reason why Stephanie would be a babyface and support Paige. It just felt like a Hogan-esque maneuvering to be the one in the babyface slot for this thing that she knows will go down as a big moment in history. Also, Sasha joining Tamina and Naomi makes no sense whatsoever, like at all. Terrible execution of what could have been an awesome moment. I disagree.
I see his point, though.
Yeah, I see his point. It was weird that it was like we had this giant mashup of here's all the divas that are important. Sorry, Natalia. So I don't know. What are you? I thought it was a great moment to introduce them to Raw, even though we have seen them on other matches. Have they been? Has Charlotte and Sasha been on Raw?
We saw Charlotte.
We saw Charlotte
on Raw once, and she lost really quickly to Natty.
Okay. So they had a weird little test there, but this is like the real debut of her. And we ended with the three of them on top. And I don't know what you do from here, but my stipulation I mentioned on the Raw wrap-up last night, we need to have 2 significant Divas matches every Raw. In 3 hours, there's no reason we can't have that.
Well, I mean, I'd be okay with 1 for right now.
Right.
Yeah, I'd be okay with 1 for right now, but we need like the match that Alicia Fox and Paige had a few weeks ago was really, really good, and that's something that they can take a cue from. Like, but if you're really bringing up Charlotte, Becky, and Sasha, I personally don't think that they're all coming up full time.
Okay.
I personally don't think that. I think they were brought in to kind of show the Bellas that all of these women are nipping at their heels.
Right.
Like, I think we might keep maybe Charlotte and Becky, and Sasha stays down at NXT while she's still champion. But who knows? She could Kevin Owens this thing.
That's what I feel like. I think all of them are. They're going to do a crossover thing while we go here, because we do have Sasha and Charlotte this week on NXT, for instance. So in the meantime, I don't know, Mr. Genius. What do you think of this whole situation?
I think that that's probably true in terms of part timing. I think that they'll probably come up and wrestle a little bit on Raw, see how things go. If the crowd is into it, if the ratings are sufficient to what they consider to be a success, and at that point decide whether they're going to stay up or go back down or bounce back and forth. At that point, I think Mike is right, though. I think you'll probably see two of those girls come up and the other hang around NXT more, primarily, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing that Garza was talking about, that just because their debut may not have been the best, their debut was just to get them exposure. I mean, who knows, at Battleground, if there is a 3-on-3-on-3, Sasha Banks could very easily just turn on Naomi and Tamina. Very, very easily. Like, it's not to say that what they debuted as last night on Raw is what they're going to be forever. Because, I mean, what they could have done was have Charlotte and Sasha come out and bring out Summer Rae and be the BFFs against Team Bella. I mean, that's one way they could have gone with it.
Right. Exactly. I don't know. What do you think, Bobby?
I love Becky Lynch, and I was surprised she was one of the ones they brought up. I thought for sure it was just going to be Sasha and Charlotte going against, and with Paige going against the Bellas. I'm intrigued by how this is all breaking down and stuff. So it's going to be great, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I do see his point about Stephanie, though, horning in on it, kind of.
Mm-hmm. I do, too. It was a little weird because she was, at last, we thought, teaming with the Bellas, right?
Yeah.
And granted, there's been no contact,
well,
but still.
Then again, she fired Brie. So.
Yeah. Like, it was around this time last year that Stephanie fought the Bellas.
Yeah, that's right.
Stephanie always gets in digs at Brie Bella for Daniel being on the shelf. So, I mean, but I think Stephanie was also kind of a stand-in for Triple H.
Right.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah.
I mean,
even though he was backstage.
Triple H's baby is NXT. That is what he, I think, considers to be his legacy at this point. That is the big hit that is completely 100% attributed to him. So anytime anything big NXT happens, if he's not in the ring standing around, Stephanie is going to be, whether we like it or not. That's the way it's going.
Right. That's their initiative.
Did you guys happen to see the Raw fallout of that with Stephanie talking to them backstage?
Yes.
Oh, it was so. If you guys haven't seen it, I believe it's on our Facebook page.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Wrestling Mayhem Show on Facebook. It's a video of Steph talking to them after the debut. Charlotte's crying, Sasha's tearing up, Becky's tearing up. It's
Ric Flair's crying in the background somewhere too.
Ric Flair has not stopped crying since he left TNA, and that's tears of joy.
Yes. Yes. There looks like there's some more. You guys are still posting Divas stuff on there. So there's them all in. And also like a Divas thing, finishing in a multiple submission moves, and I think that's what's important. And it's. I think it's significant because, and this is the big test for me, and this is the big question I have is, now that we have these three talents that have been tearing it apart in NXT, what happens? Do we see, if these guys fail, but don't live up to the hype on WWE Raw, there is something wrong with WWE Raw. Okay, like how has Paige not had as great of matches since she's come up? And I've floated the theory before. I think when you get to that point, these girls are doing, and guys too, are doing all these extra things. The Total Divas, the media, the different kind of traveling maybe they're doing with NXT, and I think that somehow affects what they do in the ring. That's my theory. That's my pure theory, based on what we've seen come up before. So let's see what happens here. I'm sorry, Bobby.
I'm hoping Emma gets a second shot out of this.
True.
I hope they bring her up as the, like I said last night, dead behind the eyes Emma. Because her and Paige had some classic matches in NXT, you know? I mean, she's one of the ones that they thought was going to be something, and then she basically came up and was a prop for Santino.
Isn't it so nice now that they have a second chance farm system with that, though?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, Sin Cara, or whoever might be Sin Cara now, got to go down there, rebuild with Kalisto, who was a great talent off of the Indies. I got to witness him myself as Samurai Del Sol. You know, now Lucha Dragons is a tremendous thing, and kind of their
Zack Ryder.
Yeah, Zack Ryder could be building up.
Zack Ryder is killing it with Mojo Rawley.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes. No, Bobby, you're wrong. You're wrong about that.
Like I said,
he is. It's the most. Oh God, I can't believe it. You see what you're doing to me? You're forcing me to be on the side of Zack Ryder.
Hashtag hype bros.
Like I said, they could form a stable of Zack Ryder, Mojo Rawley, and Dana Brooke, and it would be my nightmare.
But
it would be the worst thing to happen to me since.
But man, I don't know. The magic of NXT, it could become the greatest tag team ever.
Yeah.
They could become the Lucha Dragons.
See, the thing is, I don't even think the hype bros is going to last that long. I think it's going to eventually turn Zack Ryder heel.
Okay.
And he's going to take out Mojo Rawley by smacking him in the face with the Internet Championship.
Okay, that's acceptable. I accept that.
See? I mean, I don't... Bobby. I like the hype.
TV.
I like the hype bros. Like I like the movie Batman and Robin. Are they a good tag team? No. But are they entertaining and campy? Yes.
No.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You're so awful you can't look away.
No.
Yeah, Mojo Rawley is essentially NXT's bat nipples.
Also, another thing I said. What did we do to deserve Hideo Itami and Sami Zayn going on the shelf and Mojo Rawley coming back within weeks?
Well,
just get lucky, Bobby.
To quote the great philosopher Kevin Owens, that's a shame.
I think next time I'm on this show, I'm gonna wear a Zack Ryder shirt. I think that's gonna be my new gimmick here.
I'll wear a Zack Ryder shirt too.
Zack Ryder's #1 fan. That's my new gimmick. Just put it down.
We'll make sure to have Chachi on the show again too for that one. Wow. By the way, in the running for show title is Mojo Rawley's NXT's Bat Nipples.
I don't want to be associated with him.
Oh man, I'll take it. Certainly. And then, man, can I just put his head on the Bat Nipple suit?
Yes,
and that'll be all right.
That's acceptable.
That's acceptable.
A hype is coming.
All right. Well, anyways,
no, I'm not affiliated with that.
We'll see how the Divas are doing. We'll see what happens here. I think it's really interesting. I think they're on the verge of this could be amazing, and I really hope it does. I really hope it follows through. And we'll see. We'll see Battleground and beyond. Hell, SmackDown. Let's have these girls do something, right? Follow the formula of Kevin Owens to a certain point here. Except I know it's kind of hard because they have so many people involved. But anyways. All right, with that, hey, let's touch base. You know, we got a lot of pro wrestling. I experienced a lot of wrestling that I was not behind. Some great stuff. We'll talk about, of course, later on Indy Mayhem show. Absolute Intense Wrestling, VOW. Actually, VOW you can get over at PittsburghWrestling.com. That show will be there available very, very shortly. We got to see friends of the show. Chess Flexor went through a flaming table of some sort. It was crazy. And friends of the show, him and Andrew Palace winning the tag team championship down there, as well as other great stuff like IWC's Super Indy, RWA's last show, Unleashed, which was tremendous, with the Drew River just being absolutely insane, and a fans bring the weapons falls count anywhere match. Absolutely nuts. Please check all that stuff out, including the upcoming Virgil and his traveling merchandise table. You can find the teaser of that over at sorgatronmedia.com and wrestlingmayhemshow.com. I am currently editing it. And let me tell you something. Virgil. I have taken a trip to Virgil Town. I have seen things in Virgil Town. And I hope I can come back to tell a tale and give you this DVD.
Is it just a table and a banner that says Superstar Ted DiBiase and Virgil?
So does Virgil Town have a lot of abandoned cars?
What?
Aw.
Does it just look like Atlanta and The Walking Dead?
Aw.
Oh, you'll have to find out.
Or is that just the new 50 Cent documentary now that he's declared bankruptcy?
You'll have to find out
50
July
Cent
29th when it comes out. Available on digital download from PittsburghWrestling.com, IndieWrestling.us, as well as DVD at joe-dombrowski.com. All right, so go check that out. Support the show. Support indie wrestling. That's where these guys come out that we're talking about these days, right?
And support Virgil, right?
And support. Well, I mean, to a point, you know. Yeah. Anyways, with that, let's talk about. We have a pay-per-view this weekend, and hey, let's do the thing. WWE Battleground, kind of the newer pay-per-view. I mean, this may be the third one that they've done of these. So kind of filler, and this is kind of the road to SummerSlam. The WWE live event here in Pittsburgh was, I didn't even realize, the SummerSlam Heatwave Tour. I guess we're getting pretty close.
That's Fastlane, Sorg.
That's Fastlane?
The road to anything.
Oh.
It's Fastlane.
Oh, okay. It's the Fastlane.
Paved with Fastlane and good intentions.
Anyways, we do have some matches lined up. I don't know. It just seems like kind of rematch city from what we've seen before. Well, first of all, probably the biggest match on the card obviously has to be R-Truth against King Barrett for a battle for the crown. Just like the good old days of Hacksaw Jim Duggan and King Haku.
Is it?
I'm sorry.
This is the second time these guys have been on the pre-show.
That's true. That's true.
I
weep. Pre-show city.
I weep for Wade Barrett. Can R-Truth wrestle in the elephant costume?
What?
From Swerved? Did you see
Oh,
Swerved?
yes, I did. That was amazing.
That needs to be R-Truth's gimmick.
It's just
I would 100% support that.
Elephant R-Truth. And he's still rapping, right? And then Paige just randomly tackles him as he's coming down the ramp, and he just rolls down because he can't get up because of that stupid suit. But R-Truth's been like the most entertaining in a while. I've loved his promos, especially his pop-up promos on SmackDown. Great stuff.
I like R-Truth more when he forgets he has to wrestle.
That's true too. That was fun too. And they've just been having fun with him. He's a great distraction on the card.
I just feel bad for Wade Barrett.
A little bit, yeah.
It was almost like winning King of the Ring was a curse.
Mm-hmm. Well,
maybe he'll lose it, and
not as big a curse as Sheamus with his Money in the Bank briefcase taking on Randy Orton, and that will be our nap time probably from the pay-per-view.
Yeah.
I individually I like the guys, but just when they pop up on Raw, I get sleepy, and I don't know what it is. I don't want to hate either guy, but I'm just done with them. I don't know. The newness of Sheamus's funky haircut has worn off on me.
That's because they didn't do anything with it.
No, he's just asshole Sheamus.
It almost seems like he just had that for Ninja Turtles and just decided to keep it when he returned to the ring.
I don't know about that. I thought it was inspired by Immortals, to be honest. But
he's still. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, God, fine. You're fine.
He still comes out and yells, "Dude." I'm like, fella. That'd be like me going somewhere and just going, man! It makes no sense.
See, he should at least join Team Bella. Then it'd be Bella and Fella.
I like that a little bit. I actually kind of like that a little bit.
It's not bad. I mean,
it's got a ring to it.
It's something because honestly, I don't know why him and Randy Orton are feuding.
No, neither do they.
I do not know why, and no one on commentary for the past month has explained it to me.
Nope, absolutely not. All right, this one's got a little more behind it. We got Kevin Owens and Cena. The title's up for grabs.
Tiny bit more behind it, Sork.
You need a bit more behind it?
Tiny bit.
What? Yeah?
I'm excited again.
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. It's I don't know how they're going to book this. Because at this point, Kevin Owens almost doesn't need the title.
No, certainly not.
No.
But that's all they know to do is throw a strap on somebody at this point, right? I think we're going to have something weird happen here, and I'm kind of hoping it ends up a four-way with Rusev and Cesaro at SummerSlam.
I could see that happen.
Yeah.
I could see it being a three-way because Dolph Ziggler will be back from his fractured larynx by like mid-August.
Okay.
It took Ricky the Dragon Steamboat how many months to recover from the fractured larynx?
But that was with a ring bell, Bobby. That was with a ring.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Not
a crutch. Not a crutch.
That was a lot different. All right, how about Seth Rollins, Brock Lesnar? That's going to be good. No?
Seth is winning somehow.
You think so?
Absolutely.
I think so too.
Either that, or I could see a DQ.
Okay.
I think we're finally going to see Heyman turn.
No.
Oh no, I don't think so.
I think
No, because Bobby, the only reason I say no to Heyman turning, do you really want Brock cutting a promo by himself?
No, you're not going to have this. You don't.
This?
Think about this. Think about that. The worst thing that can happen to Brock Lesnar is opening his mouth, right? The worst thing for money, the worst thing for anything is letting him open his mouth.
I don't think he needs anybody to speak for him anymore, though.
Yes, he does.
I think he just needs to kick ass.
No.
I think he just needs to kick ass.
But if they put the strap back on him, he's going to have to be involved in promos because that's just how they program their TV show.
Yeah.
He's got to spend 15 minutes in the ring standing around every Monday night, essentially.
Right.
So there's no way they're going to let him talk. He needs a mouthpiece.
And plus, Paul has already turned on Brock before. They're not going to do that old chestnut again.
No.
I can see maybe a Shield reformation of some kind.
That's kind of what I'm going for too. We talk about Dean being kind of non-existent this week. Seth's at the end of his rope and doesn't have anybody behind the authority behind him. So and people have kind of messed with the idea of maybe something happens with Seth. He drops the belt and feuds with Triple H for SummerSlam. Has been an idea floated around. I think mostly fan. I don't think there's any basis on that at all.
But then if you have that, then you get Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns, which we all want to see, right, guys?
Which I think they try. I honestly think they try.
I wanted to see that. I've been told a few times I wanted to see Brock Lesnar.
You want what we give you. You'll like it.
I'd rather see Brock Lesnar win and then take on Cesaro for SummerSlam.
You're right.
I know that's
I'd
not
see,
a big
yeah.
money. That's not a big money match, but that's a big money match.
But at what point is like Brock Lesnar against anybody a money match?
Kofi Kingston.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Send him to Japan. Let him wrestle.
There you go. That was a money match though, because it was just him being there. But it brought people. I think that sold tickets because he was so big with the IWGP Championship
Sorg,
there.
You notice they never said who he was wrestling.
No, they didn't.
They just said he was going to be there.
Right, and that was the money.
Because even people that don't speak English, if they had known he was wrestling Kofi Kingston, they would have stayed home, right? I mean,
Brock's coming back.
You'd have been like, oh,
Brock's coming back. Oh, he's fighting Kofi.
Thanks for no thanks. Yeah.
Pass.
All right. Looking back at the card, we got the three-way finally that we've been building for 2 months. Ryback versus Big Show versus Miz for the Intercontinental title. Yay!
I want Miz to win this match so bad, just so Ryback goes away.
Aw, Ryback's great.
Ryback, Mojo Rawley, and Zack Ryder.
Oh, it's Bobby's faction from hell.
Yep.
Wow.
It's a Survivor Series team that I don't want to survive.
It's that job team that goes down to like whatever team the Warlord's on, right? Anyways, tag team titles on the line. Of course, somebody from the New Day will take on the Primetime Players. They've been entertaining, and everybody's behind them. The crowd was really behind both teams, to be honest, at the live show here in Pittsburgh.
I think New Day's taking it back.
You think so? I think so.
I think Titus had it for the Father's Day bump because he won Father of the Year or whatever that contest thing was.
You know what
and
I hate?
New Day's gonna get it back because they don't have to worry about Brock destroying the tag team champions anymore.
Now, I know this is one of those things where if you're just watching Raw, you don't see, there is stuff happening on other shows. But when you're watching Raw, and we have all this time, just like the Divas, there needs to be 2 Divas matches, right? There needs to be more than just because if you're not paying attention, it feels like these are the only 2 tag teams in WWE if you just watch Raw. And I think that's a problem if that's your flagship show, right? You need something. Even mixing it up. You just had combinations of these guys for the last month to build to this. And I think that's another thing that's really kind of tired what we've been doing on these and seeing this show from week to week. What's mixing it up?
Well, you have to remember they did lose 2 tag teams kind of really quickly because the Usos are still out.
And they don't still have Ascension, Lucha Dragons, the Matadors. I mean, didn't we just have a giant elimination chamber with a bunch of... and we lost 2 of the 6? We got to still be able to do something out there.
Yeah, but does anyone really want to see the Ascension?
I do.
Do something to make us want to see them. That's the problem. That's the job of a writer, is to make us want to see these people. It's the job of the wrestler, too. Don't get me wrong. But they got to be...
The New Day's the only heel tag team we have.
Ascension.
I guess, but
what the Luchadors, not Luchadors, the Matadors kind of are Los Matadors.
Right. Well, I think by necessity.
They're kind of heels.
Right.
Kind of. Sort of.
So, and other than that, we also have, I don't know, I lost my thing. Son of a... Roman Reigns, Bray Wyatt, whatever.
I wonder who's going to win that.
There's a lot of whatever on this show, isn't there? It's a good thing we're just paying $9.99 at this point. So
I'm getting it for free, Sorg. I'm paying $2.50 per NXT episode.
I pay $9.99 for Swerve every month. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
All right, I'll give you that. So let us know your thoughts. We'll be tweeting there on Sunday night. Let us know at Mayhem Show on the Twitters. Guys, pizza. We all love pizza. It goes hand in hand with professional wrestling, especially if you're doing a pay-per-view party or a WWE Network party, whatever you want to call it this weekend. If you're in the Pittsburgh area, go get your pizza Sunday night from Slice on Broadway here in Beachview in the South Hills of Pittsburgh, or over in Carnegie, PA, down on the Main Street. There's Rico on the front cover there of that website. Check him out. They got some great videos. You can check out what they're doing down there at Slice on Broadway. SliceOnBroadway.com, PGH_Slice on the Twitter, Slice on Broadway on the Instagram and the Facebook. Supporting Pittsburgh podcasting perfectly. Pepperoni pizza. I forgot a word in there, but I got the important ones. Get hungry, Slice on Broadway. We'll be right back after this look of this past week in Sorgatron Media.
Do it, Jesus.
That was only a half an hour?
Yeah.
Did I accidentally not record a part of it?
I think. No, it was a half hour.
Oh, sir, we're very streamlined today.
Yeah. We had I got word.
Oh, no.
Mr. Chris LaRusso came up to me Sunday night and said the last 2 weeks of the show have been very good. So,
because I wasn't on last week.
We're due for a fall.
Yes.
I was on the week before.
Mr. LaRusso.
What I like about Slice on Broadway.
What's that?
Let me tell you what I like about Slice on Broadway.
We're done.
They embody some of the great things.
We're done with the commercial.
I don't care.
Maybe he just wants to talk about pizza store.
Damn, I should have tossed it to you.
Great value.
Yeah.
A great menu. Lots of variety. And really good old-fashioned American quality. That's what I like.
Badass. Watch.
Damn, I knew I should have tossed to you.
I just want to let you guys know. Like, they're not paying me for it. I just want to let you know.
Nope.
That's an unpaid endorsement.
There you go. To the streamers out there.
I'm the de facto pizza king of Pittsburgh. If you can't trust me, talking about pizza, who can you trust, right?
That's right.
Actually, I believe it was you who recommended me the pizza place I went to last time.
Mm-hmm. Oh no!
Like, I was gonna ask somebody about pizza, it'd probably be me. So what can I tell you?
Hey guys, I'm gonna run up real quick and grab some more water. I'll be back.
No,
No,
absolutely
no,
not.
I'll be right
Well,
back, guys. I need to stand
record
up.
because you never know what might turn up.
My butt. I can't feel my butt. Where's my butt?
I already did the sexy southern voice,
Where's
Mike.
my butt?
Ah, damn it.
Missed it.
All right, so time for Tough Enough spoilers.
That damn cat ate the food again. I hate the fat cat.
Fucking pussies, man.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, jeez.
Playing Simpson tapped out while we're waiting.
How far?
I missed-
You know
I
what we
missed
should
out
do?
on Marge.
The three of us. We should have an Avengers Alliance podcast.
That's what we were talking about earlier.
Wait, did Sharman freeze up?
No, is he there? No, I think he left.
Oh no! Maybe he
But,
wants
I mean,
to get
he's
some
coming back. He already went to get a snack.
pizza. Have you done any of the Ant-Man thing?
I did one match.
Because what I do now, whenever they have the Spec Ops,
Mhm.
I look and see who you need for the epic boss,
Mhm.
and then I see how many command points I have if I can afford those particular characters. If I can,
This
then I
week is what? For the Spec Ops, it's Victor LaMancha, and some other people.
Victor Mancha and I want to say Moon Knight.
I don't know any of
Might
those.
have been one.
Yeah, and I don't have either of those. I had the third one you need, but I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't want Victor Mancha. I don't even know who that is. I haven't read Runaways.
Yeah.
I usually just spend the gold to get him anyway.
Yeah, if I want them, I spend the gold.
Yeah, that's how I am too.
The only thing I ever have to spend gold on is the epic. I don't have it. You know, the last task.
Mhm.
So, like I got Miles Morales last time. So I'm pretty jazzed.
How is Miles?
He's a lot like regular, like Peter Parker, very underpowered.
Yeah, that's
No, he's a for an infiltrator. He's fun because he's hitting back and countering and that kind of thing. But like if you just go out there guns blazing with him, very underpowered.
He's his own Spider-Man, right? He's not a costume.
No, he's his own guy.
Okay, that's good.
Correct.
I thought it was just like a costume. I'm like, they're just doing costumes now.
What I missed out on was the block box. Was they had the Superior Spider-Man, so they had the Octavius Spider-Man.
Yeah, I might get that when it's available. Bob.
Yeah, that's what I would be interested in. I've never had enough ISO to even come close. I think I had one cover. Maybe two.
I hate the way they do lockboxes now.
Yeah.
Like, it was so great when you play PvP and you get a lockbox for every victory.
Yeah.
You're only allowed 5 at a time. Like, that was a good system, and you could actually get it. But now it's just so ridiculous.
What it is now is this. What it is now is, especially if there's a group boss, you basically have to choose whether you're going to farm lockboxes or whether you're going to use your ISO to go at the actual Spec Ops character.
Mhm.
There's no way you could do both. Or even if you were trading 50 back and forth every day of the Spec Ops, there's no way you can do that.
No.
I guess that's the point they want you to buy. You know what I mean? They want you to
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? When they release them all anyway with command points,
yeah,
there's no fucking point. I'm like, I'll just wait for that.
Agreed. Plus, everything is on sale with gold all the time.
Mhm.
All the 135 command point guys eventually come up at 20% off if you spend gold at some point. So you can, if you're patient, you can wait it out. You know?
I have like 200 command points. I don't know who to get though.
Well, go down your roster, Bobby. We can.
got, Bob?
People.
Oh, I can't pull it up now. There's no way. I won't be able to do the rest of the podcast.
Oh well, god damn it!
I'm thinking about getting Domino, just because I have Cable and Deadpool.
She's okay.
Yeah, or Psylocke.
I don't have Cable.
Psylocke, a lot of people in PvP use her. She's pretty good.
I just got her, and I was not a big fan of hers, but she's so far, I don't have her maxed out or anything. She's pretty good. I have to admit. So
My PvP is still very like I have I have the Iron Patriot.
Oh, I got him. I forgot to tell you. I finally got him.
Oh, you got Iron Patriot now?
Mhm.
Iron Patriot's so good.
Because he was on sale.
Yeah. Iron Patriot's awesome.
So
I
didn't
think I have
want War
Iron
Machine.
Patriot and a Nihilist Johnny Storm.
yeah,
My PvP are Magneto and Wolverine. Maxed out.
yeah, those are good. I mean, it all depends on what your matchup is. Like I have Heroic Hawkeye, but I have all those E-ISOs where when you put pinpoint on, he
Yeah.
first of all, he shoots before you do. So
Yeah,
he just wrecks you.
hit, and then he counters after too. And before you know it, they have 50 red boxes on him because he fucking absolutely unloads. If you get pinpoint on somebody, they're as good as dead. So he won't last long. You know,
I finally got Groot up to level 9, so I'm thinking about using him.
tough to kill. Yeah,
Yeah, Groot's definitely really hard to kill.
Mhm.
you know, because he keeps regenerating. You know, he drops into that regen thing, and then people protect him. But
Although he's kind of underpowered.
Yeah.
yeah, he doesn't. If you can get to that, that L9 to unlock, like if you can live long enough for that L9, he drops that. It hits pretty hard, but until then, you're just kind of.
We started our. Oh, he's not on yet.
Guys, we can do 60 minutes about it.
I know.
Oh, hell yeah.
We started our Avengers Alliance podcast.
Yeah, I was watching upstairs. Missy has you guys Chromecast.
Hi, Mizzy!
Hi, Mayday.
She's like, what's going on? TV's talking to me.
I miss you.
Okay, we have a big question in the can.
I didn't read it yet.
Good.
Like, purposefully.
Oh, I did. But I can't remember what it
In
was.
the can,
Good
do I
for
have to go in
me.
the bathroom to do this? Is that what you're doing?
Good for me.
Well done, Bobby short-term memory.
There's
Let's try
a.
to do the
Oh man,
thing.
I wanna tag this for later. Hold on. Can I forward? Eamon, I got something coming at you. I witnessed this guy, and this is hilarious to me now.
Is it Rush Hour Renegades coming at you, Sword?
What?
X, gonna give it to you. Gonna give it to you.
What is happening?
I love that was in the Deadpool trailer.
I know. That's
was
already got it.
amazing.
Oh, did they release that yet?
No.
No, 3 weeks.
They're gonna have
3
to.
weeks.
Though, right?
Yeah, they're
So they're
rushing.
releasing it with Fantastic Four.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Man,
Well, no, Ryan Reynolds said that the effects weren't exactly where they want them to be for the full trailer.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, so I mean, at least there's a legit reason.
That's the one reason to see Fantastic.
Ant-Man.
No, I'm gonna be positive until I see it.
Ant-Man really kind of snuck up on me. So
I know.
I'm so excited for Ant-Man.
I am, but I'm not gonna have any. I have zero time to watch it.
Like I said,
I'm not gonna be able to watch Ant-Man for the next 2 to 3 weeks.
I'm doing a double feature.
Unless
I will avoid
I find a theater out by the Gathering and just go see it one afternoon.
I would do that. Sword.
Do that. No, because I have to
Sorg,
go with
would do
Missy.
that. I would bring a 3-liter Fago and just go and see Ant-Man, and then you're done.
There was somebody.
No, that's
there
how
was.
they sell Fago. Am I right?
There
I
was.
almost died
There was
during
somebody.
Jurassic World.
I do have a friend that snuck a 2-liter into the movie theater. He stuck it down the front of his pants and just watched funny.
I almost died during Jurassic World because I had to pee so bad.
Oh no! Oh no!
I was almost done.
The only thing I can think of is Missy forgoes sleeping on Thursday night and we go see the drive-in. So maybe Friday night. I don't know. It depends. There's wrestling here at 3 blocks from my house on Friday, but it starts at 6 o'clock. So we could.
Oh, that's when I debut.
That's when you debut at KSWA, right?
Yeah.
Because it lets regular guys be pro wrestlers, which is completely a good idea.
Oh, sign me up. Where do I sign up? I'll bring a mask and everything.
You know what? I think you just show up here in Beachview.
I'm gonna get that.
Just
gonna
a
get
half
that-
a mile away from Slice on Broadway at sliceonbroadway.com.
I'm gonna get that Todd Sinclair money.
Todd Sinclair money, bitches.
Too
I
legit
felt
to
so
quit.
bad when in Philadelphia they chanted "You're a fat fuck" at him, and I was just like,
Aw,
"Aw."
don't hurt his feelings. I got mad when they chanted, "This ref sucks." He doesn't suck.
At
He's the best
Clemens?
ref.
At Clemens?
No, at Todd Sinclair.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
Sad.
I feel bad when they do it to Clemens,
Aw.
but anyways.
I just hate when they have a chant at the ref because that means the other wrestlers in the ring can't be that entertaining.
Except for when it comes to red shoes.
Depends on what happens. Red shoes. All right,
Red
let's do
shoes,
this.
greatest referee of all time.
Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Where's my mouse? There it is.
That's
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And please check out all these shows, AwesomeCast, Boss Battle, so much more at sorgatronmedia.com and their respective sites. So let's get into the biggest of big questions. DJ Lunchbox.
Here.
Lunchbox.
actually,
Miss-
Sorg.
Yes.
Sorg. I know where LB is.
Okay.
In his hosting duties in Panel Riot,
Okay.
he wanted to preview the movie Ant-Man, and decided that the only way he could do that is by using PIM particles on himself, and now intern Stan is looking for him in the lawn of Pittsburgh.
Oh, Honey, I Shrunk the
like
Papa
Just like
Lunchbox.
Like Rick Moranis in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Oh.
He's on a model train fighting somebody.
Hmm.
Fighting Sawtooth Willie.
Well, anyways, it looks like there's an email somebody put in the notes with tiny, tiny fingers. And it says, "Howdy, gang. I apologize for not being able to attend tonight's proceedings, but Papa Lunchbox got shit to do." That's one way to put
See?
it.
I told you he was researching Ant-Man.
One of those things is a big question. Have you readied your shining minds and tiny hairless bodies? Because here we go. I have been thinking of names. Over the years, we have known wrestlers under so many names and very few of them their own. I remember a time when I found out Shawn Michaels was really named Michael Sean Hickenbottom, and I thought, yes, that makes sense. I would want to change that name too. That being said, my thought feet led me down the brain path to this simple and elegant question: which wrestler throughout time has had the best ring name? For my money, Gorilla Monsoon had the finest ring name of all time. No one else even comes close. It perfectly encapsulates the man's brutality and power and unpredictability. It is straight up spot on. I will go the same era. I am a big fan of the Junkyard Dog.
Yeah. It's a good one.
Like it's very visual. It was very cartoonish a little bit in that time, and before it became a cartoon in the '90s, and they had a cartoon in the '80s. You know, it was just, I don't know. I think that resonates with me for some reason.
JYD.
What, you got one, Bobby?
I got one. I'm gonna go with the obvious, Randy Savage, because the Macho Man
so
Randy
great.
Savage, because
So
he's both a savage and quite Randy.
Wow.
I mean, he's the best. What are you gonna? You know, he's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time.
What about you, Mr. Genius?
Honestly, he's a crackpot, insane idiot to this day. Of course, Jesse the Body Ventura. He's fucking insane. He's also in Predator though, so you can't be all bad, right?
The government is built.
Yeah, Running Man as well. Now that I think about it, but I mean, just a perfect like 70-ish, 80-ish, era type of thing where it just, is that his real name? It is his real name.
I think it is. Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
But like it was just the perfect little addition to his name, and it couldn't have fit more perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
McMahon, did I tell you about the? I can't do. Did I tell you about the weather machine the government's building, McMahon?
Oh, jeez.
Wait, does Jesse Ventura know Cobra Commander? Is that what's going on?
Yes, he does.
Chemtrails.
And Skeletor.
Let me tell you about chemtrails.
I hate He-Man!
What?
I don't know.
Skeleton.
We're jumping. Mad Mike, what's your favorite name?
Gentlemen, while I respect your choices, you're all wrong. There's only one man who has, shall we say, the perfect wrestling moniker.
Fandango.
You mean Marty Jannetty?
I mean Kurt Hennig, also known as Mr. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because those promos when I was a kid and I saw him throw a pass all the way downfield, shoot the basketballs, hit every pool shot that he had, everything he did was perfect. He never ever missed hitting that gum with his hand when he spat it out and doing the towel flip every single time. I have a towel when I go to the gym and I try to do that shit. Never works.
I'm sure a lot of people do.
Whenever I chew gum, I try to spit it out and hit it with my hand. I just look like I'm swatting at a gnat. He is Mr. Perfect for a goddamn reason.
Oof.
Shame he never won the world championship.
Yes.
Well,
he's one of the ones.
He's an AWA champ, I believe.
Well, yeah. I mean, like WWE,
but he
WCW.
never had a major promotion.
Yeah.
You're right.
All right. How about from the chat room, of course, Big John Studd from Hot Wheels. That's a good one. Big John Studd. He was a big guy.
I don't know if he was necessarily a stud, though. I mean, I guess it depends on what you're into.
Yeah, Alex Cars, George. But I think in the '80s, that was like he's a stud. Like that's something Vince McMahon would yell. Look at this guy, he's a stud. Gorgeous George from Alex Cars. He was gorgeous, and he was George.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. He was a pretty man. All
right, since we all went kind of '80s.
Yeah.
What would you guys say is the best modern one?
Oh, come on, guys. Mojo Rawley.
Okay, case in point. We can move on.
I think, I guess out of most recent, Roman Reigns is probably a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good name.
Yeah, it's a good name.
That's a good name for this era.
I'm gonna go Mil Muertes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm partial.
Yeah.
The man of 1,000 deaths. I mean.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Genius, you got one?
Not really. I think they all suck.
Yeah? Who's good? John Cena.
Well, I agree. I think Roman Reigns is... I'm sure that when they were bouncing this off each other in a writing room, somebody said, what's this show?
I'm so sorry.
That's on a T-shirt. It probably comes up all the time. What's going to look great on a T-shirt? Roman Reigns.
Even though they just put RR on his T-shirts.
I'm just saying. I mean,
You know what's not a good name?
Michael McGillicuddy.
That was an A.
Mojo Rawley.
CM Punk.
Oh, come on.
I don't think it's a good name.
I'm kind of with you on that, Sorg.
I mean, he has encapsulated that and owned it and everything, but by itself, not a good name.
And it's
However,
made.
Yeah, if it was Chicago made, like if that was officially what it stood for, that makes it better.
That's true. There's no story. There's just like CM Punk. It's just what we call him.
Yeah.
So
now it's just curmudgeon.
Litmus test. Here's a real litmus test for this stuff. Can you chant it?
Oh, that's a good one.
I got an underrated one.
Can you chant it? You know what I mean?
I got an underrated one.
Okay.
Finn Balor. Combining Finn McCool and Balor the Demon. I think that's kind of a cool twist on things. He's a little bit of both. I think that's a really good name.
You know what was a good one? Mordecai.
Hey, I thought Funaki was great too.
Yeah.
You know what was great? Jimmy Wang. You know what was great? Jimmy Wang Yang. Anyways.
You know what was great? Jamie Noble, boy!
Also, Missy, wife of the show, Missy, also says, she's texting me. She's doing the show notes right now and tweets. Thank you very much. Rowdy Roddy Piper. That's a good one. That was a
the
good
other
one.
I was gonna say from the past.
That was a really good one. And also, she's asking, is Triple H still considered this era? And you got to think that's one that evolved over time because he was Hunter Hearst Helmsley, and eventually the Triple H moniker was developed. And that's another one you look back, and I think if you're like, why do they call him Triple H? You know, and there's history to that. I go back to, and she's seconding the Finn Balor as well. I go back to that video that was done about what was it called? When the guy like retold the entirety of Triple H's career with women playing the parts.
Wrestling Isn't Real.
Wrestling Isn't Real. Yeah, like if you have like 25 minutes, go look that up on YouTube. Great explanation of like Triple H as the best character in wrestling. Really good stuff. Okay, at that point, so this week, let's do best of IWC 2013, some good stuff over there at IWCWrestling.com, and I'll have exactly who was on that DVD for a while. But you need to, of course, tweet us your answers to this. Who is the best name throughout time? Best ring name in professional wrestling, and you'll have a chance to win. Like I said, IWC Wrestling's Best of 2013, including big names like Ring of Honor's Michael Elgin, Dalton Castle, that's ripping it up right now, Paul London, another guy. That's a good name, and I think it's his real name too. Anthony Nese was a part of the company at that time. Really good wrestler. He's doing some stuff, I think, in the Northeast. He was in TNA for a minute. Logan Shulo, who I think you're going to see pop up very, very soon. Bobby Fish, Facade, so much more. So go check all of that out. And that's the courtesy of PittsburghWrestling.com and the International Wrestling Cartel at IWCWrestling.com. And from there, please check out, if you want to support the show, check out ProWrestlingTees.com/WMS. We have a fine selection of T-shirts. Bobby F. J-Town is wearing the cotton poly blend. I actually have no idea what the T-shirts are made of other than cloth. But go check. What?
100% heavyweight cotton tee, sir.
Oh yeah. Check it out. It's fine quality stuff, sir. Fine quality stuff. But go to ProWrestlingTees.com/WMS. You can pick up some stuff designed by the great Alex Cars. I'm so sorry I called Garza Cars earlier. It's everything blends together in the chat room. Carza. We're just gonna
That's their tag name.
Mash them together. But go check out all that stuff. There's for instance, the property of Mayhem that Katie's showing off there from, I think that's from Royal Rumble when I was in Pittsburgh a couple years ago, actually. So please go check that out and support all the indie wrestling over there. And also, we have a brand new store, a redesigned store, a Spreadshirt. You can find the link, the Mayhem Club link over there on WrestlingMayhemShow.com, including Don't Be a Smarkass is now up on the store if you want to check that out. Actually, let me pull it up for you guys on video. So you guys liked it when we dropped that in the middle of the show, so why not? Let's do and if there's anything we say on the show you want on a T-shirt, if you're going to buy that thing, please check that out. And we're also tweeting every once in a while. They do have sales going on in that store, independent of everywhere else. Recently, and I think it's still going on. I think today was the last day you could buy $30 worth of stuff for free shipping, for instance. And we have all kinds of other stuff. Like I said, the Mayhem Club, I know Matt Harms has been sporting that lately. And
Sorg.
Yes.
We also have a Midweek War T-shirt coming out soon.
What?
I've seen the design. Garza did it. Mm-hmm. It's really great.
Oh, nice.
It's really, really great.
Mojo Rawley is my homeboy.
So go check that out. You can pick up that shirt right now, the Don't Be a Smarkass, on our Spreadshirt shop, $18, and link that again at WrestlingMayhemShow.com under the Bullet Club. I need to put a new button up there, of course, so it kind of shows it off a little bit more. But go get some Mayhem wear, guys, and support the show. All right, let's get into. We have actually some more fan mail. First of all, Mr. Garza had more email, I believe, or was that the most of it? Oh, also. He had some, in addition to talking about the Divas stuff earlier, anyone else feel that Cody should have come back as Cody, a super baby face trying to make his dad proud, and not as a heel that we all feel awkward for booing? And those comic book drawings, I'm just going to assume that since we all made fun of the TNA ones back in April, that we'll make fun of these too. I gotta say, I didn't see the ones in April at TNA, and I love these ones. So, Mike?
I will say that I did see the ones in TNA, and They were horrible. They were awful drawings, and this time on Raw, it actually makes sense because Neville has a comic book coming out, and Stardust is feuding with a comic book actor. So that actually makes sense, as opposed to one random day where Dixie gave her nephew a crayon and said, "Here, draw our wrestlers," without knowing what they look like.
I'm trying to find samples to see how this turned out. But
I'll see if I can find them.
please send that over. Drop it in the doc next to this email if you can, so I can bring it up. So there's that. I like them. I don't. Did anybody else have any thoughts on that? I like the idea.
Cool.
It's weird being dropped in like that, and but along with the comic book and everything, it makes sense. And even Cody's a very comic book character right now. So, Bobby, you have anything else on that?
I like the silver and turquoise on Cody last night. That was cool.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But yeah, the drawings were really neat, and it gave it like that big fight feel.
Okay.
Thought it added to it.
Yeah, it did. It did. Although I think everybody was tired after the last couple of matches. What about you, Jim?
I don't know. I thought the drawings were okay. That's all I could really tell.
Okay. It's different. It's different. In 3 hours, you got to do something to mix it up, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
All right. Hashtag Heel Garza. Give credit where credit's due, but never compromise. Zero out. So go check. Thank you to him. Thank you to him. WrestlingRevolution.com. Anyways, Gabriel has emailed us. It's been a little bit. He's been, of course, active very much in the Wrestling Mayhem Show Facebook group, and good to see him back on the show in email form. So I have a question for the whole Mayhem crew to answer on the podcast. Sorry if I no. It's fine. You guys can ask questions. Dustin kills us with 3 questions every week, and we love it. Actually, it's not the big question, but it's your question, which makes it big too. So we all know Vince McMahon will either retire or die one day. Okay, starting on a low note.
Wow.
He will do one or the other, not both. Not both.
Or
Both
die.
at the same time.
If we retire, this is like, so let's say a god comes to you and says you can retire from wrestling or die. So if you retire, you live forever, but you retired from wrestling, which you loved. I don't know. It's an interesting question. That's another big question for some other day. When that day comes, Stephanie McMahon and Paul Levesque will inherit the business. Now the question. When that day comes and Vince has no say in the day-to-day operation and Steph and Triple H fire all of the creative. I love that that's just not even a factor. That's this is what's happening. Who would you hire to replace the creative team? My answer is I would hire 5 people. Women's creative, Lillian Garcia. I don't see... Okay, we'll get into that. Tag team creative, mid-card singles, Edge and Christian. World title creative, Edge and CM Punk. All-around creative supervisor, Paul Heyman. And I hope I provide a good discussion topic for you guys. Rip City out. Geez, could you imagine if they gave the book... hey, you don't have to imagine if they gave the book with a budget to Paul Heyman, because it happened on SmackDown in the mid-2000s.
Mm-hmm.
And
SmackDown
it was
kicked Raw's butt for a while.
Yes, very much so. I gotta say, Lillian Garcia. Maybe he knows something I don't, but I have not seen any indication that she's a creative mind in wrestling. Has anybody seen anything else to that effect?
No.
I mean, not to discount or anything. I just have no. I have no indication. There's no interviews that makes me think that she's like the person to lead. She's not a wrestler, for one thing, and she's not she's somebody who's announced. And is she done much else?
She has a music career.
She's fallen a couple of times.
Chachi's watching old WWE pay-per-views and just keeps coming back like, I feel so sorry for Lillian Garcia. I'm like, why? What'd they do now? What? I don't know. So what would you? I don't know. Who's got a lineup that they would hire for creative?
All right, I got mine. Lead writer Paul Heyman, and then fill the rest out with half NXT squad, half Lucha Underground squad, and that's it. That would be the perfect wrestling show.
Okay.
Have Lucha do the backstage pre-tapes. Have the NXT take care of the in-ring action.
All right. From the chat room, we have women's writer Fit Finley from Eamon. I'd like that.
Good idea.
Women's wrestling writer doesn't have to be a woman. That's right. He just has to understand wrestling and concentrate on the ladies, right? Also, from before, Garza says Prince Devitt greater than Finn Balor. I gotta go with that. I'm working on that one, but for whatever reason, we'll see what WWE does to that name over the next couple of years, right? But anyways, what about who else has got one? I don't want to get in front of you guys if you're not prepared for it. So, okay,
got one, I guess.
Okay.
Paul Heyman, of course.
Yeah.
Chris Jericho. William Regal.
Yeah, like Regal.
Blanking on the other ones.
That's fine. You know what? Let me pop in here for a little bit. I'm again going to second the Paul Heyman. He's not going to be a lead guy. Honestly, I think Stephanie and Triple H as head of creative is fine, right?
Bring back Shane McMahon.
What's that?
Bring back Shane McMahon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Out of exile.
Or bring in Sean
McMahon.
Sean McMahon.
Redeem yourself.
I think Vince Russo's looking for a job.
No.
He's going to be looking for a while.
Okay, Dana Brooke, Mojo Rawley, Vince Russo, Ryback.
Right. Well, if you guys don't want
all on a creative team of TNA.
Honestly,
Ryder in the ring. Well, let's just put him behind the camera. Let's let him write the whole show. What do you think?
Let's throw Mark Madden in there. Actually, no. I actually seriously, but I say this a lot. To give me Mark Madden on a first hour Raw, please. Just WWE, hire him, please. Throw him in there. I think for him being maybe just one of the lower creatives might be interesting because he's got a good head about wrestling. If you read his articles, and he was there and he was a writer, and I think he would do all right. I don't know if he would want the job, to be honest, but can somebody tweet him? Can somebody tweet him from the Mayhem Show account? Say, hey, we're talking about this on the show right now. Would you ever accept the job as commentator or writer for WWE? Please tweet that right now.
You put Mark Madden on the last hour because Madden After Dark.
Madden After Dark. That'd be great. It could be a show on the network. Anyways, see ya, Cage Fury, Matt or Mark, Matt. I turned Madden into Matt for some reason, but anyways, so Heyman, I'd probably throw that in. I wouldn't be opposed to Russo going back, not as a head writer. I think that's a problem. Not as head writer. What's that?
That was a joke, but
yeah, exactly. I love Lagana to come back. I think despite what you think of Impact right now, I think he's a great guy. And again, you joke about Lucha, but yeah, throw to Joseph in there too. Might as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
definitely.
I'm just like looking at what Lagana and DeJoseph have done since they left WWE, which then makes you think, holy crap, what did they do for WWE? Because you don't see that. Mm-hmm. You don't see that at all. So
I would have Matt McCarthy on my creative team too.
There you go. If you're going to reach out, they had Freddie Prinze Jr. on the team for a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what else? Who else is a good mind for that? Don't you feel like Chris Hardwick would be a good creative?
I think Jon Stewart would be better.
That would be amazing.
He's going to need a job. I mean,
I don't think Chris is cut out for wrestling.
What if they bring in Jon Stewart to the degree that Billy Corgan's doing TNA? Could be.
Oh, I think Jon Stewart is actually a fan of wrestling. I think Billy Corgan is a fan of what the money wrestling brings in.
Yeah, he hasn't been too successful with that so far. I'm with the Jon Stewart thing. I had somebody else in the back of my head.
Also, I wouldn't be opposed to wrestlers having more say over their own characters.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I think that's the main thing that's going to happen when those two take over. You're going to get that, and I think they do already in NXT.
Well, I mean, I think when you read anecdotes from people who've been on creative, and WWE turns over creative, Jesus, all the time. I guess it seems that not only just the wrestlers, but even the creative people themselves come through with ideas all the time, and eventually they hit a wall, whether that's at Vince or whoever, and it completely either changes or stops or whatever. So if you take out that roadblock, what happens? I'm sure Vince, for every good idea Vince stops, how many bad ones does he stop too? too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the other flip side to say to it. You know, we look at Vince as this old man who's holding up the works here. How many horrible ideas have made it all the way to him, all the way to the gorilla position, and he's still, whoa, we're not doing this. You know, we have no. I mean, being outsiders, we have no way of telling.
Right.
So once he's dead, well, I guess we'll know for sure. Right?
Going back to the
Not that I want you to die, but you know what I mean.
Can he take Kevin Dunn with him?
Wow. Who just left? Didn't somebody just left?
Not Kevin Dunn.
Somebody
Well,
just
they fired-
Gurwitz.
they-
Brian Gurwitz left, and
Yeah.
he's working with The Rock at his company, and I think he was already working in like a consultancy position, and was working on like when The Rock came back, he was working on The Rock segments. Like
Hey, Sorg, those match graphics we were looking for to compare the drawings,
yeah,
I just posted one in the chat room. And you tell me what you think of it, because
it's not where I wanted it.
it's not good.
Okay, we'll bring that up here for
It's
video in a
not
moment
good.
here. Gotta give me a minute.
But I think another thing that might be beneficial is like we were talking about the wrestlers taking over their own gimmicks. Look at Ethan Carter.
Mm-hmm.
That is him. And look at his feud with Rockstar Spud. That is them writing their own feud. And that has been the best thing on TNA in a good long time.
Oof, those graphics are tough. Oh, they're kind of blown up here a little bit, but still.
It just looks like something that I would have gotten a $10 commission for at a Comic-Con.
It looks like the really rough stuff from an old GamePro magazine. Look at that. That's weird.
Also hosted by JD Roth.
Yeah, and by the way, that says the final chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've wrestled since then.
Yeah,
It's also a lie.
From the chat room, since I pulled this up here, TNA creator of the WWE from Garza. See now, that's awesome. What? Russo under the McMahon rule could work. That's what I'm saying. I think Russo under Triple H and Steph would be okay. He needs I mean, you saw what happens without the leash when he was at WCW. And
I found more of these.
Oh no. Head writer, someone actually prominent from television that understands cohesion and logic. I'm with I think it was it Russo or Madden that said they need a continuity manager, basically. I'm still with that. I've said that multiple times on the show. Heyman, Lance Storm, and Vince Russo from Garza, Lita for women's and mid card. I like that. I like all that stuff. I would even I throw Trish's hat in that as well, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Nobody's mentioned Jim Ross. I don't know how you feel about good old JR.
Yeah, but has JR ever had a role in creative? I know he's had a role in signing people.
Talent,
but
yeah.
He's more of a talent guy, I think. But I'm sure he understands that as well. You would think.
I don't know if you listen to his podcast.
No, I hate him. He makes me hate him.
Yeah, see that I don't.
I had a conversation with somebody not that long ago. He and I think it may have been Matt Carlin's friend of the show. When you listen to JR's podcast, he has such a disdain for wrestling fans that he really, I hate to say looks down on them because I'm not sure that even does it justice, but he just thinks of wrestling fans as these like nuisances,
right?
Despite the fact that they're not only right now are they putting money in his pocket with his podcast, they're responsible for his whole career. Do you know what I mean? But he really looks at them as marks.
And the unfortunate part is he's really kind of talking to those. We talked about good fans and bad fans last week. That led to that discussion. I feel like he's bad-mouthing those bad Smarky fans. I got an echo somewhere, guys. I don't know which one of you guys it is. But then he's playing right into it, too. And he's getting those exact same fans he's bitching about to listen to him.
Absolutely right. Almost in the same breath, he's just slamming fans as smarks and whatever. And wrestling fans are pretty awful. Maybe not across the board, but a lot of them are. Let's face it. We all know it. Some of us are them. But at the same time, he turns around and says, "Oh, you got to support all my sponsors," and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And to me, it's just really disingenuous. I don't know. I've never disliked him more than after I started listening to his podcast. In fact, I don't listen to it at all.
I was drinking a peach tea the other day.
What you need to do is click the sponsors, keep this blog free.
I was having some Sonic with Okada this morning.
Hey, JR, we know we know how the internet works.
Yeah,
I had brunch with Nakamura.
Eamon is putting this out there too. He says not to open the curtain too much, but most people in wrestling do look at them as marks, and that's a thing I hate. In that conversation happens most. JR is just more honest about it than others, and say it outright. He says it outright on his forum
because he doesn't work for a wrestling company. Right?
Exactly. But even like the indie guys that are just kind of trashing them. It's like, really, like the little bit you get out of this is because of these people. What are you here for? But anyways,
I think one more mind we should bring into this discussion, Mick Foley.
Mm-hmm.
I got another one after you're done.
I think Mick Foley, just based on reading his tweets, I think if Mick Foley was behind the scenes in WWE, which is a job I don't think he wants, but I think if he was part of the creative, this would be a much different looking company.
Right.
A much different looking company.
You said about continuity.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Stryker.
Yeah.
He's a genius as far as like wrestling knowledge goes. So.
Right. All right. On that note, let's take it back. I think that's all the emails that we have. If you want, you can drop us a line. goodtimes@wrestlingmayhemshow.com or the hotline 412-206-WMS0. And like I said, we try to get you guys in there early. If you match up with some of the conversation that we're already kind of aiming for those early topics, and you can be part of that conversation as well. So it's time to learn. What'd you learn from wrestling this week, guys? Who's got first?
Sword. While we all think of something, I posted a second image in the chat room.
I saw the second image. I showed it shortly. I showed it briefly, and this is garbage. I can't believe you would. Wow.
That just does not look good.
No, it doesn't. Not that was on TV.
Yeah, that was on TV. That was their act. That was their shown match graphics. I'm like, oh god. Like I literally got some art at a Comic-Con by someone who has drawn a comic of Christopher Daniels and Frankie Kazarian that was better than that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not even a joke. Like,
right.
I have it.
Hey, man, I got some good art right here. I got a Headlock t-shirt from our boy Mike Kingston. I know he was rocking it at South San Diego Comic-Con. So that's some good stuff right there. Hey, we actually got some responses. I saw it just popped up. AJ Bo Diggity is on the Twitters. Apparently, he has been listening to the show. He has some opinions. I will not read his opinions about Mark Madden. They are not well. Okay, I know
how he feels about Mark.
You can imagine. That's fine. Okay, but he did have something collectively here. Where'd he go? Where does this thing go? I'm sorry, his tweets disappeared. I don't know what happened.
Maybe he Rybacked.
Oh, here it is. It didn't refresh apparently. You know how we had that fucking awesome segment of women's wrestling last night? Never happens again. Is his take on it. So there you go. That'd be sad.
He might be right.
Mike, what'd you learn from wrestling this week?
I learned that even though you can have your actual boss in the ring, Sasha Banks is still the fucking boss.
I love it. That's great. Bobby, what'd you learn from wrestling this week?
I learned if Cesaro keeps grabbing those brass rings, he's going to have enough for the bonus stage in Sonic the Hedgehog soon. Because he has a bunch of them.
Yeah.
What about you, Sharman?
I actually learned, mine is also Cesaro related. I learned that he can suplex up to 19 WWE superstars simultaneously.
I bet if we put Cesaro in a match with the Lucha Dragons and the Matadors, he could German all four of them at once.
That could be a great ongoing Raw sort of gimmick here as the weeks go on here. It's like next week he suplexes 4 guys at the same time, and then he works his way up to like 5, 6, 7. It'd be amazing. This would be great. I'd be tuning in every week to watch.
Hell yeah.
You guys remember when Mark Henry used to like bend the pan and everything?
Yeah.
Like a frying pan? You could just have that be the main event attraction. Now Cesaro will swing a group of 15 wrestlers at once,
While yodeling.
hosted by the Vaudevillains.
Yes! Yes! Oh my god. If Cesaro was the third vaudevillain and he was like the strongman that would bring out a barbell that says 400 lbs and just bends it in half.
That'd be amazing.
Oh man, we had a lot of stuff.
What's my
400
strongman, Cesaro?
400 lunchboxes.
Yes. 400 lunchboxes.
Wow. From Twitter, we had a bunch of them. I learned that you should be discussing this. Wait, what is this video? I didn't pre-check this. DJ Cumberland Cheeler. Oh, wow. This is something I need to check out later, apparently. But there was a link kind of included there. The Lanford Paul on Twitter learned that 5-star U.S. title match means nothing when the outcome is predictable. I disagree with that.
Oh, no.
We
Rusev got
talked
more
about that.
over in his 10-minute match with Cena last night than he did in their entire feud beforehand.
Holy face, Rusev.
If he could reverse the AA into an accolade like that,
yeah.
Why had he never done that before?
Right.
Also, it might come in handy.
Bill Owens on there says they need to have a better script like the old days. Short-sighted, looking for cheap pops. Again, Lanford Paul, AG, what they've done to the WWE Tag Team Championship. Yeah, some rough stuff there. So this is a weird video this guy sent. I need to look into that later. That's odd. Also from the Facebook, where'd it go?
Mine's on there. Don't read mine again.
Yeah, I remember yours from before. Daniel, he says that the cancer fears Tim Donst. We'll talk about AIW, but such an amazing moment to see him come back and do that match. Also, that Stone Cold actually likes good beer. There's a picture of him with some fine beers there from Veronica out there in San Diego. Mr. Garza, the sip of craft beer for the millennial working man as a response there. Oh, we got some more hidden. Matt Collins learned that whatever the question, the correct answer is always Cesaro, credit Corey Graves. I agree with that. Bobby's and Alex from out there in Long Beach, California. I learned that if what's being reported is true, El Patron is the worst person in the world. It's the one thing to skip a booking. It's another to skip a charity event. And the kind, this one hit too close to home for me to be okay with him just saying, I don't need to do this show. I think if you tune into Indy Mayhem show, we're going to have some follow-up on that. We'll be following that story. Eamon can confirm in the chat room if that worked out. But so definitely check out Indy Mayhem. Barbie Hayden is actually joining us on the Indy Mayhem show this week, and that should be fun in general. So
I think Dario's Cueto sent Matanza to his house.
That's what I always assumed.
I think he couldn't get out of his house because Matanza was.
It'd be great if this turned into a gimmick, right? From Lucha Underground. Riz learned that he can spend an hour looking at John Cena vines. And there's a compilation from YouTube in the links you guys can check out on the Facebook group for Wrestling Mayhem Show. And Garza learned that Roderick Strong and Zack Sabre Jr. had the match of the year on U.S. soil last weekend. I also learned that Rusev is so winning the breakup with Lana. It's only a matter of time before that snake woman comes crawling back to super athlete begging for love. Wow.
Just testing out my boots.
Wow, that was interesting. That was really interesting. Wait. And I got it. I'm told I have an email here. I'm getting an audible here. Show art. And there's some good stuff here. Well, in the meantime, while I try to bring this up, I learned that the human centipede was attempted and completed during the Dudes on TV Insane 10-man tag on Friday night at AIW. This match included, and I can tell because they're all in the shot here, there's Samoa Joe at the head of the snake right there. But also the Young Bucks are a part of this lineup. Shima, DJ Z, Ethan Carter is in there, Matt Cross on a Havoc, Johnny Gargano, and Daniel, I can't remember his name from Super Indy for some reason. Pretty good collection of talent. And as Mr. Lusa also said to me Sunday night, that is a good depiction of the wrestling industry. Everybody with their head up each other's asses, except for Samoa Joe.
Alex Daniels. Was it Alex Daniels?
Alex Daniels, thank you very much. I don't know, I blanked for the moment. Tremendous 10-man tag. I got to see Ethan Carter in person back home in Cleveland with the TNA title in tow. be jealous. Great show. Seriously, when it comes on DVD, go buy that thing on SmartMark. Absolution 10 from AIW Wrestling. Did you have something over there, Mike?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say something.
No, I didn't. But I also learned that Paige gets really, really fired up on Tough Enough. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but she really.
Is it based on what happened on Tough Talk last week?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, because the best.
Well, not really. Now that I think about it,
because okay,
they didn't reference what happened. Actually, we can talk about that here because that's not spoiler.
Real quick, yeah. Because the best thing last week on Tough Talk, they Paige stepped up and said, "Hey, there was this special in Japan this weekend. I wrestled on it. Your judge, who here watched it?" And one guy raised his hand.
Mm-hmm. One person who, you can kind of tell that the other people on the show, a lot of them have not watched wrestling recently.
Right. They're not there for wrestling. As wrestling fans, and
I don't know if they're not there,
but they're not. They're not
wrestling.
Okay, this is
fans.
Oh, geez, this is another half an hour here. We have a half an hour though, but we had this discussion on the Indy Mayhem show. Is at what point, if you're a wrestler, are you a fan of wrestling? And at what point, and especially if you're trying to be in WWE, you should be paying attention to what the WWE is doing. Mm-hmm. Especially with this opportunity. You submitted your thing for Tough Enough. Maybe you got a call from that talent guy, as some people we know did. If you have been watching WWE, if you've not been, even if you're, if you can't afford it or don't have the time, I understand. But otherwise, if your overall goal is to be in the WWE and you're not studying shit for $9.99 a month,
and especially the people on the show, they have the network streaming in their barracks for free.
Right. If I was if I was on that show, I would not have anything but WWE Network on in the house like I do here, except I'd skip Total Divas and put something on demand, like an old NWA pay-per-view or something.
Total Divas, you even learn you learn about the backstage stuff, Sorg.
There was a picture of them. There was a picture of them in their bus, and they were watching themselves. They were watching the episode of Tough Enough from last week. I was like, get over yourselves.
Right. Hey, from the this was emailed over, something posted on the Twitter feeds that would make us feel better about the artwork. This is from wife of the show, Missy. Who runs the world? Oh, the girls.
Oh, I love
that
it.
Is amazing. That is a tremendous picture.
Well, we have art for this episode.
Well, I wouldn't do that unless I could credit the original artist. If you can track that down for me, I'll at least credit them in the artwork. Because I feel weird about taking that. But anyways,
but yeah, about the Tough Enough kids, you don't have to be a huge fan of wrestling to be good at wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be, because there have been guys who have admittedly not been a fan of the sport that came in and did some really positive things.
Mm-hmm.
One of those guys that comes to mind is Bill Goldberg. He admittedly was not a fan of wrestling.
Right. And he's honest about it, too.
Yeah, but, I mean, as long as you commit to it, you don't have to be a fan and know the history. But if you're on a reality show where the people who are voting for you are fans of the WWE, you should try and, not insult our intelligence, because we're going to vote for people who we feel want to be there. And guys who know the product and can reference it and stayed up at 5 a.m. to watch Beast in the East like a lot of us did.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the people we're going to flock to, and those are the people we're going to vote to keep on.
Right.
That's just how it works.
You can do whatever you want to. I'm not gonna...
From the chat, Eamon's also on there. He said the one I think he's saying that Del Rio did apologize on Twitter for the situation, and we'll look into it. Also, he learned Wrestling Human Centipede and What a Bounce. That was the Candice LeRae taking the knees from Cedric Alexander was amazing to see in person. But but that was a discussion for Indy Mayhem show. I think we got everybody's what they learned this week. Everybody in the chat room, everybody on the Facebook, thank you so much for contributing to the show. Mad Mike, he hosts, co-hosts, etc. a variety of extra shows here on the Wrestling Mayhem Show channel, WrestlingMayhemShow.com to see all of those midweek more, the Tough Enough and Total Divas wrap-ups. And, of course, you join me on the Raw wrap-up, and you've been around other podcasts as well on the network.
Hey, I dabble a little here, a little there, Sorg.
Also,
I do everything.
a former member of the WWE staff.
Yes, indeed.
I've told I need to spout credentials more, so we're going to do that. We're going to do that. Take some advice. But anyways, also, Bobby F. J-Town. He's at Bobby F. J-Town on the Twitters as well. He
hosts a podcast called Boss Battle.
He hosts Boss Battle on the InsertCoinToBegin.com, so please go check that out. Some fine video game talk, some fun stuff. And Genius at Wrestle Genius on the Twitters. I don't know, you doing anything you want to plug?
I have nothing to plug whatsoever. I just want to say I'm still, to date, the best looking guest you've ever had on the show. So, other than that, I have no claim to fame whatsoever.
Okay, I'll leave that.
It's just a good thing I don't count as a guest anymore.
Special celebrity co-host.
Okay, Mojo Rawley, Dana Brooke, Mad Mike.
Yes.
Wow. On that note, thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you for joining us in the chat room, live.wrestlingmayhemshow.com if you want to join us here every Tuesday night around 9 p.m. Eastern Time for 3 hours at least of wrestling talk. Oh boy. And so much more. WrestlingMayhemShow.com for the show for links to subscribe and check out our friends and support the show any way you can through Patreon, through t-shirts, through indie wrestling, whatever the case may be. Big thanks to Missy for doing the show notes and tweets all night long at the late hour, and all you guys for joining us in general. Just thanks. The Mayhem Nation is strong and getting stronger, and I really, really appreciate everybody out there and helping us and just having fun talking wrestling with us. Let's keep it going. So until next time, Mayhem out. That was way longer.
Game over, yeah.
No, that's a wrong podcast, Bobby. Son of a bitch, Bobby.
It was way after.
Hashtag Hype Bros.
Oh, that was fun.
Mad Mike, Dana Brooke. I had to bring that back.
Bobby, I am honored to join that faction.
Yeah.
I'm honored.
Congratulations, you made the Nightmare stable.
I'm proud of it.
Team, I don't give a fuck.
I did name the team of Zack Ryder and Mojo Rawley, so
that is crazy. That is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I swear to God, Zack Ryder has tights that say hashtag Hype Bros. And I guarantee they did not do that because Mojo Rawley favorited every one of my tweets that had hashtag Hype Bros in it, and now they're using it.
Hey, they steal a lot of stuff from the indies and the internet, dude.
It's your fault.
Yes.
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff like guys from IWC were doing that we found ended up on NXT.
Mm-hmm.
So they're no stranger to that. All right, we got a little bit of time here. Can somebody invite Eamon? If he wants to pop in, he can. Sherman, thank you for joining us again.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, sir.
Jim will work on that Avengers Alliance podcast.
Count me in. I'm in.
Yeah, let me know when you guys do that. I'll
95. Now we're up to 90 minutes a week.
Of what?
90 minutes a week. They used to yell at me. They used to yell at me for how much time I spent on it.
Yeah, but after all the time I put in Immortals and Supercard.
You used to track my time on Raptor.
I did. Raptor doesn't work anymore. What's up?
Raptor sucks.
All right, I do need to get out of here, though, guys. I invited Eamon.
All right, thank you. Later, guys. Good show.
See you guys.
Later. Thanks, Mike.
What's up?
Good show.
See you, Mike.
What? Okay. Hold on a second, guys. I need to go do some stuff. There you go, Bobby. Entertain people.
Oh, what?
Entertain people.
All right. Oh, Eamon's here. He can entertain people now. Wait, watch this. Hi, Eamon, how are you today?
He doesn't look amused at all.
He does not. Eamon,
Bobby.
do you know the 10 Commandments of veganality?
No, educate me.
Commandment number 1, don't eat anything that casts a shadow.
I remember that one.
Commandment number 2, if that groundhog sees the shadows, we're eating veggies all year. I'm losing my southern accent, boys.
What's 3 through 10, Bobby?
Number 3 is you show McMahon that the government is building a veggie machine that controls the weather. McMahon, I'm telling you. It's a terrible Jesse Ventura, and I apologize to everybody watching right now.
Is there a good Jesse Ventura impression out there? I don't know.
James Endomian. James Endomian. He does a great Jesse Ventura. God damn it, Jesse! That was my Vince McMahon. I'm sorry, Sorg. I'm not allowed to say that.
Is that on the banned list?
It's on the banned list.
Banned list now.
The GD is on the banned list. Along with Hot Dogs hosting podcast.
That's not banned. That's encouraged.
Yeah.
It's the hottest thing on the internet right now.
Come on, show. I'm sorry I talk over everybody. Man.
I didn't think you were bad.
I did a couple times and I caught myself. I'm like, yeah, shut up.
You're fine.
I'm on here twice.
You're fine. Oh.
I'm out of 50-50.
Oh no. Oh dear.
Yeah, Sorg, the thing I messaged you about, I wasn't able to hook it up, but we can still talk about it anyways if you want.
I don't think he's there, Brandon.
Mr. Sorg not here.
Oh, he's frozen. He's frozen.
On his own podcast.
No, I think he's on mute.
Yeah.
Well, fine. That's easy. God dang it.
I heard that was easy on the Echo.
That was easy.
Oh, now it's gone.
Huh?
Oh, no, there's still an echo.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, he was blaming me. It might be me.
I think it is you. Because I think you don't have a headset. That's
you know what? Usually I have an external mic that I use that fixes a lot of that shit, and I didn't hook it up tonight.
Okay.
So.
It was fine.
Fuck your podcast, okay?
I didn't even want to be on anyway.
I don't want to be here.
Podcast anyway. Fuck you guys. Oh, good time. Did Kutch hit home run tonight? Is that what happened? I was only kind of half paying attention. But he did something good happen.
Kutch built a weather machine. I just want to do Jesse Ventura all night.
There's a morning show in Pittsburgh where they have him call in.
Yeah, it was a DVD.
Yeah. Always talk about chemtrails.
Yeah.
Always like going crazy. It's amazing. The impression isn't that good, but the chemtrails.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Sort of left his own group chat. Oh no.
I want there to be a podcast with Jesse Ventura and Vince McMahon talking about government conspiracies.
Oh, that'd be great. Do you see a show he does?
Yeah, conspiracy theory.
It's so bad. No. The podcast or whatever he does, the video show he does.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's got this really horrible green screen.
Oh, yeah, the green screen thing.
Yeah, and I'm like, can I help you, please?
Jesse Ventura, let me help you.
Yes. Is she going to be a phone call or a webcam?
She will be. Let me find you a graphic.
Okay.
Who was going to be on?
Is the other person going to join us?
No, I didn't realize you left when I told you. But no, I tried to hook it up, but it didn't come through. Okay. But we can still talk about it anyways if you want.
That's fine.
I know we'll have a lot to talk about.
Mm-hmm. You want Bug Man for the show?
Hey, I also, that artwork that I showed at the end of the show, Missy tracked down the Twitter. She has some fucking amazing stuff on there.
Nice.
There's a really good, hold on. See if we can pull this up. So I can kind of describe it here. Like, I guess that picture showed up like right as we were talking about artwork. This is devastating.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah, I'm like clicking all kinds of
Calculon's back.
Check out this artwork, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump. I'm going to bed. So.
All right, later, man. Thanks for coming on.
Oh wow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow for 90 minutes of Avengers talk.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Check out
Man,
this.
good show, man.
Yeah, good night.
Check out this picture. It's like Roman Reigns driving a car, running from the cops with Dean Ambrose mooning him.
That's amazing.
And then I've seen this Cesaro before, but apparently there's also Balor and
Yeah.
Owens.
Oh
Kevin
wow.
Owens. Wow.
That Owens one's awesome.
And this is the Cesaro. I guess this is all for like Asia or something. Page 1 exploring natural explanation of a masquerade of Finn Balor. Oh wow. Completely like fan art comic book.
Wow.
It's amazing.
So
Finn
I
Finn tweets a lot of fan art. That's awesome.
I'm gonna Facebook message you a link to the image for the guest this week.
Okay. I kind of want to have this person on just to talk about artwork.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'd be down for that. I like having time. I like that I'm not like
not rushing
to get people on.
Yeah, pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, we ran pretty good tonight.
I can't tell you what I'm doing right, to be honest. I hope it continues.
I saw I saw you guys were already on the second half before the second hour. I was like, holy shit, look at these guys.
I think maybe because there's less people and there's not so many like.
It helps. It certainly helps.
Yeah.
And like I said, I said I've had at least 2 people, including Chris LaRusso, come up and say, "Hey, last 2 weeks have been amazing."
Yeah.
So.
I feel like less people is the way to go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We got to remember, it's got to be an intelligible show in the long run.
Yeah.
Regardless. So. Certainly. So let's we have to roll with that.
Dana Brooke, Ryback.
Oh, Bobby.
I liked Ryback last night.
I didn't. I never liked Ryback.
That match was better than I thought it would be.
Mojo Rawley. I'm like Arya Stark. Dana Brooke, Ryback, Mojo Rawley.
You have a list.
I have a list.
There's a list.
Randy Orton.
No, Randy Orton's good with me now. Probably Sheamus.
You're turning around on Randy Orton?
Yeah, I'm good with Randy Orton now. We're friends.
Sheamus. Bihayaden.
Tell Barbie Hayden I said hi.
Yep.
Even though she doesn't know me.
I will. Barbie with no E.
Right. And the Twitter's the
because
same
some people fuck that up.
Oh. They shouldn't do that.
Twitter's at Barbie Hayden.
Yeah, I saw.
Okay.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
She's also a Strong Style sponsored
I see
competitor, so it fits with our.
Well, I'll have to make sure to tag him in our posts about this.
I'll shoot her a message and then I will give her a call.
Okay, you want to go ahead and get started early?
And we don't have to get started early, but I mean, unless you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, guys, I'll go.
Okay.
Bye, love you guys.
Bye.
11 p.m. is the suggested time.
Good show.
Thanks, bro. Thank you for a good show, bro.
Okay. Let me call her.
Wake up, hard drive. There you are.
There we go.
Hello?
Hey, Barbie, it's Eamon.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. We're getting set up here right now. My co-host Sorg's here as well.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, okay. Hey, what's up?
Doing
So
good.
we're getting stuff put together right now. We should be starting about. Sorg, whenever you're good.
I'm good to go.
Okay.
Actually, I just need my show notes for remembering how we intro. I think I messed up the number last week. I realized.
Yeah, we've been losing track of what number show it is, but
the doc.
Okay, I'm gonna tell. I'm gonna tell Spice really quick. Sorry, hold on.
Okay, no problem.
No problem.
Dude, Eddie Kingston's hardcore now. He's serious.
It's kind of been.
I haven't seen him for a while.
I'm excited to talk about that show.
He's very angry. Very, very angry.
Alrighty.
All right.
Okay, so Sorg will basically he'll intro, and then we'll plug some stuff, and then he'll basically pass off to me where I introduce you, and we'll go into the interview. Usually we aim for like 25 minutes, but if you want to go longer, that's perfectly fine. If you have a time you want to, if you need to head out or whatever, we'll make sure to wrap it up.
20 minutes is good. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. All right, just do a quick intro. We'll get right into it.
Okay, sweet.
Hey guys, it's the Indy Mayhem Show, episode 78. I'm pretty sure it's 78 this time. I think I screwed it up last week. Mike Sorg here in the Mayhem Studios in Pittsburgh, PA. A little bit of a video producer with some local groups here in the area with Sorgatron Media and PittsburghWrestling.com. So a little bit in the business and wanted to share the love of indie wrestling. Also here to share the love is the lovely Eamon Payton from Inspire Pro Wrestling, the commentator down there, currently in Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm
lovely.
All right, we're back. Wrong knob. Sorry about that.
It's all good. No, I thank you for the adjective. I appreciate it. I am very lovely.
It's my word of the day. But anyways, like I said, this is a show we talk indie wrestling. You check out this and so much more at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. We try to cover as many aspects of pro wrestling as we can, and talk with people that we come across in the industry, and again, give you guys a reason to check out more stuff if you're into indie wrestling, if you're exploring indie wrestling, and see who's up and coming in these days. So like I said, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Find links for subscribing to this and other shows on iTunes, Spreaker, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, YouTube, Dailymotion, all kinds of places you can find us. And follow us on the social media, Instagram, Wrestling Mayhem Show, at Mayhem Show on the Twitter, Facebook, Google+, and just search it. We're probably around there. If we're not, let us know. And you can let us know at goodtimes at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. 412-206-WMS0 is the hotline. And please, hey, shout outs to our friend Basic Sickness at BasicSickness.com for the intro and outro music for this and the main Wrestling Mayhem Show as well. And with that, also please support us on Patreon if you're digging us. Patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show. And you'll get some cool stuff out of that as well. So let's get into it. I'm very excited to talk to tonight's guest, Eamon. Who do we got?
We got someone from my neck of the woods this week. It was my turn to take the reins, and this is someone I definitely have been wanting to have on for a good while. Someone who you may have heard not just here in the state of Texas, but elsewhere as well. She is a former NWA World Women's Champion. She's also done numerous amount of things for various companies in Texas, but you may have also seen her in WSU and many other places. Joining us this week is the one and only Barbie Hayden. Barbie, how are you this evening?
I am so good. I'm munching on a rice cake.
Awesome. Like I said, very glad to have you on the show this week.
Thank you.
I guess to sort of start things off and break the ice in the sense, because everyone, I guess, that we've had on the show gets into wrestling for one reason or the other. The question we tend to ask is, what's your first ever memory of professional wrestling?
So I wasn't allowed to watch wrestling as a kid. I'm only 24 now, so for me growing up, it was the Attitude Era, which, I mean, for most people, they'd probably be like, why were you not watching? But, yeah, it was just a little too rough for my mom's liking. So I didn't actually start watching wrestling until I was about 16 or 17 years old. And the reason I even got into wrestling, even watching it, was my boyfriend, Houston Carson, who also wrestles, for those who don't know. And he put it on, and I was just, like, mesmerized. I was like, oh, my God, that's so cool. And my first, like, real, like, big memory is that he took me to a live event, and I saw Mickie James up in the ring for the first time, and I was just in love with her. Still to this day, she is such an inspiration to me. And so that was my first true memory, was going with Houston to that show and seeing Mickie James and just being like, oh my God, she is like God's gift to earth. I need to be just like her.
Awesome, definitely. And your transition, I guess, from sort of training to become a wrestler, did you have any sort of an athletic background before that? So was it kind of a natural transition in that sense?
Honestly, it was. I've always wanted to continue doing athletic things in my life. I was a softball catcher for 11 years, played on a lot of tournament teams and things like that. I also was in dance and had several years of that. And then once I actually got into high school, became the captain of my dance team for a couple of years over at Temple, Texas. Go Wildcats. And yes, and I mean, those were my primary things. Of course, I played a couple of little sports or whatever, here and there, but no, it was definitely all about softball and all about dance.
Definitely awesome. Going into sort of your start in wrestling, if I have it right, you trained originally in Austin under George De La Isla. Yes. What was it like? What was it like to sort of get in the ring and start training? Did you expect it to be the way it was, I guess?
Oh my God, no! It was horrible. It was like the hardest thing, physically, the hardest thing I've ever gone through in my life. I show up, and I mean, it's like the middle of summer. I literally started training 3 days after I graduated high school. So I walk into this abandoned theater where all the seats are pretty much gone. It's concrete floor. There's no windows, no AC, just one tiny door on like the top part of the slope. And I walk in and, it's nothing but guys, not a girl in sight. And I was like, oh God, what have I got myself into? And that's actually how it continued almost the entire year and a half that I trained there. I would drive from College Station to Austin 3 days a week, which was a 2-hour drive there, 2 hours back. So 3 times a week for a year and a half was pretty tough. But the training itself was just so much harder than I thought it was going to be. And on top of that, being in Texas heat inside of a building with no ventilation is like excruciating. And I mean, like, I couldn't hardly eat my food, like chew it, because my jaw was so sore. And like when I would go to wash my hair in the shower, literally my head would just fall backwards like a bobblehead because my neck and my shoulders, my back were just like on fire constantly. But like, there's also no greater like satisfaction than whenever I went through my gauntlet. It was like a 1-hour gauntlet of people coming in fresh, every few minutes and wrestling with me. And after I was done with that, I was just like, on top of the world. It felt amazing. So
awesome. And from the way it sounds, you predominantly trained with male competitors. From the way it sounds, did you find that part kind of interesting in the sense that in the fact that you're working with a male as opposed to a female?
It was one of the things where I went in not knowing any different. So, like, that, I think, helped a little bit. And also, I have been such, like, I feel like I'm equal part girly girl, equal part tomboy. Me and my brother and my dad were super close. And then my 2 sisters and my mom are super close. And so, because, like, we were the 2 youngest, they were the 2 oldest. So we kind of split off. And so I was kind of used to, being around boys a lot. And a lot of my best friends are guys. So, like, that aspect of it wasn't too bad, but the physicality of it was just, like, brutal because they could just throw me around like I was air. So, yeah, that was pretty rough.
Awesome. I also want to kind of mention, because you and a lot of other people that I know you closely associated with, I think one of the bigger strengths of you particularly is not just the in-ring work, but the professionalism in a sense, like the work that you do outside of the ring, like in your presentation and in that kind of aspect. Was there someone, I guess, was that something you learned in your time early in wrestling school, or is that something you kind of learned over time in a sense?
I would say kind of both. Typically speaking, by the way, that was like my biggest fear was like if a microphone even got within like 100 yards of me, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to die. I'm going to combust right now. Like, this is the end of my life. And almost every Saturday, they would have a promo class where we would have to get in the ring, everyone watching, and they would just be like, okay, you're going to go against this person at this place, at this time. Give us a promo. You've got 60 seconds. Go. And you know what I mean? Like, it was brutal, but the good thing is that it really helped me to kind of work on my toes and stuff and everything. But it was cool too, because like later on, in wrestling, you run into like, oh my God, just some of the most amazing and inspiring people. It's like ridiculous. And one person that Houston and I actually had the privilege of working with pretty early on was Jake the Snake Roberts.
Oh, really?
And yes, and he helped us, I mean, just tremendously with, microphone skills and presentation and how to just, really, really entertain people with everything, like making every little thing count, not just, going through the motions. And so that helped out a lot for sure.
Definitely. And I also think you in particular, and Carson's another one I think of as well when I think of people. We kind of discussed a lot on the show about, wrestlers, even on the indies, like building a brand for themselves, like marketing themselves in a sense.
Yeah.
Do you think that's been something that's kind of come easy to you as well? Because it seems like whether it's your social media, whether it's, I guess getting yourself out there in a sense, you seem to have a great understanding of that kind of side of the business.
I really, I've actually been pretty shy for most of my life. But like I would say a month into me training, when I first started training, my dad passed away, and it was unexpected. And it was just one of those things that, I was so close to him, and he was so outgoing, and he was very much a, get your name out there, have fun, meet everybody, and it kind of inspired me to do the same thing. I was like, I never know when the last day will be, so I want to make sure that I get to as many places as I can, as quickly as I can, and just treat people the way I want to be treated is the biggest thing. I feel like the social media aspect of it just kind of came along as I went, but it was my easiest way of communicating with my fans, and so I just kind of snowballed with that. So it's been just a big snowball effect, I think.
Very cool. Awesome. Another thing we want to talk about, obviously, you being one of the more prominent faces now on the indies in women's wrestling.
Cool.
Obviously, well, yeah. Obviously, this past yesterday on Raw, obviously there was a big thing with women revolutionizing and sort of a movement going on of women's wrestling. And we've asked this to a couple of our women's wrestling guests on the show. But do you think there's more opportunities nowadays for women? Do you notice any certain big trends emerging in that case?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if you take into the aspect of WWE specifically, just think about how they're doing the NXT, Tough Enough. I apologize. I know it used to be NXT, but the way they're doing Tough Enough now, and it's, men and women kind of going head to head. And I know that they did do that, a while back and everything like that, but it was more or less, I feel, kind of a gimmick. But now you can really see these girls getting a big opportunity to open, more doors and everything. And it's kind of like whenever like AJ and like Caitlyn, those girls broke through. Remember, they were kind of, it was kind of more or less silly. It was more about like having fun in the ring, and no one really took it seriously as a competition. I feel like that was what was the feedback from the all girls like NXT thing that they did or whatever it was. So yeah, no, I think it's completely opened more doors. And two, them having that show Total Divas, that helped, because people who had never seen wrestling before ever, they just know about pop culture, they now know about wrestling and want to watch it because, you know, they've seen it on different, you know, channels, not just, you know, wrestling. So absolutely, like, so many doors have opened. It's crazy.
Definitely. I definitely agree with that. You've gotten to gain a lot of opportunities in the wrestling world. Specifically, I know recently you just came back from a tour in Mexico, if I'm not mistaken. I know you've done a couple tours in Mexico. I know you've done, I believe, Canada as well. What's it been like, sort of getting out there and traveling on the road and on, you know, pretty lengthy roads in those cases, in a sense?
Oh my gosh. I feel like it's so different every single trip. Like, one trip is just like, oh, flawless. Everything went great. This is so much fun. And then, like, for instance, my last time I went to Mexico, this past, I guess not this past weekend, but the one before. Oh my gosh, my passport is right now, I think I actually just got it in today, but my passport was over at the China embassy.
Oh, wow.
I am leaving next Thursday for a China tour. It's 2 weeks long.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I'm going with Mid-Atlantic Wrestling. So they needed us to send our passports over to get our visas, obviously, and which I thought was kind of weird, but whatever. They did not send it back in time for me to go to Mexico. So even though I had a flight and everything booked, I ended up having to drive from where I live down to the border and then down into Monterrey. And then I took a bus back up and, you know, got my car at the border and then, you know, came back up. I was in the car Saturday, Sunday, Monday was, you know, the time frame that I was actually there. And I was in the car 23 hours by myself. I was just like, oh my God, this is brutal. But the actual, like, the experience there, though, was just phenomenal. I went through Clutch City Productions, and they were the ones who booked me there. And it was so cool. I got to do, like, radio shows. I got to do TV spots. You know, it was, and I ended up wrestling actually on TV with multimedia TV. So that was such a cool experience.
Awesome. And it seems like you're definitely expanding in that sense and getting out there more, which is always really cool.
Thank you.
No problem. Do you have any, in that sense, do you have any particular goals for the future when it comes to what you want to make, I guess, a sense out of this career?
You know, I feel like it's been the same since day one. I have always, you know, fought for WWE. That's always been it was the only wrestling I knew, and I fell in love with it. So it's still where I would love to end up. And in my mind, I absolutely will, because everything I have set for myself goal-wise so far, I have accomplished. And so I don't see why that's any different.
Definitely. And I think especially, like I said, like, not just your wrestling also, but the way you market yourself and get yourself out there, it seems like that I wouldn't be surprised in seeing that at all.
Thank you. Yay.
No problem. Going to sort of our questions we ask more regularly on the show. Just in general, what are you watching currently? Whether for like in wrestling wise, whether for like studying purposes or just recreation, is there anything that you've been keeping your eye on lately?
I mean, I have to go week by week as well. Of course, I always watch WWE. I lost watching TNA, unfortunately. But I also will catch our Ring of Honor. I will also catch New Japan. You know, we record those and watch those. But then also, you know, week to week, you know, whoever my opponents are coming up, I will, you know, find tapes on them, or I guess not tapes anymore, but like YouTube, you know, videos and stuff like that, and, you know, really try to study up on my opponents in particular, not just like a general broad, you know, sense, I guess. And that's kind of the general way I do it, is just kind of here and there, you know, if something, you know, sparks and I'm just like, hey, this looks cool, you know, I'll watch it. So
awesome. Very cool. And then sort of our big question that we ask everyone, and all of our guests tend to take it in many different directions, so feel free with yours. But what is, in your opinion, the best thing about independent wrestling and the worst thing about independent wrestling?
Oh, man. The best thing, you know, I mean, it's just, oh my gosh, it's going to sound so selfish, I feel. But I mean, it's just the feeling that you get. It's undescribable how it feels when you walk through that curtain and out onto a stage. And, you know, if you're good enough, people will react to you. And then once that reaction happens, it is just like you are so completely overwhelmed. You can't describe how that feels. You know what I mean? It's just because you work so hard. There are so many things that people do not see that you have to go through. And you're told no so many times over and over and over. And you get hurt and you get bumped and bruised. And, there's just so much stress that goes into it. And so the reward of going through and people actually appreciating what you've gone through and appreciating what you're bringing to the table for them is just so freaking awesome. It's like ridiculous. And now to drag that down into the gutter, maybe I should have started with a bad thing and then ended it like on a good note.
Oh no, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, we're gonna take it high, and then I'm gonna like drag it to hell if that's cool. But I absolutely love my family, and I absolutely love Houston, and I mean, like they literally are my entire world, and my cats as well. But that to me is the hardest part, is missing out on birthdays, missing out on births, missing out on holidays. I miss my cats constantly because they are not Mr. Money. They cannot travel with me. They freak out if I even put them like on their leashes and try to take them outside for 5 seconds. So yeah, I mean, it's times when me and Houston are booked across the country in different places, or we don't get to travel together, and then I can't tell my cats, oh hey, I'm going to leave for 2 weeks. I didn't die, but I will be back. It's like they don't understand stuff like that, and your family doesn't understand when you're like, yeah, I know it's Christmas, but this flight was, now, and I'll be gone for like a week, and I won't see any of you. So that's definitely the hardest part. I feel like that's probably what most people's answer is anyway, because it's really tough missing out on your like loved ones, events and everything.
Definitely. I definitely see that. Well, thank you very much, Barbie, for joining us on the show this week. If you have any... no problem. If you have any upcoming events that you'll be appearing at, or if people want to follow you on social media, feel free to plug away.
Well, I know that the match that I just had in Mexico was posted on YouTube, so I feel like if you maybe type in Barbie Hayden versus Estrellita, she works for CMLL and AAA. That's an amazing tag match. It also features WWE Carlito. And just look me up on YouTube, look me up on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Like you mentioned before, I'm an open book. So if you want to, get in contact with me, feel free. I'm on there all the time, and I will write back. I definitely appreciate the love. Everything is Barbie Hayden. So if you just search on any of those, BARBIHAYDEN, so it's Barbie Hayden. No fancy stuff added. You will find me. And yeah, so again, I'm leaving for China next week, so I'm going to try to figure out my phone situation. That way I can keep in contact with everybody, but I will be back August 3rd. And then after that, I will be facing Kimberly at Inspire Pro on August 12th, I believe.
August 9th.
9th, okay. I have said 12th like probably 900 times. So just kidding. Don't go on like a Wednesday. It'll be on August 9th. And then after that, I will be at Lone Star Championship Wrestling in Texas. I will be facing Kinsey Sykes. She was formerly with Reality of Wrestling, Booker T's company. So, yeah, that's what I have coming up. And so, yeah, thank you guys again very much for having me. I really appreciate it.
No problem. And anyone listening, I would definitely encourage to check out Barbie Hayden if she's in your area, because you will definitely be entertained. Once again,
one more cheap plug.
Absolutely.
I do have new shirts. I know that was a big thing for a lot of people. They were wondering where to get my new shirts. They have a gigantic cat on them, of course, because I'm a crazy cat lady. And it says always winning, because me and my fans are always winning. And you can get them at strongstylebrand.com.
Awesome. And we've actually had the guys from Strong Style on before, so definitely cool to have you on as well. Little crossover there. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us. And we're going to take a dive into all that's been happening this week in Sorgatron Media.
Sweet. Thank you guys so much.
Awesome.
Thank you
That was
very much,
great.
Barbie. That was awesome.
Yeah.
This will be up sometime tomorrow. So I'll shoot you the links and all that stuff and all that good stuff.
To be honest, it'll be up sometime in a couple hours.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Sorg doesn't get sleep.
I don't believe in sleep.
Nice. Not good for you at all.
Yep.
But yeah, so everything was good?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's great.
Awesome.
Okay, sweet. I'm like sweating profusely. I sweat more than like the average human for some reason, especially when I'm nervous.
No problem.
Or just standing when I'm doing like literally nothing, I'll just start sweating for like no reason.
Oh, jeez.
But no, that was great. Thank you very much for coming on again.
Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm gonna finish eating my rice cakes now since they're like super loud to eat on the phone. But y'all have a good night, okay?
Thanks. You
Thank
too.
you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. We have like the best like girl guests on lately.
Yeah, she's nice. She's really cool.
Everybody's so happy and positive. I love it. I love it. I love it. I hope the I don't know. The girl next week is brand new, so she hasn't been broken yet. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I think she's gonna be in studio as well. So.
Sweet.
So that'll be cool. Which means I gotta clean. So. All right. So come back from the thing. You want to talk AIW and Patron getting lost?
Yeah.
I don't have any shows this weekend to promote. I'm not promoting the one up the hill. Yeah, did you see that? There's going to be wrestling 3 blocks from my house.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember. You remember like where the train goes through up by the light up here?
Yeah.
It's like the parking lot right there.
Oh, really?
They're just gonna. It's like a community event, I guess. They're gonna have wrestling, like based around wrestling is happening there. So of course I have to go. Of course. So.
Anyone notably?
Or Zoltan?
Oh, okay.
Like that's it. That's it. Nobody else is coming. So there's that. Oh, okay. I gotta get my energy back up, buddy. Wah, 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 wah. I gotta get excited about the show. I need to queue up the couple of things I want to show too. I want to stand for a moment while I'm figuring this out. Try not to get caught up on this again.
As she mentioned that it was hot where she was, I'm like, oh, it's really hot in here. I have a fan on too.
Where's she at?
College Station, Texas, which is like closer to Austin.
Oh, hey, where's Athena out of?
Dallas, Texas.
Oh, that's not happening. Never mind.
Yeah.
Well, Wheels got her digits to try to get at RWA. I don't think he's.
You would have to. I would say check and see if she's got like a weekend of shows.
You have to line something up.
Yeah.
So I mean, it'd be great to have her, but obviously we can't have her regular for what they're doing.
Yeah.
Where's Vega out of your way too?
Vega is St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
So it might be a little easier. Sure, I should bump them for that.
It's easier than Texas.
That's for sure. And there was somebody in Michigan we're trying to get to. So.
Sweet.
All right. Oh shit. I'm out of coffee too. Oh, that's gonna suck in the morning. Holy shit. Guess I'm working at the coffee shop in the morning.
Oh.
Because I don't have any coffee here, so, and they're like super expensive if I get the pods at the top of the hill. All right, I had that earlier. Hopefully, I still have the human centipede still up.
And I'll pull up Dutter's email.
Do you want to read it? Or you want me to read it?
I can. Or you can read it, whichever.
Does it matter? I mean, I can kind of insert stuff. I put the beginnings of of notes at the bottom there. Like if you can take a look at the paragraph at the bottom, see what I'm missing.
Oh, in the show notes.
Yeah, in the Indy Mayhem show notes.
Let me see.
So, if I go here, photos and videos, absolute intense wrestling. Let's see. Cedric Alexander destroys Candice LeRae. Wow!
Did you see the Vine for that? Is almost about to break 5 million views.
Holy shit!
Yep. Is the let's see. Oh, copy is 78. Yeah, I see it now.
Video adventure vlog.
Where did you say the notes were at?
Where they're usually at. IMS 78, right?
Oh no! Yeah, the specific part you wanted me to.
Oh, way at the bottom, I have a little paragraph about what you guys just talked about.
Oh, I got you.
Is there one? Okay, there's the centipede, and then I have some photos as well. I'll bring up.
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, there's all my stuff. Cool. Okay. Bum. AIW, then Alberto. Please check out everything going on at SorgatronMedia.com, AwesomeCast, InsertCoinToBegin.com's Boss Battle, and of course the regular Wrestling Mayhem show, and a few more things might be happening there. Sawtooth Willie, for instance, in Pittsburgh. So I left Pittsburgh. Actually, I had a very interesting weekend. First of all was AIW's Absolution 10. We'll get into that in a second. Second of all, Saturday night I went to WWE's live event in Pittsburgh, which was headlined by John Cena and Kevin Owens. Okay, that was cool too. And then finally, VOW's July Justice down in Collinsville, down here south of Pittsburgh. So I had
At the Ice Mine.
At the Ice Mine, 3 days.
That's my favorite name for a venue.
3 days of wrestling that I did not have to work. It was a hell of an experience. It was an awesome weekend. Really needed that. Really cool to have that go on. And again, like a lot of wrestling that I didn't have to be involved in. I got to just witness, right? As much as I still ended up talking shop with somebody as I'm watching AIW. I can't turn it off. I definitely can't turn it off. But anyways, so rolling back to AIW. Easily, Eamon, I think this is the best indie show I've ever seen.
Ooh, I'm excited.
I really think it is. And I'm discounting Ring of Honor. I'm discounting a lot of things. But I haven't been on a show with this kind of energy in a long time. And you know, IWC used to have this, I think, to a certain point. And I don't think I think it's been lost over several years here. But just like the history and all the local guys and everything. And understandably, AIW, this is their big thing. This is the 10-year. All the stops were pulled out on this. So, of course. And it was, you know, with its usual indie problems. It started an hour late. The room was hot. Ridiculous. They were selling standing room only tickets for $20. And there wasn't really much room to stand. So, there's that. The show ran until 12:30 at night.
Jeez. With
9 matches. When we were sitting there, the Global Force Wrestling show was happening in Erie, and we had some friends there. And while we were in the start of our 4th match, which was right before our first intermission, or our intermission, I guess, they were having their main event. I think they started at 7:30. So obviously a little more tighter, you know, running down there, but still in general, and as you'll see if you see any pictures footage, it was really kind of, they were almost literally hanging from the rafters here. There was a nice balcony. This is some kind of Masonic temple. No, that doesn't seem right. A hall or something like that. And you know, and there was like a stage that they walked out on and everything, and a few lights on there, and it's really kind of tight, right? Great matches all night long. I don't think there was a bad one. I heard, so they had, the second match was Veda Scott and Athena. And I heard like 2 guys behind me kind of bitching about the match, and I'm like, this is like
fantastic.
It was like, I'm like, are you kidding me? You know?
That's kind of weird. That's honestly an interesting point. Like, it's like I like, obviously you and I don't know if we mentioned, but our good friend Dutters and Wheels, who we had on, was with you as well. that's that kind of style of wrestling. I think its style of show was probably like the first you really seen for the most part. I think.
Not that I've seen, but definitely
at least live. In a
I mean,
sense.
I feel like a lot of the vibe that you got from this was like the kind of things that make Ring of Honor shows so great. That energy, that building energy, right? And just great hard hitting wrestling and just great performance, right? I've had conversations about like some big shows that we have in the area that end in really weird ways. And it was like, I just want to see matches. I don't care about the storylines. I just want to see matches. I showed up. Me as a person that doesn't watch AIW on a regular basis, I got to show up, enjoy wrestling. It didn't matter if I know why Gregor Iron is with these guys. They had a killer match, and then Vader destroyed everybody afterwards, right? And to see guys that we've seen in IWC, like Alex Daniel that I mentioned mistakenly, accidentally earlier on the Wrestling Mayhem show, or Joshua Singh. Joshua Singh is over as hell up there, and it's awesome. And then to see him down in IWC and knowing like, dude, they love them up there. Do something with this guy, right? He's very talented and really good stuff. And seeing some people on their home turf, for Jake Clemens, for instance, who we always see down here in Pittsburgh, see him back there. Pedro, it was Pedro's last night doing anything wrestling. I think this is the place that started him, if I recall, and it was really cool to see that, right? And I'll get to some of that in a moment here. But generally, and they love them. They love them up there, as you would imagine down here. Like I said, Vader was part of the card, came out early, did squash the kind of thing. We had I don't even know where to go from this. Okay, there's a couple points from the evening. Of course, we mentioned Dudes on TV going into this, which was announced as probably the most incredible assembly of talent in one ring. We're talking about in one side of this, Ray Rowe representing Ring of Honor, Ethan Carter with the TNA Championship belt, Samoa Joe currently of WWE's NXT, as well as Matt Cross from Lucha Underground, known as Son of Havoc there. Just on one side, Zima Ion, Shima Zion, friend of the show as part of this. So good seeing him up there as well. And on the other side, and this is the Team AIW. Young Bucks, Johnny Gargano, Alex Daniels, Josh Prohibition, which is a name in Cleveland. And if you remember old Backyard Wrestling, he was in the video game, guys.
He was.
That's like he's legit.
And I mean, Matt Cross as well as that one as M-Dog 20.
Right, exactly, from the old days. And both these guys very involved, as well as Johnny Gargano with Prime Wrestling that I was involved with a few years ago. They had just a tremendous thing going on there. They had a lot of fun with it. Ethan Carter came out and sold this big, like, the Young Bucks are not going to make me suck it. Samoa Joe comes out and seems just completely unimpressed with the dudes. And they are actually like, they get in a circle and chant dudes, 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 which just in my mind, Ray Rowe doing this is just kind of like weird. Exactly, right? And Joe's just kind of like shaking his head. And the most amazing spot is the human centipede spot that happened. Here's a little image if you're on video with us, which was they kind of got I was on the floor. I couldn't really see this very well, so it was a nice high angle from up in the balcony. But it was they got everybody kind of like in a legs around your head kind of hold in a line, and then Samoa Joe came and turned everybody over into a Boston Crab, basically.
That's amazing.
It just, it was ridiculous things. That was fun. I saw a Mortal Kombat spot in the first match. Have you seen this? Basically a get over here scorpion thing, and the guy comes over to the invisible spike.
That's pretty awesome.
So very Shikara-y kind of thing going on there. The other, I guess, you said the Vine of this is doing absolutely insane right now.
It's close to breaking 5 million.
5 million?
Yes.
Oh, geez. Well, they had a 6-man scramble with Lewis Linden, Flip Kendrick, Cedric Alexander. I think ACH was a surprise, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he was replacing the injured Chris Sabin.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right, Chris Sabin. That's right. And another local guy. I don't know the white guy. I keep forgetting who that is.
Tyler Thomas. He's actually, I believe, from Canada.
He was awesome. Dude, he was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's super white. Got it. And Candice Ray, who does intergender, all over the place. So this is nothing new. but it was interesting because they kind of played this whole thing up, and in the heat of it, Cedric Alexander delivered the most devastating move ever and just made everybody pop. And I know everybody around me and never saw like a girl take a move like that, that was with us, right? Actually, it's funny because I took my father-in-law to a PWX show when they first opened in that new building down there in McKeesport, and there was a ladder match, I think with Chris Taylor and Strider were probably involved, and Crystal, I think her name was Crystal Frost, at ringside, and she took pretty much a very similar move to that off the top of the ladder, and he kept asking me afterwards, and every time it's brought up, it's like I don't think she was okay after that. I'm like, oh, she's fine. I'm sure she's fine. I saw her show a couple months later. She's great. But it was very interesting and to see that. And now you were very interested in our reaction to that, right?
I was just honestly curious in your reaction for the whole evening. But for this in general, because obviously intergender wrestling, I think, is a thing that's become a bit more prominent now on the indies, especially AIW, who their next event is a Battle of the Sexes show, where it's all intergender. Right. I was definitely curious about your guys' thoughts. They
do it. They don't overdo it. AIW definitely pushes the envelopes, and it feels like over the years, because I've watched some early stuff with some friends of the show on there, and it just looked like bloody stuff at bars. You know what I mean? And it just was not appealing, and it feels like they push the envelope, but they're not pushing it to a stupid level. You know what I mean? Things that seem to make sense, at least in what I'm witnessing so far. So I think they got it in a really, really good spot. So Dutters, this is, I think, her second indie show, not counting the Gathering last year. She joined us for Super Indy and was just basically hooked. She's like, whatever you need, I'll help you. Please, I want to be part of this. Something along those lines. I don't know. I'm paraphrasing, but it was actually her that was like, let's go to the show. She was down here in the studios, like, and gave me the flyer with Samoa Joe and Vader on it. And I'm like, okay. And she's like, are you free? I'm like, yeah, I think I'm free. It's like, cool, you're going. Tickets, gone, done. I was like, okay, we're doing this. So this is her thoughts. As a whole, awesome show. I thought they made good use of their talent on the intergender match, slight tangent. I thought it was incredibly well done. What makes me say that? The fact that the crowd, including myself, weren't caught up in the, hey, there's a girl in the ring. Everyone in the ring went balls to the wall. I love the Ballplex City chants. She does this under the crotch suplex thing. And everybody chanting Ballplex City. If it wasn't about being sexy or provocative, it was about technique and strength. I've also come with the conclusion that the crowd was the crowd has the power to ruin ladies' matches. When the Veda Scott Athena started, I heard several gentlemen in the crowd making derogatory comments, which right off the bat takes the legitimacy out of the match. Good point. And it's a very rough crowd. Admittedly, it's a very rough crowd. Instead of watching two trained competitors, we're now watching two scantily clad ladies roll around a ring. I've learned what kind of immediate impact the crowd makes during an indie show match. I'm sure those girls would have kicked the crap out of any of those jerks, especially Athena. Again, I thought it was a very good match. And to the point where, like, I realized that what happens in a match with Veda Scott and Athena is it's a very crisp match, right? Versus... I mean, there's some really good, talented ladies here in this area, but and I have this battle with some of my colleagues all the time of, oh, women's wrestling is whatever, right? And because I don't think they're seeing the right combinations of talent, because you'll have a good, I mean, Mary Elizabeth Monroe, obviously very good, Sarah Feeney getting very good. I haven't seen her a lot recently. Okay, I saw her Saturday night, but not in a wrestling capacity. But but we've seen, and I think this can be true of, I've seen this in every Fed that I've worked with, that one girl that doesn't look like they quite get it yet brings it down, and I think that hurts more than when a guy doesn't get it.
Yeah.
To be quite honest, and I think up here, I think they have a lot of girls that get it in AIW. So when they're like kind of crapping on this match, one, it just came off of a Vader destroying people and a crazy 8-man tag, I think it was. I think that kind of landed to that. What the hell? Have I ever sent you to my diva tangent? I'm excited to see if Sasha Banks and Charlotte rumor is true, and I'm curious to see how the crowd reacts.
Okay. I actually think this was done before Raw. So.
Okay.
If you want to know, apparently it is true.
Okay, there you go.
From what I can assume.
Indie wrestling as a whole observation. One of the biggest differences and one of my favorite things about indie versus WWE and TNA is the lack of dependence on a storyline. When you ask someone to go to Raw or another show, maybe they may respond with, I haven't watched in a while and I won't know what's going on. You don't have to keep up with storylines on indie, most likely because the wrestlers wrestle in different factions, I'm sure. Indie wrestling depends on which each wrestler brings to the ring at that moment. I think... Okay, how am I going to say this? I think promoters need to remember that too, that they're not booking Raw.
Yeah.
I think promoters need to realize some of these people just showed up to watch wrestling and not for you to, you have to do something to get them to that next show, but don't make the entire night about getting them to that next show for several reasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it has to be okay. It was great to watch the progression of Keith Hott and Dylan Bostic, but you didn't need to watch all three of the matches to enjoy one of the matches. And I think that's very, very important. I think fans, there are your diehard fans, and they will appreciate the little things, but you need to make sure you're not forgetting about the fly-by-nights that show up to a Super Indie every year, and that's it. And when you have a thing that doesn't make sense unless you watch the next 3 IWC shows, I think you've lost some people there. Saying I've seen this in every Fed. I'm not singling one out, but that's one that sticks out to me recently. So, and again, AIW, I felt like I didn't need to come to the next show, and I'm not somebody who would come to the next show because I'm the person that drove 3 hours from Pittsburgh to see it, and I will consider going to Absolution next year. I'll tell you that. Just like I consider, am I free to go see King of Trios again? Because I want to go see that. But I don't follow Chikara, and I got to drop in and watch a tremendous, 2-3 days of wrestling, whatever that was. And I think you need to remember, some people are there. I mean, some feds, it is the same people every month. But you have to, you're never going to grow if you're not going to attract new people. And AIW attracted a lot of new people this weekend. So
I agree with that.
Sorry, tangent there.
No, definitely.
This is me personally if I want to get together for lunch. I wish I read that before I talked. Okay, never mind. Ha! That's okay. I got Coffee Thursday with her. Anyways, about this.
I was very interested in you guys' opinions because I think AIW, for the most part, is kind of what you think of when you think of like an indie promotion in the sense, like the style. I mean, they kind of go a bit more of a hardcore route, obviously, but
right.
For the most part, it's that kind of style, of wrestling. So I was, like I said, I was very interested to see what you guys thought, and I was glad that you really enjoyed the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. It's I mean, it kind of epitomizes what you want out of it. Like you said, like this is like Ring of Honor does, like fast paced, boom, 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 like action packed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay, I think, for some groups to like, we're old school wrestling and we do things old, like, fine, if that's what attracts that areas. Like I think that kind of old school mentality works to bring people into a West Newton gymnasium. But I also think trying to be, all right, I'm tired enough. I don't give a crap. Trying to take an AIW and doing it out in the West Newton doesn't work. Those people don't respond to that. The people in the city of Cleveland are definitely responding to that, right? And I think that makes a difference. I think that makes a huge difference. The people of Austin, Texas are coming out for Inspire Pro and appreciate this and appreciate the storytelling happening there. And the way you guys do storytelling, I could drop into an Inspire Pro Wrestling next show and not be lost. Am I right?
I think for the most part, yeah. I mean, I think we have stories, obviously, but a lot of it boils down to, I think, the wrestling. Mm-hmm. And I agree completely. I think it's a case of knowing your audience. Right. We work in, we're in Austin, Texas. It's not a city that's traditionally what you would consider like a southern city. So we don't really do a lot of things the way people would do in, say, San Antonio
mm-hmm.
or further south.
Mm-hmm.
It's a much more modern kind of city. You don't see a lot of like the kind of that kind of style of wrestling, in other parts of Texas, really. Maybe a little bit further north, but yeah, that's kind of it. Like you said, it's about knowing your audience, and AIW I think really knows their audience.
They do, and they cater to them for a bit, So I think that's really good, because you gotta step out, and see what the fans are seeing a little bit, and see what's attracting them. So, and for them, it's a lot of like I pulled up Kurt Hawkins, the former Kurt Hawkins Brian Myers match was the next thing against Josh Prohibition,
Yes, which was for a if that was the Kurt Hawkins versus Brian. I'm thinking of a different match. He had a match with Cliff Compton.
Okay.
Who was Domino in WWE.
Right,
and they had a match over the SmackDown Tag Team titles.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what?
Where I believe Jake Clemens wore a blue referee shirt to fit with the theme.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's that kind of audience. I mean, like, it's that kind of sort of...
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Like I said, like really cool, really packed house. Really cool to see the energy there. I just haven't seen that for a while. WWE House Show, fun as a WWE House Show is going to be. Let's put it that way. I actually did a basic Sorganomics. I don't think I plugged this on the other show. Maybe I did. I did a basic Sorganomics over at Sorgatron.com, talking about social media and events, because I was really impressed with how they did it there at the WWE Live event, which has me thinking about what do we do at RWA and IWC. Perhaps, like maybe I come up with a question and put it on the big screen for the IWC court time shows, for instance. Or maybe, we have a Bert say, hey, hashtag something something and at RWA Pro at the RWA shows, and see if anybody actually tweets, you know what I mean? And maybe we read the tweet later or something if we don't have a screen. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
we gotta do a sort of not in that sense, but Inspire. I know we do like a big emphasis on our hashtag.
Right.
Like to hashtag about the show, and it really sparks up like tweets and
there's nothing
Instagram posts and stuff like that.
And that's the easiest thing, just to be like, hey, tonight hashtag RWA Unleashed, right? Hashtag Super Indy, and I never catch that. There's like, hey, go check out the website, but there's never a mind to, hey, tweet about the show. Because that's how this happens. Like I look at where 5 million clicks for that Vine that somebody took at ringside. Now I've kind of battled with
I'll say that 5 million views a lot, and Vine.
Right, Vines. I know you can watch it over and over again, but still, that is significant. That is not significant. And to do that and do little things like make sure you hashtag the show. And they didn't mention anything at AIW. I think there's just a very social media conscious crowd to begin with. Smart Mark's there doing stuff. I mean, these guys are in the know, and these guys are popular, right? But that doesn't mean you can't build that, and maybe you don't have a very social media crowd, but even there's a couple people there. IWC is really good. Jesse's been live tweeting the event lately on IWC's site. VOW, I don't think they can do that because I don't think there's any service down there. So that's a problem. But they should, especially how VOW is not saying, well, Chess Flexor just went through a flaming table. Like that should be everywhere, and it did afterwards. And there was, I know. As soon as I got back in service, I got messages from my Indy friends saying, what happened with Chess Flexor? Right. So I mean, at least in the mini circles, that's happening. But it could be happening on such a bigger scale when you have something insane like that happen, that catches people's attention. And I think VOW is doing a lot of stuff to try to catch people's attention, but I'm wondering if they're funneling into the right venues for that.
Yeah, and I think AIW in particular is a really good group when it comes to capitalizing on social media as well. And like I said, this isn't the first time they've had stuff that's gone viral in a sense. I think there was the Buff Bagwell Canadian Destroyer was one that went really viral.
And IWC is no stranger to that either, with the Tommy Dreamer leg, the bar thing. And also at Superstars in Meadville, where the one guy he brought the one what's the name, Special kid, came in and they got to do the DX thing and everything, that went everywhere. One of those went on TMZ, great exposure for the company. Now, what do you do to capitalize that? So, and that's the next step that a lot of us and you guys and AIW are figuring that out. And I think AIW is ahead of a lot of people as far as this goes. So that's my impression. I don't know the business side. I don't know what's going on that side. But that's my impression. I think that a lot of people should be looking at this Absolution show in general, because it looks like it did a lot. I mean, granted, it had the most insane collection of talent through favors, loyalty, whatever, or they just have a really, really cool bankroll up there at AIW. Whatever that case may be, they got a big thing, and I think they're going to capitalize on it. So at least with name, buzz, and get people to the next show. Battle Sexes 2, there you go. I see at least two TNA people in there already. So there you go. That's all I got to say on that. So, and of course, the first step to to having a good indie wrestling show is making sure you don't lose a former WWE superstar in the process. Right, Eamon?
Well, I don't know if lose is a sense, but yeah, we do want to kind of mention. I actually plugged this event last week on the show, but Lone Star Championship Wrestling had their Bustin' for Autism event, charity event for autism awareness. For all I heard, very successful event nonetheless. But as the stories kind of came out of a missing Alberto Del Rio, who was on the front. He was in the main event. Lone Star Championship Wrestling and Clutch City Productions, who they were working with, made a statement about it, basically saying that, for all intents and purposes, they fully planned on Del Rio being there. They had last contacted Del Rio's camp like a day before, and everything was good. And then he suddenly didn't show up, and then he suddenly went off the map pretty much, which started to worry a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, we hear these stories a lot with indie wrestling promotions. I personally know the guys behind Lone Star Championship Wrestling, and they are nothing but dependable, guys. They know what they're doing, and they're very reliable people. So I don't think this was a case of, we're going to advertise a guy and not have him not show up or whatever. So I think that it was just a really unfortunate circumstance. Today was the first we actually physically heard from Del Rio, because, like I said, he was off the grid pretty much, and he apologized and said he was reimbursing Clutch City Productions for missing the event. But yeah, very weird situation, and luckily it was a situation that I think was handled very well, because a lot of times those kind of situations can be handled very poorly. In at least from a social media perspective, as far as trashing others or whatever. But from what I could tell, it was handled very well. Yeah, it was a really good. From all intents and purposes, what I heard, it was a really good event. It was still a really stacked event. The main event was Lance Hoyt against Tommy Dreamer in a hardcore match, which I hear was very good. There was also Joey Ryan, Eva Lise of Lucha Underground fame. Many other great talents were there, so definitely seems like a very successful show for them nonetheless.
Awesome. Good to hear. That worked out.
Yeah.
In the long
Always
run.
Nice. It's good when these stories have a happy ending.
Exactly. Speaking of stories, we hope to have a happy ending. 5 Star Wrestling's having a show this weekend. I will be there doing actually a TV taping for them. We'll be assisting with that a little bit. They actually have Scott Hall, nice. who is going to be there. Everything's on the up and up. He was in rehab, and he actually has a message. There's a video message from Scott Hall himself talking about the show that they have up on the site. I know other friends of the show, the Gambino brothers and Jimmy DeMarco. Jimmy's been on the show since we started this. And the Gambinos have been on our old show, Wrestling Mayhem show. So old time, know them in the business. So really cool to see everybody reuniting one more time. I don't know, ongoing with what the case may be. So be good to see them here on Saturday. And hopefully and the bad guy as well. So that'll be up in I think it's East Brady, PA here north of Pittsburgh. And there's also I mentioned it. I mean, I don't want to mention too much because these guys, you're not going to see these guys. You're going to see some of these guys because they were featured in the Wall Street Journal. I think we've talked about that. Friend of the show Keith Hott was part of that, and also they've been on KDKA and in the paper a few times here over the past year. But they are the only indie wrestling in the city in KSWA, and they're going to be 3 blocks from my house. Apparently, and I've seen them do these community events before, but it's going to be a free event, and it's going to be up there by the train, and only a few blocks down from Slice on Broadway, want to point that out. If you want to go check that out if you're in the city. So extra plug there. I'm going to go. I actually know a couple people. I think I know the referee. I think he's going to be refereeing for this one. I should do some stuff with him back in the day for comedy. And hopefully Keith Ott will be there as well. So it'll be kind of cool to check that out and see what everybody's up to. And it's wrestling in my backyard. No matter how good or bad it is, it's wrestling. You know what I mean? So I got to go.
Yeah.
I got to go. And I don't have to drop.
That's very true, what you just said. Good or bad wrestling, you'll find something that I think you'll really enjoy no matter where you go to. I think the next goal is to get Dutters to a wrestling show like that, so she kind of sees both sides.
I'm really pushing for her to see this, because then she'll have seen all the sides. And actually, she wants to come to a VOW show as well. So after we told her about how Sunday's show went, I think she's going to be all down for that. So there you go.
Awesome.
There's actually, I don't know if they're doing any other promotion, but I walk up, because I walk up to the train and I take it downtown and go have lunch with people, right? And we were actually on our way to WWE Saturday night, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's a KSWA flyer. And I'm like, what? They're having a beach view? And I'm reading it, and I'm looking, and it says Broadway Avenue, Farmers Market Lot. Wait, they're having it right here in this parking lot? So there's just and also we're trying to figure out where the food cart is and all this stuff, and I don't know, Beach View Brawl they're calling it, and it's gonna be fun. I don't know, maybe I'll Periscope it or something. It starts at 6 o'clock on Friday here, our time, 5 o'clock for you, I guess. So look for some tweets from me. They will happen, for good or bad. They will happen. So, and this is actually a Pittsburgh legend, a name some may have heard of, Lord Zoltan. Just like the Pirates, Lord Zoltan. The Z going on there. I'm screwing up the Z, but yeah, it'll be interesting. So, kswa.org if you want to find any information on that. I don't know. Last I knew, the site didn't load for me, so I don't know if that even works. But there you go. All right, Eamon, I think I got myself in enough trouble for one night. So. Nobody listens to this show. Nobody listens to this show, except for that guy I ran into at Raw. Thank you for listening to the show.
There's a few people that listen to the show on my end, but I don't think you'll have a problem with that.
No, exactly. But no, none of the promoters do. I can say whatever I want about them. But no, please support all the wrestling. It's great. It's varying degrees. Everybody's doing a cool thing in their own way, regardless, whether it be Inspire, whether it be AIW, whether it be IWC, and everybody's trying to figure it out. I mean, everybody wants to be the Ring of Honor, right? To a certain degree, and trying to grow that thing and have a place for these guys to be, that aren't on WWE and can do stuff. I mean, Young Bucks that are in the row. Wait, what? Leva Bates.
Yeah,
there's news about her. Blue Pants, old Blue Pants is Rolling Stones. Yeah, I gotta see her. All these articles by the same guy. Do we have a wrestling fan in our midst at the Rolling Stone?
I'll have to look it up. Well, I know Rolling Stone, I think in general, for the most part, has been pretty. I mean, in mainstream wrestling, I think in a sense.
Had they?
But I mean, I think they are knowledgeable of it in that sense. But I'm very happy to see Leva featured for her article. Kind of mostly talking about. It mentions independence as well, but also mainly her stuff on NXT is Blue Pants. And we had the Young Bucks article not too long ago as well. Yeah, it's very cool to see. Especially, I mean, I've worked with Leva a couple times in Inspire Pro Wrestling, and she is really wonderful. And I'm really glad that she, is getting that opportunity to kind of, get more people to know about her in a sense.
Now we'll never be able to book her.
She's too big time now.
She's big time. She's a Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones means we can't book her or Colt Cabana. I don't think Colt Cabana do our show anyways. It would be weird for a guy with his own podcast to do another podcast. But I don't know. Anyways, on that note, guys, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. I don't have to tell you anything else. Go there, support the show, rate this show on Twitter. No, iTunes. Talk about it on Twitter too, if you can. And Eamon, he's at Eamon too, please. Go check out InspireProWrestling.com. Go check out Sorgatron.com for me, SorgatronMedia.com, WrestlingMayhemShow.com, PittsburghWrestling.com, and all of our friends of PittsburghWrestling.com as well. Support indie wrestling. Either way, get AIW's Absolution DVD. Seriously, they deserve it after putting on that show.
The live edit is already on smvod.com also. So
awesome.
If you're not a DVD person, that's a good way to watch it.
And that's right. I was there. I'm watching your setup. I'm taking notes. Smart Mark.
Stealing your stuff.
No, it's not. I actually had a good conversation about iPay-per-views with another promoter this week. So, no, everybody's trying to figure it out. Nobody has a WWE budget, and how do I do it on X, right? Or negative X in most cases, So, we'll see you guys next time. Support indie wrestling. Little weird side conversation at the end, but
no, that was good.
What do we talk about?
Oh, and it's fucking hot, Nick.
It's actually kind of cooler because it's been raining up here, so it's not sweltering down here.
Yeah, I got the ceiling fan going. I'm still sweating my balls off.
Mm-hmm. Today's basic Sorganomics will be about rapport. All right. I don't think I have any off-air notes to share for the most part. I kind of aired a lot of my grievances tonight, so.
Yeah. I was glad you brought up well, I don't know if you brought it up or just the conversation went to getting stuff going viral and stuff like that.
Right.
I really want to pitch that to our new or I guess we're streaming too, but I mean no one's
we're streaming. Nobody listens to this part.
Yeah,
we'll find out when they respond.
Yeah, no one's gonna hear this. That's a big deal. But I've been wanting to pitch that to our new video guy of hey, let's see if we can release a clip here and there.
Oh, well, I told you what I'm doing, right?
I think so.
Let me send you the folder. I have Chachi is taking the last couple of shows for everybody that we release. Steal this idea, please. Oh yeah. Hot Wheels. Athena's dive on Veda against the guardrail was amazing. Thought they died. But he's taking clips. I'm like, go do highlights. He needs to get the timing down a little better too. But yeah. like flips and hits and stuff that happened and hitting somebody with a chair, taking an under 15-second clip and Instagram.
Yeah.
And we're going to try to release one a day.
Instagram, yeah. Instagram's a good idea. Yeah, I definitely want to do that. I want to build our YouTube channel. I want to make a good point of building our YouTube channel. I think we've got 600 subscribers or whatever at this point.
That's real nice. And that's what I told you the one idea before, and that's melding into another thing. Because somebody with better business sense said, yeah, you can't do that for nothing.
Right.
So now the idea is melding into I do a weekly show, and I'm trying to make this not exactly like Chikara does their podcast.
Yeah.
I want my version of that because I want to.
Well, I think clips is really good in the sense that I don't want to I like companies that also, I think AIW does music video kind of things where it's a 2-minute highlights to hype the DVD, but I don't want to put that on our editor and just be have them work on a music video.
Yeah, just to do it.
I think, but I know it would be super easy to just say coming soon to Smart Mark Video and then
I'm gonna cut the stream, guys.
A clip or whatever.